Hello, Blue Otter Masters enjoyers. Welcome to the Season 14 playoffs. Tonight we will have a quarterfinals bout between Gravity Nebula and Lane Zero. Both teams picked up 2-0 victories in their last matches of the regular season, but only one will be able to keep that momentum going here in our single elimination bracket. The winner of this best of 5 will move on to face final boss Shorkies in the semifinal. Loser will be done for the season. My name is Crewman44. I am joined in the production channel by one cool Mr. Kimchi for the call. BK, how you doing tonight?
I see a Ziggs on my screen first pick. I'm very confused, actually. So that's how it's going.
Confused. Okay, that's yeah, that seems like a decent enough place to start out. Yeah, the Ziggs, a little bit of a flex pick still. Could see that going to either mid or bot. So seems like a decent enough first pick. The Trundle picked early here, I think, would actually be more surprising. But it's a little bit awkward for us, I think, right, Kimchi? Because neither one of us really know anything about these teams. So we are really just kind of winging it here.
See, maybe they'll give us a good show. I mean, I hope they give us a good show at least. I can't imagine they try to just disaster class. That would be kind of awful for all parties involved, I think.
Yeah, no, I assume that both teams will be trying to win the game. I'm fairly confident in that. The Jhin now is going to be coming through as well, it looks like. So I don't know if this means that they're perhaps anticipating that Ziggs to be going into the bot lane and then kind of matching the range somewhat with the Jhin pick could be the thought process here. And one other interesting thing to note here, I think, is the fact that we did have a pretty heavy jungle focus in that first ban phase. So 4 junglers taken off the table, as well as a couple of top laners. So perhaps that is, one of the reasons why we did see the Trundle get locked in so early on, because they felt like that pool was getting pinched a little bit.
Okay, Ziggs Rel. We have some engage. We got a lot of poke and tower destruction on the side of Gravity Nebula. Are they going to match the jungle here? And more importantly, will we see any of the weird junglers that have been thrown into the champ pool with patch 23? Because some of them are really strong. And then there's Jace. He's just there.
And Fizz.
Oh, yeah. Fizz got jungle. What is wrong?
Yeah, he did on the W.
Oh, my God.
He's terrible. He's terrible. But it's okay. They tried. So Jack's going to get locked in now as well. So that is definitely, another one of these flex options. Jack's definitely a viable jungler even before, patch 23, which we're actually on patch 24 now.
Now
right?
we are.
I don't think there were any really
no major
changes. Yeah, so not really too much to talk about there. But yeah, the Jacks and the Ziggs both still flex options here for the side of Gravity. Right?
Gravity Nebula and Lane Zero on the red side.
Yes, indeed. And then we did see the Alistar there.
Ooh, I like this. Pretty traditional bot lane. Still, okay, a lot of flex available on the side of Gravity. They could throw the Ziggs mid. They could throw the Jax top if they really want. Orianna being taken away as, Silas ban. More jungle bans, potentially.
It really makes sense having the Alistar locked in, right? You don't want to be giving over that Alistar ultimate to a potential Silas on the other side. So that ban, I think, making a lot of sense. And the Alistar in general, I quite like here. Just has a really strong answer into the Rel specifically, right? And I feel like into the Jax as well. When he goes for those counter strikes, you just kind of boop him away. And that could work out pretty nicely for Lane Zero. Mel getting banned away, I think, is probably a good call there as well. These bans making a lot of sense.
I'm intrigued by the Mel. There's not really any threat that I can see she poses right now, unless you are putting the Ziggs mid, in which you're a little worried about reflecting the spells, but Ziggs outranges her for the most part. There's not really any threat of reflection. You can't reflect the Mega Infernal Bomb. It would be really funny, but you can't do that, unfortunately. And Rel and Jax don't even have projectiles. Is the Rumble going to be locked in to follow up probably on this Alistar? A little bit of the Trundle doesn't really have as much engage. He is more of a run you down kind of champion, eat your face off, and beat you over the head than providing any CC.
I mean, the Pillar, I think, still can set up for the Equalizer if the enemy team's in a choke point and you kind of, you can use the Pillar to cut off a potential escape route. It can work, but definitely, a little bit more situational than some other Rumble combos that we see. Yeah, I'm never happy to see the NA Jace come out either, but it is Masters kimchi. So
Please,
maybe we
we've
should
seen
just
Pro struggle.
believe.
That's where the NAJ started, but also okay.
Yeah, that's
No, please
true.
tell me this is Jax. Please be in the jungle. I swear, if this is Jace jungle,
It has
we
to
are
be
in.
Jack's jungle. Surely
Please,
it's Jack's
Jace
jungle,
jungle is
right?
disaster. You're asking to lose the game, unfortunately.
No, I'm sure they're not
Ooh,
going to let us down with that. Xerath, yeah, going to come through on the
ooh.
R5, matching the range of the way. So there's really quite a lot of range on both sides here for this first game.
Artillery, yeah, artillery mage is coming through. I guess Jin doesn't really count as an artillery mage, but the Hui, the Ziggs, and the Xerath, and Jace actually, he is a pretty notable artillery champion when he's in the
Sure,
gun
yeah.
form. I am. This is a big range game. I don't really know how you're going to be able to engage on either side. Like Alistar Trundle can try and run down one of the carries, and likewise on the side of the Rel and the Jax, it's going to definitely be a challenge to get onto the Jin Xerath Hui Ziggs pairings for both sides. So I think we're gonna see some extended poke. Well, obviously we're gonna see extended poke. It's Xerath versus Ziggs and Hui, but I don't know how these full scale team fights are going to look. Besides, all the mages just throw all their spells on top of everyone, and whoever dies first gets to lose the fight.
Yeah, it really does feel like it's going to come down to who is going to be able to land more of that poke, right? Kind of like you're talking about, where everybody's just kind of try and throw out those skill shots before the objective fights, and whoever's able to land more of them is probably going to have a really big advantage, in terms of those fights themselves and actually securing the objectives. So it's going to be really interesting to see. It's cool to see that both teams feel like they're kind of going for a similar strategy in this first game. From what I understand, I was looking in the match history earlier, and I don't believe that these two teams have played each other at all this season. I don't know exactly what the format was here in the Masters League, but most likely there were probably like a couple of different groups, and these teams were just like in different groups. Is kind of my guess. Um, but yeah, regardless, I couldn't find any results from these two teams playing each other this season. So, I wonder if these are if both teams kind of have similar strengths, just based on kind of how this first draft played out, or if maybe one side is really trying to match the other. You know what I mean?
Definitely, especially with the red side advantage you get later in the draft with that counter pick available, you do have that option, especially given that Gravity kicked this off with the Ziggs pick. So it was looking like a potential long range kind of game with potential engages to set up that long range eventually. And I mean, if Lane Zero were really just playing to match the strength of Gravity, then they've done a pretty good job so far kicking off this series with the Alistar and actually getting a pretty nice team fight tool to punish potential engages or extended periods of sitting back and waiting with a Rumble ulti as well. And if you ever need someone to just throw a wrench into the plan, get a really bootleg engage, you could try and Trundle Pillar into a Jin W and see what goes down kind of situation, but
Sure.
there's
Yeah.
still there's so much damage. Holy cow! We talk about there being too much damage in League these days, and Jace accelerated shock blast from off screen, a bunch of Ziggs Qs, Hui Qs, just a lot of damage able to come in from way too far away to react to at some points, and poke war. It's gonna be a poke war, and we'll see which side of these can eventually end up winning it.
Kind of in that vein, Kimchi, I do feel like the side of Lane Zero have a little bit more setup. You're talking about how the Trundle Pillar is not that reliable. That's fair enough. But they have the Alistar there as well as the Jin to potentially find those roots. And on the other side for Gravity, it is really just the Rel, and then you're looking at like a potential Jax Counter-Strike. Feels also quite unreliable, at least as, the initial bit of CC. If you're following up on a Rel engage, then maybe that's, gonna be a little bit easier to execute on. But I do feel like, if Lane Zero are kind of able to set up in the way that they want and able to, take control of the space first, then they should be in a really good spot with that little bit of extra frontline and extra CC that they do have. Although, almost on the same token, looking at Gravity's side, they arguably have more, range. They just kind of have like the extra ranged champion there with Rumble being melee. It can be a little bit harder for him to provide a lot of value in these kind of like objective face-offs where both teams are just kind of like staring each other down. So, maybe if lane 0 are first to take the space, then they could just end up getting poked out, right? If they end up being on vision and gravity kind of have to be on what the setup looks like, then yeah, I mean, it definitely could still go either way.
I don't want to see lane 0 get aggressive early. I just see an Alistar with potentially a Xerath to follow it up. I think they could go for an aggressive level 1, more so than Gravity, because you don't... I mean, you have Rel. Rel starting W is pretty standard. Could also pivot to Q if they see that they're getting engaged on. You can't start counter... You don't want to start Counter-Strike on Jax. You don't want to start Eon Hui because you can't clear the wave fast enough. I really think this is actually a really good opportunity for lane 0 to try and throw a wrench into the metaphorical socket. Wrench in the works? Wrench in the socket? Something like that.
In the works, a wrench into the
Wrench in the
works,
works.
I believe is what you're looking for.
Yeah, words are hard. Sorry about that. But a spanner in the works, there it is, of Gravity if they want to try and disrupt their early tempo, their early safety, especially with the Ziggs, with the Hui, and Rel as well, paired with that Ziggs. Just get the early advantage because you're going to definitely lose out push. Like, you just have to accept you're losing push as Jhin into a Ziggs. You're losing push as Jhin into anyone pretty much, but specifically in this scenario as well, it doesn't help.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Let's get an uneducated prediction from you, Kimchi. What's your gut telling you? Who's taking game 1? Just throw a guess out there for me.
I'll stick with my gut. I'll stay with lane 0 on this one. I think they have the better overall comp, better potentially engage, given they have the Jhin W as well as a pillar or even a Rumble E can kind of give them the opportunity to engage. You need, with Gravity, you have to set full send. If you're engaging, it has to be a full send or a Miracle Hui, and I cannot see a Miracle Hui E finding anybody.
All right, we'll see if lane 0's setup is going to get them over the line or if NA Jace is going to make us look like fools. Don't go anywhere, guys. Game 1 when we come back. Everybody, welcome on to the beautiful Winter Rift for our first game of this quarterfinal. So, one other thing to kind of think about, Kimchi, is the fact that this quarterfinal was actually rescheduled from last week, and I believe the semifinals for the Masters League here are actually going to be played tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So, whichever team ends up winning this best of 5 is going back-to-back in their playoff matches.
This is how we get the NA Gauntlet back. The old school NA Gauntlet where it was, you want to go to Worlds, you win 3 days of BO5s in a row. This is the closest we'll get because, back-to-back game days could be a blessing, could be a curse, actually, depending on how you're feeling going into it. Could have the momentum, or you could be like, okay, I got upwards of 10 games to play, and I'm going to be dead tired.
Yeah, if this ends up going the distance, then yeah, I think that's... it might be a little bit more on the, tired, the exhaustion, coming into play potentially. But we'll see how it goes. We did see some Raptor wards coming down for defensive Raptor wards, actually, for each side, making sure that their opposing teams are not going to be able to get that early information. We are seeing opposite side starts for both junglers on their respective blue buffs.
Intriguing. I mean, it probably is the most optimal clear. That's really it. Are we still in jungle clear meta? I've heard some people be like, I want to be out of jungle clear meta. Are we even in a jungle clear meta?
Full clear meta? Yeah, I mean, I feel like, it depends on who you're playing. I feel like, depending on what
How
jungler
they get pushed.
you're playing, then, there's certainly are still some options to go for earlier ganks instead of the full clear, but probably expecting some full clears from both junglers in this game. You do see Trundle slightly ahead on tempo right now. I do like that Trundle is pathing towards this top lane to potentially mitigate the early pressure that the Jace is going to be putting out. Early combo coming out from the Alistar. It's going to be Krasia on the Ziggs, getting chunked out a little bit.
That is the benefit right now. You're abusing the fact that, one, you got the level advantage, you have level and wave advantage there, and you kind of have the damage advantage if you can set it up properly to get the Gen 4 shot out, because one Ziggs Q is not going to respond to an Alistar combo and Jin 4th auto WQ. So trying to just keep that lane in as favorable a state as possible for as long as possible will be a definite must on the side of lane 0. Level 3, yeah. They lose wave immediately. Welcome to Ziggs Gaming.
Bondi just gonna back away. And just so you are aware, Kimchi, Trundle's IGN is Archer. Not sure why we have streamer mode enabled for custom game. A little bit strange. Oh well.
A future problem for us to solve.
Yeah. Looks like both junglers going to be securing some shellfish here after their first clears. Archer going to move in on the Trundle, get that ward down on the romp. You can see, interesting, Bondi and Eclipse trying to hold this wave off of the turret right now. It is... Ooh, they did actually keep that melee minion alive as well. So trying to set up a bit of a freeze here, it looks like. Eclipse now wanting to stop the recall of Krasia and will be successful. Ooh. Now the Alistar, is he going to be in a little bit of trouble here? No, looks like the phase rush. Oh, Gandhi on the wraparound. Yeah, that is going to be Eclipse in a whole bunch of trouble. Does flash away and stays alive. A little bit of a close call there for the lane 0 support.
Flash heal burned, but the most important thing is you keep this wave in a state where Jin's going to be able to play, because Krasia needs to reset right now. And now Larry is going to also take a reset, because this is just syncing up your reset timer with your ADC. Works really well. Good idea, generally. And now, has the teleport, so they won't miss as much as they wanted, but I think they were trying to set it up so that the Ziggs had to burn his teleport and would lose out on a lot of XP, or at least gold, because he would have to walk up into the duo lane, but it will just be a good reset timer as the wave is fully reset instead.
Yep. Krasia is going to end up burning that teleport, like you said, and so is not really going to end up missing too much. You can see relatively even here early on. Slight CS advantages for mid lane for lane 0 and for top lane for Gravity.
Dual invades happening. As we could see, the junglers eating each other's chickens. And they, of course, just got the reset. Both of them just got their resets off, and they're going to go back to clearing. Seems to be the case, as they probably... Well, Trundle definitely wants his 6, because he's Trundle, and doesn't really have gank angles until he could just run at the enemy harder than usual.
Yeah, you can see Archer wanting to go back then and defend his own chickens, but Gandhi sort of anticipating that invade from the Trundle. Was, of course, able to steal those away, as you already highlighted. So it's a little bit of a shame for Archer. I mean, if he had had that information that the Jax was going for the counter invade, then probably could have just taken that first dragon for free. But first objective is still going to be up on the Rift for now.
Could have also actually been a potential punish if they got the timing synced up, but because they reset simultaneously, nice engage, little trade here.
Larry just going to crash away from that one. Looks like the wave's going to be pushed in towards... Gravity. Moment.
But they had Griffin resetting, coming back at the same time as Gandhi was trying to walk away, so maybe there was just a bit of a speed, and of course, wouldn't be an NA game without a pause.
Are we known for our pauses? I thought that was like a Fnatic thing.
No, that's just Fnatic. Well, I guess, I don't know, there's just a lot of pauses in League now in general. I've, so many LCS pauses that I can remember, but... Yeah, that is a Fnatic thing, definitely a Fnatic thing, but that's mostly them getting really good after they pause for some reason.
So there's more of like a tactical thing for Fnatic, as opposed to
incidental tactical, because they definitely, oh boy, you cannot call pauses like that for no particular reason, obviously. You can't even communicate about the game during them.
We're just gonna have our post-pause here. What are your
Everyone's
thoughts
favorite.
on the introduction of coach comms for next season? I feel like that's
For
a pretty
LCP and
interesting
LCK.
change.
Interesting. We'll see how it goes because it can be really weird. It could be kind of disruptive. How are they going to communicate that they want to do it to the refs without just yelling very loudly?
I think they're just gonna be able to like press a button or something, and their team can just
Maybe.
hear them. I'm not entirely sure how it's going to work, but yeah, I think there's also like going to be a lot of restrictions on.
There definitely are restrictions. I've heard about the restrictions already.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm just a little bit curious to see how that ends up working out.
I'm just happy it's not a full
Oh,
pause like they were potentially
oh yeah.
saying it might have been. I'm like, yeah, how are you going to throw a full pause into a game that requires tempo?
Yeah, yeah. No, that would be pretty weird. You know, that is how they do it over in Valorant. They do
Yeah, but that's a
actually
round
pause,
by.
but that's between rounds, so it makes
Yeah.
more sense.
Ooh.
Oh, crash down onto 2 here, but Krasia has no mana whatsoever, so really not going to be able to offer much on the Ziggs. Larry now going to get heavily chunked. And so that bot lane, it looks like they're going to need to go for another recall, and this should be the go signal on the Dragon for lane 0. You can see Archer moving over there now.
Already lost the grubs, if I'm not mistaken.
No, they haven't spawned yet.
They haven't spawned. They
8
spawn at
minutes.
8? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just so used to it. I don't know. The game feels like it goes so much faster when. Honestly, in general, it feels like the game has been going faster. So I'm impressed it's not 8 minutes, honestly.
So, I mean, obviously, Gandhi and the rest of Gravity should be, well, obviously they're aware that the dragon has just been taken, so they are now going to move over towards those grubs, and we should see the trade of the early neutrals coming through.
The grubs made to stop the Drake Herald trade. Little did they know it would just replace the Herald.
I do feel like the grubs are particularly nice for Gravity with this team composition. You know, Jace, Ziggs, both are really going to be wanting to push in those sides and harass those structures. So the grubs can help out with that quite a bit. As we see, all 3 are going to be secured by Gandhi.
Would have definitely been nice to get it on the side of lane 0. You have Jin. Ooh. Spotted on this invade.
Right.
Griffin,
Archer going to find Gandhi this time. There's the right of the Arcanian come out from the Xerath. Gandhi is just going to get flashed on by Archer. Takes a bite out of that Jax, and that is going to be first blood for lane 0.
That is kind of what I was expecting to happen the first time, you know, with the timing that came out on the chicken invade, but they try to go for it again. They probably should have respected the fact that Archer was going to be taking a reset here as there's an engage from Eclipse onto Krasia.
Trying to brute force this. The Ziggs does get off a pretty nice satchel to get back towards the turret. The Bonnie going to find the Deadly Flourish onto Larry. Nothing too much going to eventuate from that play.
Good stalling there by Larry, but now... No dive angle, actually. Trundle going to just clear out the Krugos. And then probably head back to the... Actually, where are you going to go? There's no bot side.
You see, Larry's actually a little bit behind right now in experience. Still only level 5 on the Rel, and is walking up pretty far right now. He's able to remount. And they're playing far enough back where they're not going to be exposed to that potential gank from Archer. And that recall going to be stopped by Discipline, moving over on the way. Force Archer back into the Tribe Rush.
You've seen that both sides have kind of run out of things to do. The mid wave was resetting. Griffin was on a reset. Jungles have no camp, so they were like, no, we're just going to stand around top lane and maybe find a pick until we have something to do. And then they finally got something to do, so they all go back to their positions like nothing happened.
I mean, it kind of comes back. We got a cow on an adventure right now. Eclipse journeying into the enemy jungle, but is not going to be discovered. But it kind of comes back to our draft conversation, right? Where both teams are a little bit light on engage. They have a lot of range, so it's a lot of this game is just going to kind of be throwing out these long-range skill shots and seeing what sticks.
When's the last time Discipline's reset? I guess, obviously, Griffin does have the current item advantage because Discipline took the reset timer on Griffin to go and try and help out the top jungle, potentially. I guess it's the bot jungle, technically, because of the lane swap. Don't think about it too much. But that does put them an item completion behind. We'll see if Griffin ever gets an opportunity to take advantage of that. My bet is no, given, again, lack of engage. Yep, and it will just be a reset. Never mind.
See, our CS differential in mid lane has evened up entirely, so those two are going to be completely even. Both mid laners with their first completed item. You do see that Leandre's is done for Urd on the Rumble as well. Even though he is still a little bit down in CS. You can see Eddie on the Jace took that little bit of a detour for the tier. And has the Doran's Blade still in inventory as well. So a little bit slower on that initial item completion.
What are we looking at? We are... Wow, it is really just these AP champions with their first items done. Yeah, Archer does have the gold for the first item. I mean, most of these players do. Ooh, face check.
Gandhi gonna find Eclipse. It does have the unbreakable will to stay alive for a while.
Wait,
it's gonna boot Larry back underneath the tower. The Deadly Flourish does not lock the right away. Eclipse does have the flashback. Is gonna be able to escape. Curtain Call now coming out. Gandhi and Frazier should be able to block these shots. We see a kill onto Jace. Meanwhile, in the top side, looks like that was a roam up from Griffin, I believe, as well. Was able to make an impact there with the Xerath ultimate to help take down Eddie, and that is the flash burn for the Jace as well, in addition to going down.
Oh, that is not great, especially when your only disengage tool is a little bonk, and one of your 3 abilities is a front flip into the enemy, and that enemy is Rumble. Just many things you don't want to see as a Jace player. You're you can still be aggro. You're Jace. You have kill threat. Just better hope you kill the enemy before the Rumble overheats and swiftly stabs you to death with his drill.
Did you see our next dragon is now alive? It's Chemtech second this game, and Lane Zero are moving directly towards it. Gonna immediately start this one up. You see Larry's also in the vicinity here in the line brush next to mid lane Eclipse, standing guard in the banana bush. Oh yeah, he's doing it. He's taking it.
There's no vision.
Gandhi's not going to be able to get in there. So that is going to be 2 dragons now for Lane Zero to complement their 2 kills. And they are closing in on the feats of strength right now.
So those grubs doing a lot of heavy lifting now, given that there's 2 Drakes already on the side of Lane Zero.
Gandhi. Oh, the Shattering Strike is going to connect. The Satchel, though, doesn't quite find the angle, can Frazier. And so the Jhin is going to be satcheled back underneath his own tower.
I think that was max range too.
Out, though.
So couldn't really get much of a better angle, sadly.
Yeah.
Ooh, lane gank.
See Gandhi going for a lane gank once again. Like we just saw a moment ago, it wasn't really that successful last time. They did get the flash out, at least from Eclipse. So the Alistar likely going, oh, Word in trouble again. The Shock Blast and the shutdown for Eddie. Very nice pickup. Larry flashing on top of Bondi. Nice flash away for the Jhin. Eclipse. Only able to get Gandhi into the wall. So another somewhat successful lane gank for the Jax. Does get both summoners off of the Jhin this time as Eddie almost dies to a tower.
Would have been an execute, so that's perfectly fine. Ooh, Spiraling Despair.
Right, Spiraling Despair on a Griffin, but he connects. Ooh. Oh my goodness, I was not expecting that damage. Was there a Severing Bolt there as well?
Yeah, he threw a Severing Bolt on it, and then the explosion did big damage. Big damage.
Makes sense. Yeah. Nice kill for Discipline there. Was a very, very close call in the mid lane as the way almost going down as well, but nice solo kill there. Both of the solo laners for Gravity Nebula stepping up, able to get them on the board.
Feats of Strength are, yeah, now he's up in the air, honestly. Because they can pick up 3rd kill, deny the guaranteed Feats of Strength on next kill, and then make it come down to tower.
Yeah, it's kind of how it's looking right now.
Sorry, next
the Herald is potentially going to be a target for Gravity right now. So Larry going to take an Arcana Pulse from Griffin, who is playing very respectfully, not going to expose himself to any potential ganks right now.
Herald is started by Gandhi.
See Archer moving down towards this Jace. They want to try and get another kill onto Eddie in exchange for this Rift Herald. They're not going to find it, and they are going to lose out on the first turret as Crazier's able to take that top tier 1. Ward not able to do anything about it. Tried to use the Equalizer to clear out the minion wave, but the turret damage from the Ziggs is just too strong. That is going to be 2 neutral objectives now for each side. Oh, Eddie is in trouble down here.
Dodged the Deadly Flourish.
Yeah, the Thundering Blow, but the pillar is there for the slow, and Trinity Force Trundle gets the job done. It will be Lane Zero first to 3 kills. Now Now it really will just all come down to this next objective. Eclipse is standing in front.
Bondi's no mana.
Double pulverize. Eclipse and Archer are going to be able to back away from that enemy jungle.
That's a very extended wraparound play. Spent like the entire Herald take and then some trying to get Eddie on this chase.
Yeah.
I mean, they got him.
They got him eventually, yeah.
Win's a win.
And so our next neutral objective, 90 seconds on our first Mountain Dragon. Mountain Soul this game is here comes Archer. Once again, he's just looking to defend this tier 1 right now. Larry should be able to crash down at any time here.
Oh, the
there's
flank.
A teleport in for Ord. The Magnet Storm does come out, but Larry's got nowhere to go. That is going to be a killing spree. 3-0 for Archer on the Trundle.
That is not the optimal carry, but
Curtain Call. Krasia, I think, is just, there's 4 people here from like 5 people as the right of the arcane from Griffin is going to come out as well. And so poor Krasia just going to get obliterated underneath that tower.
And like that's got to be like 2.5 globals right there. Teleport, right of the arcane. I don't know. Curtain Call is a semi-global to some extent. So it's like just everything. They said the house. The driving?
Okay, some nice driving. Eddie now underneath the tier 2 is going to be able to scoot out of there. But yeah, honestly, the side of Gravity were able to get a lot. Wow, their Ziggs was getting dope. They got the tier 2 in top, and they're going to get a big chunk here on this mid-tier 1 as well, thanks to the assistance of Shelly. And that's put them in a pretty good spot. Absolutely, yeah. Nice drifting there from the Jace player. And now they have a great control over this bot side river for the dragon spawn. Are lane 0 going to be able to force their way in?
What do they have right now? No Curtain Call, no Right of the Arcane isn't the worst, but that's a lot of damage going on.
Despair going to connect onto Ord. Rumble chunk down to about half. No teleport either for the top laner. So Banana Brush control retaken by Gravity. Dragon started up. Eddie wanting to try to be annoying here.
They need to get this.
Yeah, I mean, lane 0, they're moving back in now. Eclipse is going to be able to find a little bit of an engage. Gandhi on the front lines, trying to dissuade any follow from coming through, but that is going to be flashing in. They take down Krasia, but Gandhi now has to flash away. 4v4 now in the river. Bondi extremely low on that Jhin as well. Both sides have all of this poke damage. It's such a tense moment. Dragon chunked down to half.
Right here, back up.
Now coming back out from Griffin. Not really able to find too many of these blasts, though. There's a couple onto Discipline. Dragon still getting burned down. Another engage from the Alistar. He doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Eddie is surely going to get taken down here. It does fall to the Shock Blast. Dragon did go over to the Trundle, and now the Curtain Call coming out. They're going to be able to shoot Larry like a fish in a barrel, or a horse in a barrel, I guess, in this case. Eddie flashed on top of Bondi, but just gets shot in the head, point blank, and Discipline on the wrong side of the rip. Going to get taken down as well. That's 4 now, I believe, for Archer, and feats of strength for lane 0.
Holy cow, the 50-50. I don't even know. I think the smite came through at like 1k for Gandhi, and it just barely overshot it. Oh my goodness, that's brutal. But just the ulti's coming off at the perfect time on the side of lane 0. I started that fight saying they don't have Curtain Call Right of the Arcane, they don't need it, and then they managed to come back up. Those are not short CDs. Oh, tower's gone. Who cares? It's Ziggs. Something
that'll happen, yeah.
Yeah, it just happens to the best of us. Those ultis coming up at the perfect time to finish off very low health bars and put a ton of pressure on the side of Gravity to make a move.
Yeah, feels like that was potentially a really big inflection point in this game. I really favor lane 0's position now being on Mountain Soul points. I feel like they're in a great spot. And Archer is just incredibly strong on this Trundle. I mean, the Trundle is going to fall off eventually, right? But on 2 items right now, feeling very, very powerful. We're going to find Larry on a little bit of an invade right now. The Rel does manage to crash away. No harm, no foul there.
Item-wise, that is a second item Rabadon's. Holy cow, that is a bet on yourself moment. With the Dark Seal too, this is Griffin a gamble. Usually you see Rabadon's come out minimum, like earliest 3rd item. It's not really great to get a 30% boost to your AP when it's pretty low relatively. I mean, it's 230 right now, so it's not a nothing boost.
Certainly. I mean, it's still going to be some decent value there. And particularly against champions with not a lot of HP and not a lot of magic resist. You know, looking at the Ziggs, the way the Jace, all going to be very susceptible to that Xerath burst on these 2 items. So I do think that's a pretty solid option for Griffin here.
Ooh, the Bloodletters is kind of what I'm looking at now. That is a legendary item picked up by Ord, a team player. You don't get the your cool magic penetration item. It doesn't get to be like the Crypt Bloom for healing. It doesn't get to be the 40% magic penetration item. You get to be the Black Cleaver of your team.
Yeah, it is basically AP Black Cleaver. Makes sense when you've got the Xerath there. Going to benefit a lot from the additional shred on the MR. Eddie now, potentially going to get run down by the Trundle. Thundering Blow is going to be there. Ooh, there's the Deadly Flourish, though, and Eddie is just going to get taken down. Lane 0 making it look pretty easy and a man advantage now. Teleport for Ord on the Rumble as well. They could potentially look to start up an Otacon. Would be a little bit risky. Eddie going in, or Eclipse rather, going in with the headbutt. Larry undeterred, moving forward once again. Going to be able to get that control ward down in the Otacon pit. So they have information for the side of Gravity. Griffin trying to move over as well.
Where's Ord going to teleport in? Or is he just going to take
the Rumble. Still holding on to that teleport. Hex Flash in for Larry. Looking for the off angle. Ooh. Eclipse does find the headbutt pulled onto 2. Gandhi chunked down to half. Finds the counter strike onto Archer, but the Trundle immediately going to turn it around. Right, the Arcane now does come out from the Xerath. There's going to be Eclipse who goes down first. Otacon going down extremely low. The Jax does get taken down barely in time as Ord does get up here eventually. And is going to be the objective over to lane 0. And they are picking up the kills as well. 2 for 1 in the fight.
Oh, that was... Maybe it looked like there was an angle where lane 0, oh my god, my brain is scrambled, sorry. Where lane 0 we're gonna get pushed out. You saw how low Archer was getting on that Trundle as reset does not get canceled there. Oops. But they were kind of pushing him out of the pit actually, and had him decently chunked because Otacon is a beast of a damage dealer. They just never really had an angle to jump onto the Trundle, force either a panic 50-50 or just try to kill the guy. And the range from this Xerath, from the Jhin, just playing from pretty far away. Also Eclipse. I feel like I need to give Eclipse so many props there because was just staring down 2 to 4 members of the enemy team at a time and just running into them. Speaking of running into them...
Larry not able to get over the wall. The Rel is just going to get barbecued. Does flash away, stays alive for now. And now it's Eclipse who's potentially in trouble. Doesn't have the Alistar ultimate back quite yet. There's the Severing Bolt. And he's going to burn down to the double dot. And that should be the first Dragon over to Gravity.
That is oh, they thought they had it. They really wanted this Rel. They were like free pick before Drake. And then just the turnaround. It's pretty quick, but the words are coming to me. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it was Larry. It looked like he was in a lot of trouble there. Managed to flash away on just that sliver of health. And the fact that Eclipse didn't have the Unbreakable Will back yet ended up being critical there. There was a nice turnaround in that moment from Gravity. They're still not really in a great spot in this game. They've got a big mountain to climb to try to get themselves back into this one. Even though the gold difference isn't that substantial, but really, I mean, the Otacon gives so much value that the gold difference is not really representative of the power differential between these teams right now.
You can see the damage, like, just how much they put into Eclipse immediately on that punish. Discipline and Krasia, if they get the opportunity, and Eddie as well, if Eddie wants to throw an Accelerate Chop Blast, like, if they can find a way to just layer both the Ziggs and the Hui damage on top of someone, they will just die. Like, that is 2.5 item Ziggs, 2.5 item Hui. They will just fall over and have to give so much space, and or kills as well, if they do have enough to get beyond just a posture and position advantage.
All right. Now we are going to have a little bit of downtime again, most likely. You know, quite a while until that next Dragon is going to be able to join us. Baron is live on the map now. But, you know, particularly for the side of lane 0, I don't think they're really going to be feeling too much pressure to try to force that Baron right now. if anything, perhaps Gravity, feeling like if they could get a Baron set up, then that would give them enough control to
They don't have
potentially
DPS
guarantee
though.
the next dragon as well. But yeah, that's a good point. It is a pretty slow Baron, as they don't really have an 80 carry to shred through it.
Like you have Jax, who's not bad damage, but Ziggs not, and even Jace, not really known for their objective clear.
So, yeah, Scuttle Crab gonna get taken by Archer here.
Almost,
Almost sniped away, yeah, by Discipline, but it's gonna go over to the Trundle.
How did Larry get rooted there?
Deadly Flourish.
Well, I know they're like Deadly Flourish, but just was like, I guess, I forgot Luden's technically counts for Deadly Flourish.
Oh, yeah.
That is a very chunked Krasia, and you could see kind of the issue with the Xerath on the enemy team, just from way downtown, constantly throwing Arcano Pulses, especially with the blue buff, just never runs out of mana.
Right, yeah, it's so annoying to try and deal with as the side of Gravity.
Dude, that's doing like, it's doing so much more than it should, even to Larry. I guess Larry's not super tanky because even though Rel is inherently tanky, still support budget, so no real items coming through, but just, it feels like it's doing way more than it should at some points.
You can see Lane Zero really trying to get this damage down to potentially force Gravity off the map. And now you can see they are considering the Baron. It's just under 28 minutes. They're going to start up the Nash. Some nice control over this river right now. Eclipse just standing guard. The Banana Brush, it's not a particularly fast Baron, but there's no contest coming out just yet from Gravity. The poke not landing from either the Chase or the Ziggs. Mega Inferno Bomb there used to check the objective. Gandhi is chunked so low on this Jax. Larry is going to go in for the engage. It's only on the Alistar. The Eclipse finding the flash pull onto 2. The Baron is going to get taken. The right of the Arcane and the Curtain Call now coming out from the side of Lane Zero. Gandhi has already fallen, and Larry's going to get picked off here as well. Nowhere for the Rel to go. Bondi unstoppable on the Jhin. Discipline likely going to be going down here as well. The way trying to retreat towards the bottom part of the map. There's a little bit of covering fire coming out from Eddie with a wraparound for Archer. And Discipline's running out. Oh, wow, yeah. Finding a Griffin there with a Severing Bolt. But the way is going to get taken down as well. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 fight, plus the Baron over to Lane Zero. And now that gold lead looking a little bit more substantial.
And while it is still a slow Baron, as you mentioned, Jhin Trundle not the fastest Baron. It's still faster than what I'm struggling with Gravity, with what Gravity would have been able to pull off still. And just the control that Eclipse and Griffin are able to exert throughout, just the lack of vision, just having no vision, not knowing where Eclipse could be standing anywhere, could just be an engage that leads you to your death. It's just insane how much control that just a Xerath and an Alistar with no vision on them can exert and allow I think that was a minute and a half or something, Baron to go down to the point where Gravity, I mean, you know that if you don't answer, you're going to have such a big issue if you give away a free Baron. They had to try and engage, and it definitely was not the best angle. They just had to try and find something to maybe get in the pit, and now Drake on the table as the poke just never stops. Holy cow.
They started it up again by Lane Zero, and they're burning this one down pretty quickly. Gandhi is on the flank angle. They're going to push Larry away on the Rel. Another good ultimate coming out from the Xerath. Gandhi not able to steal away the objective. Larry does find the Magnet Storm onto 3. But it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Fourth shot takes down the Rel. Engage onto Krasia. Zig splashes away, stays alive. Gandhi on the re-engage to try to cover for the escape of the carries. Ends up sacrificing himself, and now Archer flashing forward, wanted to chase down the little things. The satchel doesn't get him the distance, and that is going to be kill number 6 for Archer. 6, 0, and 9 on the Trundle with a maxed out bounty. 0 deaths on Bondi's Jhin as well. This has turned into a pretty dominant game for Lane Zero.
They just kind of a wallet div, a bit of a we're up 6,000 gold and you can't really do anything to stop us situation, but also it's just so hard to walk into this comp. Maybe they've overextended a little. His body's caught.
Oh, there could be the first death for the Jhin. I guess that one's on me. Sorry about that, Bondi.
Caster Curse always comes through. They got the turret, so Inhib is exposed. There's not really anything on the map for for Gravity to really pull themselves back into this game with at the moment. They're gonna have to wait quite a bit. There's like Bondi going down is cool and all for 1,000 gold, but there's not much you can do with it besides maybe reestablish some farm positions.
Yeah. Now, you know, with Mountain Soul having gone over, really does feel like a miracle is going to be needed for Gravity to try to get back into this game. You know, there's always the potential if you can get the Elder Dragon. It's kind of like the great equalizer, right? But definitely easier said than done. Feels like Lane Zero's objective control overall in this game has been quite solid.
Insane damage. Does have the magic pen, so we are probably, I don't know what the third item is going to be for, or fourth item is going to be for Griffin. You can build kind of anything you want, but Shadow Flame for Ord does get to build a damage item for at least one of his item slots, I guess. It feels nice.
Yeah. Be able to, again, a lot of squishy members on the side of Gravity, so should be able to burn him out pretty quickly. Larry gonna get engaged on Discipline, the target of Griffin with that Red of the Arcane, but some nice footwork from the Wake does get hit by that last shot. The Equalizer comes down, and that's gonna do it. Ord on a spree now as well.
That is the danger of this just super long. I forgot how long the range collateral damage had. Just sometimes you forget you could throw this thing down from like 1,000 units away.
We're going to see Eddie doing a little bit of work in the side lane. NA Jace doing his best to keep up the pressure as they found Griffin here in the mid lane. There's a Magnet Storm onto 2. Eclipse trying to defend the mid laner, but will be unsuccessful as Gracia takes down the Xerath. Now Eclipse Unbreakable Will running. Should be able to get away here. Gandhi not able to catch up with the leap strike.
So it feels like maybe trying to do too many things at once right now for Lane Zero. They got a lead. They're trying to exert as much pressure as they can on the map right now, but a bit overzealous. Yeah. They did get that nice kill, of course, onto Discipline with the insane range they have right now with the Right of the Arcane. The Deadly Flourish didn't end up connecting, but that didn't matter. And then they throw down the collateral. But definitely don't need to try and do everything at once. Like, there was no real pressure to be up there for Griffin right now. Especially knowing that Eddie's on the reset as... Okay, I thought it was going to be Lane Zero face checking into the side of Gravity, but it looks like it might be the other way around.
I see the team's jostling as Baron is coming up again in about 15 seconds here, so Gravity not wanting to give over another one of those, at least not without a fight. As the Pulverize not going to find Larry. Eclipse going to get stunned momentarily, but Mountain Soul again be doing a lot of work for Lane Zero here. There's the flash in for Eclipse. Finds 2 with the engage. Griffin flashes away from the grasping maw. Stays alive for now. The Curtain Call doing a ton of work. And it's going to be 2 kills to open up the fight for Lane Zero, including Gandhi going down there. Means that there's nothing that Gravity can realistically do about this Baron take. Maybe even Zigzult is on cooldown. It's just going to go over to Lane Zero. Maybe they could get an exit kill or 2. No. Eddie moving in aggressively, and he's just going to get engaged on and pop like a balloon. Good night, Jace. Discipline now once again on the wrong side of the rift.
Nice teleport. So maybe
he's going to get pillared. And I think he's going to try to flash away. He is, I think, must be looking for the teleport angle, but
trying to pull his back up though. Oh yeah, and you have Eclipse on you now? No.
It's not going to happen.
You're beyond dead. Sorry, Discipline.
Wasting some time. Yeah. So it is going to be 4 kills, I believe, in the extended play for Lane Zero to go along with their second Baron buff. And they probably should be able to close things out pretty soon. Again, Griffin very far up, but does find a nice shocking orb onto Larry to keep himself alive.
I don't know how Eclipse keeps getting away with these engages, honestly. It feels like it should be illegal at this point. He's found so many 2-man pulverizes on the only... Oh, no, you can't be up there, buddy.
Too deep there, yeah. A little bit. He delved too greedily and too deep for that vision. And he awakened Eclipse, who was able to smite him down.
That's your engage champ right before Elder, even though you probably were going to have to hand it away anyways.
Oh, we can see Gandhi is going to catch Bondi a little bit alone in the side lane here. Even with Mountain Soul, I don't think Jin wins this 1v1. Does he actually win the 1v1? The jump forward and Gandhi is going to win out just barely. But now the jungler is going to be going down once again here. Gandhi already used the flash to get that kill. Does find another leap strike, and he's gonna lead lane 0 on a little adventure now. The flash forward for Ord, and now Gandhi is gonna die to the minions. Okay.
Okay. Don't think you need to burn the flash there, but you get the job done. But this has actually bought a lot of time for Eddie and Discipline to try and sneak up into this banana brush to possibly find a pick. And they get it.
A pick they will find. Archer, meanwhile, was just on the objective.
43.
Now Discipline and Eddie are going to potentially get a collapse on Eclipse.
No.
Going to find yet another engage. Discipline going to get taken down first. Eddie back over the wall with the blast cone. Dragon reset. Larry goes in with the engage. Where's the follow-up, though? Eddie's going to be...
Crage has already been slammed.
Larry explodes. And the Jace is going to get taken down next. He doesn't have enough damage to take down anybody. And that is going to be the Elder Dragon with 4 in the Death Chamber for Gravity. And Krasia nowhere nearby.
Yeah, I think they were expecting, because Krasia was there to start the play, so I thought Larry was hoping there was going to be some bombs to follow it up, but Krasia was already chunked before that was happening because he was in a poke war. Because he was already trying to get some poke down to possibly get Orden, Brain fried. But wrong team, absolutely wrong team to get Eddie and Discipline possibly some space, but he lost out on that. And then I guess Larry trying maybe Eddie has an absolute pop-off. If Eddie picks up like 2, we could deny Elder possibly. Wait for next fight, turn it around, but it is getting insanely hard. This Trundle's not falling off, I fear. A little too fed to fall off, sadly.
Does feel that way, yes. 12-0 and 10 now for Archer.
Holy cow.
It's really been just indomitable in this game.
The Indomitable Snowman.
Or Troll, in this case. Indomitable Snowman Trundle skin?
Never,
perhaps?
Unfortunately. Trundle's not popular enough to get skins anymore.
Ah, that's right. Well, he is popular enough to take a bot lane inner turret. And we'll see if they're going to get any more here. Here comes the Right of the Arcane. Elder buff on, remember, and there it is.
Krasia was dodging for a bit.
Is just going to die from like 75% health. Deadly Push going to connect on the Larry as well. The Rel does have flash to get away, if only for a moment. The inhibitor will fall, and mid inhibitor exposed as well. That's going to be 2 inhibs down for Gravity as Lane 0 close in on a Game 1 victory. Nexus turrets now in their sights. No Ziggs to try to clear these waves. Larry going to go for the Hail Mary engage. The Magnet Storm not really going to find any value. Even the accelerated shock blast from Eddie just hitting these Mountain Soul members, not really doing too much.
This is depressing. They got 10 seconds until they get the Ziggs back up. Maybe they get stalled, but the Elder is still taking in Larry.
The Unbreakable Will running. Is going to be able to soak up that turret, no problem. Alistar doing a great job there of leading the charge. Another engage from Eclipse. The flash pulverize into the headbutt, and the Elder Dragon lasers start to rain down. Gandhi going to be one of the last to fall. Krasia left on the fountain. They're going to try to get the Ziggs as well. Bondi doesn't quite have enough range. There's the Arcanal Pulse, the Elder Dragon. There it is. It's the Deadly Flourish from Bondi that gets it done. It's going to be a 40-minute game here to start out our best of 5. Lane 0 take the first Nexus.
Holy cow. I mean, if you showed me how that game was going early for Lane 0, I would not have predicted it goes 40 minutes for them to close it out, but there were definitely moments where it was Gravity fighting back. Like, it definitely wasn't just Lane 0 constantly winning until a certain degree where it was just too little too late, but Gravity definitely had some plays, but they're gonna need a lot more than a couple plays to win this series, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. It felt like, particularly the bot lane for Lane 0, I think we're doing a great job keeping up the pressure, in that 2v2, or at least having pressure when they needed it, right? And obviously Archer on that Trundle was just an absolute menace. Ended with 13 kills, 13-0 and 12. I feel like it's between Archer and Eclipse for our Game 1 POG. What do you reckon?
I would love to say Eclipse, but I think Archer was just so busy everywhere doing everything. Eclipse had incredible engages throughout the entire game, definitely, and some incredible saves on those 3v2s in the bot side. but just the presence Archer had throughout the entirety of the game, whether it was ganks or team fights or really just those two things, honestly. I don't think there was much else, unfortunately. Also, those 50-50s, two 50-50s, one. I feel like Archer just made a
Yeah,
perfect case for
yeah.
game MVP. Deathlit, like everything is going in this guy's favor right now.
Yeah, I'm never really going to argue with the jungle POG vote. I'm definitely happy to give it to Archer here. The one really scary moment for me, I think, in this game was around the Otacon. That was extremely close. They were able to take down Gandhi at like the last possible second to make sure that Archer was going to be able to lock away that objective. That was very, very close, though. For the most part, Lane Zero definitely had some great objective setups here, and they were the ones able to better utilize, all of the range that they had with this composition. So credit to them. Definitely a pretty strong start to the series. And I think we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back for Game 2 draft. See you there. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are jumping straight into this Game 2 Champ Select. Looks like we are going to be swapping sides for this game. Gravity Nebula going to opt to move over to that red side to try to even up the series.
He is a new ban here, as you can see, even with the side swaps, bans didn't really swap, actually. They've stolen the Wukong ban away, and now they've stolen the Mbessa, so Gravity, they know who to worry about, unfortunately, on this patch.
Yeah, definitely. Not wanting to give over that Wukong seems like that would be a pretty premier B1 pick, and the Ambessa as well, getting banned away on red side 2 games in a row now.
I'm intrigued by the Mbessa bans coming in from the red side. I know, yes, Mbessa is stupidly strong, and even through, I don't even know if she's been adjusted since maybe the fall, but I guess it is still technically fall. Thanks, Loki.
Hearing that Ambessa jungle apparently is a
yes,
possibility.
Mbessa jungle and Mbessa top, very still strong. So I guess, yes, you do want to worry about that as an ADC ban in this economy? We had like 8 jungle bans last round, so this is news to me.
So a lot of things being left open here. The Kindred, the Nocturne, the Gwen, all available.
Oh no, it's back. It returns. Everyone's favorite. Oh wait, no, we can't. The Ashe is gone. Dang it.
Yeah, surely there's another marksman that uses a bow and arrow, right?
No, we can't go back to everyone's favorite meta, Ashe, Varus, Zeri, Yumi.
Wait, wasn't that Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Lulu?
It was a
Was
few
that?
other ADC pairings, I do remember. I think Ash
Okay,
Varus was during that time. It might have been after, but it was, oh boy. Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yumi,
interesting.
and Ash. Anyone with
Well,
Lulu, honestly. Very annoying.
the Sivir coming through as a response is pretty
Hmm.
surprising to me. Gonna get heavily outranged by the Varus in the laning phase.
But you're out
Right,
lane clear. Wave clear. That's the word.
yeah, yeah, for sure. So there's the Xin Zhao. We were talking about him a little bit earlier.
Alive Zahen.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and by the way, Kimchi, we did get an update that Zahan is indeed disabled for Masters for all of playoffs. So we don't have to worry about that. All good there.
But we could have had him. Other leagues have him. We could have had him.
And I'm glad that we don't.
Honestly,
Moving
I'm
on.
glad for the game integrity. I'm glad we don't have him. But also, like, the
Exactly.
content. The content. Oh, God. Ew. This is gross.
Um,
This is gross.
okay, so Lane Zero making a statement here. They want a bot lane priority. Sivir be damned.
What jungle are they going to pick then for that? Because, I mean, definitely would want someone who can really either utilize dive potential or would just love, well, that's someone who loves dive to potential and also would just love to drag the bot lane up to insta clear dragon.
It is a little bit surprising because the Xin Zhao is really a strong answer into the J4. So it definitely feels like lane zero Archer here is picking for composition, not necessarily for that jungle matchup. So we'll see how that does end up going. Obviously it does feel really strong into the Sivir, who doesn't have any dashes in the kit. So the Cataclysm can be really powerful, but the Bard could then allow the Sivir to journey out of those Cataclysms. So. That is a nice little bit of tech. We'll see
Let's
if we see that come into
go.
play.
Bard Gaming, Chong, you really wish you were here.
Shout out to
You re-
Chung.
Chong really wishes he was here now because he also owes Loki. Oh boy, is Loki gonna chew him out in 3 days? And Bard Gaming on top of it, like you avoid Loki's wrath and you get Bard. That's incredible. But Syndra going to be banned away. So now that the jungles are gone, we don't need to ban a billion junglers. We can actually focus on mid lanes as Anivia. That's an interesting one to see taken away.
Yeah, definitely. That was left untouched last game. The Syndra was banned away, or no, Syndra actually was open last game as
Syndra is
well.
open too. I'm not seeing Anivia on the side of or sorry, wrong mid laner. No, I am seeing Anivia. Okay, I'm seeing some Anivia on Discipline side. I'm not seeing a Syndra on the side of Griffin, however. But Syndra is
Interesting.
kind of one of those champions every mid laner has buried into their back pocket after she fell out of meta a few years ago. So you just gotta fear it if it ever comes back into rotation.
Casio band's pretty intriguing, and not really. I don't really feel like there would be an insane amount of value from the miasma, given what Lane Zero currently have. But maybe that is, just another
Just another
comfort
hyper
pick
carry.
that
Could
they're wanting to get rid of.
could also just be fearing another hyper carry. Sivir Cassio, very strong team fight.
Now the R4 for Gravity. Will they want to blind mid or top here?
I mean, it kind of seems like they wanted to blind mid with all these bans, as that is no one. They
Zillion?
what? Why?
Zillion? Blind Zillion mid in game 2? Alright.
Have we learned
That's a
nothing from
choice.
FlyQuest?
Yeah, at least
Like,
FlyQuest waited till game 5.
I like that even
Alright.
on Drafter it says none. Thanks, Drafter.
Well, I mean, Xin Zhao does like to receive buffs. And,
Good
and
fix.
Zillion has those. So
Good fix, Loki. But now you're into the Galio, so you've invented a new problem for yourself by inviting
wow.
Galio into the game.
And Galio Jarvan feels really threatening. That is
With
a
the
very nice
Varus
combo.
too? Oh. This is kind of nasty.
And now lane 0 are gonna have to blind pick top lane. So I mean, some more Wombo combo for the team fight feels like it would be a nice addition here.
Ooh,
They're
that's
gonna
good.
go for the Aatrox. All right, you like the Aatrox here?
You don't really have the Rumble anymore because you took it already, which would have been really nice with this comp. But the Aatrox just kind of doesn't... Not everything needs to operate in the Cataclysm. thankfully, and this is an extended fight team. Like, you have the Karma, you have potentially Jarvan, depending on the build Jarvan goes. Usually it's a bit more bruisery, Galio, and then Aatrox on top of that to just have this extended fight. So you don't need to rely heavily on a Varus. Oh, and with the Scion on the enemy team, that's nice too. But you don't need to rely on Varus
Oh,
Jarvan for all your engage. You could just try to beat the crap out of the enemy team. We've seen 2G2 Aatrox sufferings, where he just Q3s the entire team.
interesting, interesting. There are a couple of really strange decisions here. Particularly, I am left kind of scratching my head at this Scion last pick. I mean,
I don't get it
isn't
either.
Aatrox a Scion counter?
Yeah, he just wins eventually because doesn't matter how big your health bar gets. That's just more healing for Aatrox eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Gravity just felt like they needed a little bit more frontline, right? They really only had the Xin Zhao up to this
But
point in terms of frontline, but
like Mundo, could have took Mundo here. It's not a ton of lockdown, which Sion does provide, but like Mundo, even the Shen, Ornn is
I'm
available if you
thinking,
wanted lockdown. Like Ornn is
yeah,
a
maybe
big lockdown
Ornn.
champion.
Yeah. And
Kassadin
the
is
other thing I'm
awesome.
kind of worried about for Gravity here is I feel like they have a very short range composition, right? Like their only ranged characters are like Sivir and Zillion, and obviously Bard, I guess. But like,
He's not providing
really,
damage.
Sivir is doing the majority of your damage here, and I feel like she's going to be really susceptible to getting engaged on. It's like, we'll have to see if the Xin Zhao and the Scion are going to be able to create enough space for the Sivir to do the damage that's necessary for Gravity to win out in these fights.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see Gravity over rely on this Xin Zhao, I believe. I fear, honestly. Because lane 0, again, get another heavy poke comp. Galio, Karma, Varus, all very capable of poke. Good hard engage and commits to fights. Good long fights with the Galio and the Aatrox. It's just going to be really hard to topple this team from such a short range. Like, if Sivir gets jumped on, you have no damage. That is kind of the big concern for this team.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. And I am liking the Aatrox here as well because I felt like we were almost going to be in kind of a similar situation for lane 0, right? Where they were going to be relying mostly on this Varus to do the damage. Assuming that Galio is probably going to be building full tank. That's normally what we see in these 5v5 custom games. And at the pro level as well, right? Usually we just see the full tank Galio come out. Jarvan's not really going to be contributing a significant amount of damage either. So taking the Aatrox there on B5, I think does kind of really help provide that additional threat for lane 0 to give them a couple of options in terms of how they want to play out these fights. Whereas, like we've been talking about, for Gravity, it really does all kind of come down to the Sivir.
I like the Bard. I like Bard's Xin Zhao. I like Bard with heavy gank jungles because you roam, you basically become your jungler's new best friend as you leave your ADC alone every once in a while. But who are you accelerating in this game is the problem. Usually you do this with like a carry mid lane, but like Zillion is okay damage, but he's not a carry like you'd want to accelerate like a Victor or a Syndra or Rise, which you wish you kind of had at this point. Actually, Rise would have been really nice, even with its short range, a lot of damage. But I don't think
Yeah,
Zillion's replacing that damage from any real carry any real carry mid. Unfortunately, I guess you have the revive. That's kind of your one thing. You have revive and tempered fate to
yeah,
really mess with the enemy team.
yeah. But the enemy team, I mean, lane 0, it's not like they just have like a one-shot composition where they have like just a bunch of burst damage to kill one person. It's like their damage is pretty consistent, honestly. Well, we'll see if the Varus ends up going lethality or on hit. I mean, if they're really just playing for bot lane priority in the early game, then lethality would obviously make more sense. But on hit, of course, is the stronger scaling option, and would probably be a better answer into the Zillion specifically, as well as the Scion.
Maybe I mean, if gravity can make it work, then it doesn't really matter. But it's just a very interesting angle to answer the comp that we are seeing out from lane 0. Definitely.
I like what you were just talking about, how like the Syndra could have been really good here. Like I wonder if Gravity had just taken the Syndra on R4, right? I think I would like their composition way more.
Because then that's like you could justify roaming for a Syndra, because Syndra has so many scaling options and is also eventually just becomes this one-shot machine in the late game. It's like Zillion has good CC and he has a revive, he annoys the enemy team, but I don't think annoying the enemy team wins you games, sadly.
Not usually.
Maybe if you're Teemo. Pro Teemo players.
Sure. Yeah. Did you see the Red Bull Homeground finals?
No, I did not see League
Somebody
of
was
Our
playing Teemo.
That sounds amazing.
Who was it? Who was playing the team? I can't remember right now. Anyways, what's your
Teemo
prediction for
gamer.
game 2, Kimchi?
I mean, it has to be lane 0. I mean, I saw an angle where Gravity won the last game. If they can sync up their spells, I don't see an angle this game. It's just going to be so hard to cut through pretty much all of the threats on lane 0. And what is your range? Your range is so awkward in this game.
Yeah. I mean, I think they do still have some outs. You know, the Jin Zhao is gonna kind of be king of the jungle early on. Maybe he's gonna be able to find some big early advantages for Gravity, and they do have pretty strong scaling as well with the Sivir, the Zillion, and the Scion, right? I think they will actually eventually outscale if this game also ends up going pretty late. But I think what Lane Zero have is pretty threatening, is pretty scary, and they've got the momentum after game 1 as well. So we'll see if Gravity are going to be able to tie things up with a little bit of that unorthodox mid lane pick, or if it's going to be Lane Zero going up to an early match point. We'll see you on the Rift for game number 2. All right, everybody, welcome back on to the good old Rift of Summoning for game number 2. You have swapped sides for this one. Lane Zero over on the blue side this time around after picking up the win in game number 1. Gravity Nebula on red, going for the 5-man play in the bot push. And Eclipse is going to walk right into it. That is going to be a dead farm. Going to start things out at first blood exactly where they want it on Kraja's Sivir.
Well, that's one way to circumvent your potential issues. Just get Kraja an early kill. Should just go into, the boots. Everyone's favorite item to go. It's going to make laning a little bit easier, dodging a little bit easier, but no crazy advantage, sadly. It's not a free
No
double
crazy advantage, would you say?
And we are done.
And that's all, folks.
Roll credits. They do at least get this ward to spot out a potential topside start, or I guess just spot out where Gandhi is starting. Does it Yes, it should survive to even check a Raptors. Not an invade, but it will survive to see if he does start his own Raptors, but they are none the wiser to this.
No information at all for lane 0. On this early invade, Gandhi potentially going to be looking to split the map here.
You can already see the pings coming down. They know. They saw the ward come down from Eddie on the top side, so they know that there's some invade shenanigans going on. You saw the ping come down from Archer, I believe, to go here on the enemy red.
We did see a nice early empowered inner flame from Eclipse there, so it's a little bit of damage onto Kraja for the early lane phase, but Bondi chunked out pretty heavily here as well. There's an early magical journey from Larry, gonna find the Cosmic Binding onto the Varus.
That is kind of the upside of being Bard in this matchup. You're just allowed to be as aggressive as you want. Like, you're not worried about getting CC'd by Karma or really trading damage. Holy cow, Larry, you're hitting these. This is kind of crazy.
Yeah, a bit of a maestro on the Bard, it seems.
Chong would be proud.
And now here's Gandhi. Bondi about half HP with the wave coming in. They're going to try to clear out as much of this as possible, but they're not really successful. Gandhi now, they're going to look for the play. Bondi flashes, still gets stunned. Larry does die to the tower,
Wait, hold
but
on.
it's going to be Eclipse on the Karma, who picks up the kill credit. It is just a 1-for-1, but some more golden XP going to be denied from Bondi. And they did get the flash out from the Varus there as well. He's running the teleport, actually, on the Varus. That's pretty interesting.
Wants to get lane. Focused on the lane. Oh. No, Griffin, it's okay. You threw up the emote. It's all good.
See, I'm getting a lot of stuttering here early on, unfortunately, in the Discord stream.
Let's
But it
see.
did
That
get
was
better.
what happened last game, so...
Yeah, it did get better over the course of last game, though. So hopefully...
The stream quality is scaling.
Exactly. The Decimating Smash, nice. They're going to be found by Eddie. And we are going to see that vertical jungle in full effect. Archer did move into that, red side top quadrant, took away all of those camps. So the junglers are going to be keeping pace with one another. Still a really nice early advantage found by Gandhi. Some really intelligent map play. Eddie is getting dunked a little bit right now. There is the Q3 as well. The Scion going to be pushed back underneath the tower, but does still have...
Wait, Bondi has no flash. No, they called off the play. Okay.
Gandhi is still in the area, but Archer, it looks like, able to take the Raptor respawn. And so now... Oh, Gandhi, the Raptors aren't dead quite yet.
Oh,
as Eddie has not gone for the recall, the Raptors will be secured by Archer, who now has a one-camp lead in the jungle. And with the knowledge of both junglers' positioning, Ward is going to go for a little bit of proxying. Yes!
I'm a big enjoyer.
Justice punch forward for Griffin. Discipline, no mana. Enough mana for a little bit of a speed boost, I guess.
Enough mana to throw the speed boost, because if you throw a bomb, you're kind of wasting your spells, sadly, as Eddie's going to die wave intentionally.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, he's going to be able to clear out that minion wave as a zombie. Larry going to have to flash away from a hail of arrows. That's a little bit awkward.
So, much better
Hits us with a thumbs up, though.
Does give us a thumbs up. Always important to let people know that you are okay.
Yeah.
But much better early game so far. I mean, infinitely better early game. You got first blood on a cheeky little 5-man bot lane for the side of Gravity.
There's going to be a teleport back out into lane for Eddie and immediately takes a little bit of damage. But honestly, given about as good as he's taken right now, there is the level 6 for Ward on the Aatrox. But I imagine Eddie is pretty close to that as well.
Can they have the XP bars that they use in Pro Play to
the spectator client?
I mean, it'll probably break the spec client knowing how this thing goes, but you know what? Eventually,
we're be careful what we ask for.
It'll work itself out eventually. Like, we have streamer mode now, and it doesn't break the game or break spec mode anymore. So yeah, we can get nice things. Eventually, they'll work.
There is the level 6 for Eddie. Our first dragon been alive for about a minute now. Nobody willing to make a move towards that just yet. You see Gandhi's moving back down towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, because of Gandhi's positioning, actually, they've completely nullified the potential advantage from this heavy poke bot lane to get shoved, and Griffin drops another cannon. I don't want to talk about it.
Bondi gonna take a little bit of damage there, but Larry not in position to punish.
Ooh, Discipline maybe gets a stun, doesn't go for it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like a slower early game does favor Gravity, right? With this composition, they're just kind of able to scale for 3 through the mid game. That would be good news for them. But Eddie, in a lot of trouble, does have the ultimate to try to maybe get away from the world. They're coming out first, and Horde just destroys that Scion. Bondi gonna get jumped on, and that is still number 3 for Krasia Sivir, who is getting very fed very early in this game.
Yeah, that is how you completely circumvent this potential slow pace, is getting ahead, especially Sivir, like the slowest pace champion to ever exist, needs a billion items to function. Like, just get her a bunch of kills. Problem solved. But in the top side, we're maybe going to see a problem start. Or
now just Eddie getting back to lane with the Scion.
I know, not the ulti. I meant given how the lane will continue to go, because we see the investment. Like, we know that the win con for them is this Sivir getting super fed and hyper carrying the game. which does mean Ord is kind of free to do whatever, as Griffin slowed.
Is Griffin in trouble?
Ooh.
The Justice Punch is going to be blocked by Gandhi. The Galio does have to flash away from the double bomb, so Summoner down for the lane 0 mid laner.
And it's AP. It's gonna be AP Galio.
Oh, wow, it is AP Galio. Interesting.
You can kind of afford to. You're naturally tanky, and you don't. It doesn't need to be full AP as we've seen. You can go kind of hybrid and get the best of both worlds. Especially, it could also just be something like Leandry's, which is an AP item in name only. I swear. Like that's a tank.
Yeah,
item,
it could just be like Leandry's into tank. That could definitely be the case.
As Celebratory Penguin, Discipline has successfully cleared the wave. Ooh, nice
Archer gonna be able to find the cube, but Larry just gonna be able to draw. Oh, there's the Cataclysm. No journey left for Bard, and there comes the hero's entrance from Griffin as well. They're gonna be able to secure that kill onto Larry, and Krasia getting zoned off an entire wave here as well. Discipline moving over to try to escort the Sivir back to the turret.
I was gonna say,
Gonzi able to get all 3 of those Void Grubs. In the meantime, that does mean both of the early neutrals are gonna go over to Gravity.
Big advantage in terms of tempo. They do just need one more dragon in about 3 minutes to get the feats of strength, get those upgraded booties. But the tide seems to be turning, because now that they've kind of adjusted to the early aggression that they're throwing down, is
Larry. Look for a binding on a Bondi once again here. My stream is frozen right now.
Missed it. Discipline's
there
here.
There is the root.
Oh, stun doesn't connect. They get the stun, they get the kill.
Yeah, but they weren't quite able to find it that time. And now here comes Archer to protect Bali. There's a flash for the inner flame. Discipline does get out the Zillion ultimate in time. Here comes Larry once again. Does find a stun on the Bondi this time around. But now the Bard is all out of mobility. And the fact that Archer was ready to counter gank this time around is the difference. Another kill onto Larry. I believe it was a Bondi who was able to get the last hit on that one.
And again, they've adapted, so the aggression is being responded to in kind, especially knowing that Ord is completely safe. I think they knew that from the start of the game. It's why they were so willing to match these plays once they got the vertical jungle finished. Like, you kind of know that Sion's not beating an Aatrox ever, so it's pretty safe to leave him on the island, even with Gandhi hanging out there sometimes. As, oh, this might just be a free
he has ult and flash. He shouldn't die here.
Didn't even need to
flash. Yeah, it's just going to be able to walk it off. Just Sion things.
Where are we in this? We have a Dark Seal started. No, that is not going to be Leandry's. Okay.
Wow, yeah. Looks like Griffin is going
Rocket Belt.
Full AP on the Galio, yeah. But surprising, but...
It's not super surprising. Even Faker goes AP. Come on.
I did say just a little bit surprising.
A little bit. Fair enough. Only a little bit surprising. These are mostly solo queue players, so not very surprising at all, honestly.
Fair enough. We do have another dragon in 90 seconds. That is going to be either a Chemtech or a Hextech. Thank you, spectator client, for keeping us in suspense. There, it's going to be Hextech. You can see there in the dragon pit. And Archer, alongside Eclipse, trying to clear out this vision. They're not quite able to get that ward on the Pixel Brush. That vision will stick for Gravity.
A single blade going over to Eddie as well, so slowly getting to the true win con of Sion, which is never winning lane. It's getting towers. Oh.
Griffin not able to find Discipline with the taunt there. Zillion able to scoot away to safety.
That's not going to get annoying anytime soon. The infinite move speed glitch. Oh, yeah. Nice combo.
Yeah, but Eddie is, you know, he's just not taking that much damage. He's just existing as Sion. He doesn't even have like a Bramble Vest or anything. Usually you see that into the Aatrox matchup, right, for Sion. You rush the early Brambles Vest to reduce the healing and help win out on the trades, but Eddie is just kind of like taking the beating and surviving for the most part. We've seen a couple of that one solo kill for Ord, but Eddie has been doing a decent job of navigating this pretty difficult matchup, honestly.
Yeah, he does just have to kind of sack a lot of gold and minions and soul furnaces, but that is worthwhile if you're not dying every single time you go back to lane and getting this Aatrox even more fed.
All right, Dragon started up now by Gravity. So we do see Archer is in the area towards the mid lane right now. As they're going to be pushed off the Dragons. Gravity pushed back into their jungle temporarily as Lane Zero move in to retake some control over the river. But they're not going to be able to stick around for the objective either. There's going to be some mid-prio coming in for Griffin here.
I do like Griffin's positioning.
Does have ults.
Yeah, just having that ulti means you're free to sit in lane for as long as you want, really, because you're not going to the other half of the map. You're just going like 10. You're going a few units down and just ulting in immediately.
Right, some pings onto the Dragon for both sides. There's going to be a little bit of a chunk onto Discipline. There's the EQ as well. That's going to force out the Chrono Shift. And Discipline is going to be going into the res animation. Gandhi here now. The hero's entrance, though, to try to counter-engage against the Xin Zhao. Archer in trouble. Flags and drags away just barely in time. Larry looking for the Cosmic Binding, but the Bard is going to be forced to flash as well. Griffin now flashing away. Everybody flashing. Here in the middle, Chain of Corruption. Nice spell shield from Krasia. Immunes the Varus ultimate. And with Griffin now in the Death Chamber, this should be 2 Dragons over to Gravity.
Archer just short on that flag and drag. If that EQ connects, then they don't even need to worry about the Chrono Shift coming in. He wouldn't have had time to cast it, unfortunately. But just short on the EQ means that there's a re-engage potential and the revive coming through onto Discipline. And that's a free punish, because only one of them are going to be able to get out of that.
Absolutely. Griffin ends up being sacrificed. It is going to be the double Dragon and the Feats of Strength for Gravity Nebula here in Game 2. The scaling composition with an early lead. They are in a pretty good spot here.
This is so weird to have this scaling comp so ahead, but I feel like we've seen this enough as board playing Ring Around the Rosie right now. Trying to get a little...
It really started with that really intelligent level 1 planning, right? From the level 1, all 5 of them walking into the line brush, getting the jump onto Eclipse, and then Gandhi splitting the map and getting that early dive onto the Varus really feels like it set up Krasia for success. And the Sivir has just not let go of that lead just yet. And we do see the first completed item now done for Bondi as well. It is going to be the Lethality Varus this game, which I don't think we've mentioned just yet.
Has been, yeah, it took comment, so we kind of knew it. Just silent acknowledgement.
Sure. But yeah, with the Lethality Varus and the AP Galio, does mean that Lane Zero have a lot of burst damage. But are they going to have the opportunity to use it?
To be determined. We've seen that it has not come through. They haven't really had a big fight where all of them are together. They almost had it in that mid lane catch out onto Discipline. Bondi just a little too slow to get up there, as Discipline's gonna be efficient once again for these stuns. Oh, doesn't get it.
Yeah, double bomb not gonna land that time. We did just see a Shelly taken by Archer. He's able to get the first neutral of the game for Lane Zero.
That didn't even hit Larry. I feel sad. Just barely out of range. Evil. Ooh, Archer's here for this 4v3 as it looks right now. Is level 11. Time in a bottle finally being useful.
Ult is back for Griffin now as well. If the Galio is going to be needed, he can make his way down here also. And feels like Gravity recognizing that are not going to go for an aggressive play right now. Again, you know, they scale really well, so they should be feeling very comfortable with their current position in this game. They don't need to rush things.
I mean, they wouldn't have rushed things anyways. They would have just sat there and farmed. Let's be honest.
Sure.
That's kind of what happens in these games. I guess maybe they could have possibly tried to rush their fight timings if they thought that they maybe needed to pressure earlier than they needed to for these objectives, but they even have that in control, so it's not really a big problem if they let 1 or 2 dragons go at this point.
Yeah, he just does not care about what Ord is doing right now. Larry's going to be forced to journey away. As Gandhi's going to go in with the audacious charge. There's going to be the Cataclysm onto the Xin Zhao. There's the hero's entrance going to come out from Griffin as well. The Tempered Fate going to buy some time to keep Gandhi alive temporarily. The Chrono Shift there as well. And Gandhi kept on his feet for so long. and is just going to be able to walk away from that one. They get the kill on the Archer, and Gandhi is out of there.
Oh my goodness, these fights are just barely getting away. They know not to pop the Chrono Shift because they get more HP from it, and then they can't finish off these kills. It has to be... Maybe annoying your enemy is a good strategy.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But yeah, I feel like we underestimated in our draft analysis, you know, the early power of this Jin Zhao. You know, the fact that he has this Zillion to buff him up, and the Bard sort of Enchanter support as well does so much work. Allows the Jin Zhao to have so much staying power in these fights. Gandhi is having a massive impact. You can see it ahead about 40 CS in the jungle right now as well.
This is a disastrous start to the game for everyone except for Ord, pretty much. Like, Ord's playing pretty standard league and staring down at the team like, what's going on, guys? This is our strong comp, I thought. Flag and Drag misses
Discipline.
Again.
I mean, it's hard. The Zillion has so much movement speed. It's like, there's a nice binding from Larry. Ready to follow up on that one at that exact moment. Archer now is going to get jumped on by Gandhi. Force Flag and drag away right as Galio goes in. Griffin going to find the taunt only onto one. There's the Chain of Corruption, but the Crescent Guard is back for Gandhi. The Tempered Fate coming out once again as well, but this time, surely, no, he dashes back over to the Galio. Griffin giving a way out for the Jin Zhao. There's the re-engage, though, onto Greyjoe, who's going to be forced to flash out of that Cataclysm. Gandhi trying to get back over to the Blast Cone, and he can't get away. Shut down over to Bonzi. Varus's second of the game, I believe, and just in time for the Dragon.
Oh, wow, what perfect timing. It's like both of these teams plan to engage at this point. Man, it's nice to have nice macro. Just so nice.
How serendipitous.
How amazing. How convenient.
There's going to be a Chemtech Soul this game, so a low roll on the Soul, and Gravity probably aren't going to be too heartbroken. They're not going to be able to secure this Dragon. Larry walking up the bar here. Larry's going to be going on a magical journey of a different kind.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan was there. You know they just took the Dragon, so they're going to be hanging around in the river for a second. Yeah, I don't really know what Larry's plan was. I know he was trying to get a... I mean, it was vision control, but...
Sure.
Really weird time to pull it off.
Yeah, control for what is kind of what we're pondering. But either way, you know, it is still a slight gold lead for Gravity right now in this game. They are still ahead by one Dragon as well. Otacon is now alive.
Soon will not be ever again.
That's true. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty happy to see Otacon go away. It just felt like it was too powerful of an objective.
A little strong. Oh, Archer. Speaking of a little strong, he's staring down the Zhao.
Does flag and drag towards the team. Gonna get caught by the Tempered Fate, though. Doesn't have Flash. Tries to summon up the Herald. Does. Oh, no, it's the Jarvan is gonna get taken down. At least it's gonna be a getaway vehicle for Griffin's Galio. And I think he's gonna be able to charge that. Oh, he's going for the Combat Herald. And it doesn't really work out. And now they're not gonna be able to get this mid-tower either.
They will get it.
They'll still get the tower. Oh, yeah, okay. Shelly's just gonna charge again there.
Shelly's
Griffin trying to rocket belt away. Here comes the Scion, gonna get out 2 flashes. And the chase continues for Gravity. Gandhi going forward pretty aggressively, pulled back in by the Infernal Chain, but the Chrono Shift is there for the Jin Zhao. He knows he has nothing to worry about with that Zillion ultimate available. And they're gonna get the kill onto Griffin.
Maybe the chase down continues. I don't see why they would keep it going. That's a nice pickup right there, I guess. You get the Archangels out. Or Seraphs, I guess. That's about it, but it's just a lot of reaching for plays right now, and me wishing Griffin went tank, because I think he'd be doing a lot better if he had the ability to survive plays at the moment, given the enemy team comp. And given the lack of damage that he's really able to output relative to the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the thought process for going AP, particularly with the lethality build for the Varus, right? Is it really is just kind of like a one-shot combo, right? Where you like get the CC with the Galio, and then there's the damage there as well, and then like Bonnie just comes in with like one empowered arrow, and that's should be like a dead member of Gravity, but they're kind of playing into Gravity's strengths, right? The Zillion thrives in situations like that, where just one of his teammates is getting picked up. Oh, Larry gonna get potentially picked off right now.
Dude. Ulti onto the self, actually. Crazy's going crazy.
Crazy getting some really nice damage out there, as you say. Now Larry gonna go for some. Oh, he did get the chrono shift, just barely. Discipline able to get over there. Flash for it even to keep his support alive. A heroic move there from the mid laner.
A different kind of heroic entrance.
True.
Oh no, Larry.
The flag and drag not gonna land for Archer. Larry is gonna be able to get away from that one.
I hate that every play has come to Larry. Come on. Dude, stop face checking the enemy.
That tends to happen when Bard is in the game. He's very involved.
You feel like you have the infinite escapes because you have so much move speed. Oh, nice stun from Discipline. Shouldn't come anything. Ooh, Gandhi might be caught, or the other way around.
Let's see here. Scion over the wall, channeling the Q. In comes the Galio. Gonna find the taunt onto Gandhi, but underneath the turret, not really in too much danger. Teleport in for Discipline. Joining up with the team. They were worried about an Otacon start there, but Lane Zero not gonna press their luck. And now the reset's gonna come out here. Eclipse actually canceled on the recall. Decimating Smash is going to land. Speed boost onto Eddie, a very fast Lumberjack. But Eclipse also with a little bit of a movement speed boost. Gonna be able to retreat.
Oh.
Tempered Fate onto Bondi. Lethality Bear is going to be able to land that Chain of Corruption, but again, the Chrono Shift is there. Larry, though, that is a 3-man Cataclysm, but the follow-up is just, it's already in the Death Chamber. Bondi has already gone down. And so that is going to be the flash off of Archer as well. And could be maybe an Otacon angle here, but only the one member of Lane Zero been taken down, so Gravity not going to over-aggress. They do have the Dragon spawning right now as well. That is going to be their target. Looking to go up to Chemsoul Point. Archer's in the area. There's a little bit of vision going to come out from Eclipse with the Scryer plant. Griffin in a very precarious spot here, but going to be able to dash away. Dragon resets. Word on the flank angle, gonna get jumped on by the Jin Zhao, tries to flash away, but slowed up by the Zillion, does get a lot of healing. There's the knockup from the Galio ultimate as well, but there's so much damage coming out from this Sivir, as well as the Jin Zhao. One kill for each of them, and they are gonna be going up to Soul Point.
I don't understand these angles right now. These angles are hurting my brain a little bit.
Oh man, the Otacon gonna get taken now as well. Feels like Gravity with that play may have just locked up a Game 2 victory. Larry standing guard in the Tri-Brush. Archer's alive, but no way in towards the objective.
There's nothing for them to do right now.
There it is. Otacon
There's just no
taken.
response plays.
Yeah, Gravity in full control now. Looking to tie up this series. We were really skeptical about the composition, but I think it seems we have underestimated Discipline's Zillion mid.
We'll go with that. I don't know, I just feel like Lane Zero, they've been so disorganized compared to Game 1. Like, they're kind of making a lot of these full commits when they don't really have an angle to. Like, that flash ulti from Archer would have been great, or that ulti flash out would have been great if Galio was even close. Like, Griffin was all the way firmly in bot lane farming, and Ord was way too far away to follow up. He even popped the World Ender to try and catch up to the play. It's just, they're really full sending for these plays. I think they feel the gold difference, kind of, maybe more than it is, because they feel like they need something to get back into this game, which, to be fair, they do, but I don't think they need this much of a full send to get back into the game.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, the gold difference isn't really that substantial. It looks like the biggest lead is actually in the support position, funnily enough. Well, I guess jungle as well is a pretty significant lead for Gandhi there.
It's a two kill Bard. It's a lot.
Yeah, true. But Karma has a kill as well. Either way, I really feel like the level 1. You know, I wonder if the very early game hadn't been so decisively in favor of Gravity, you know, maybe more of these plays for Lane Zero would have actually worked, right? It just feels like they don't quite have enough. Like, Gravity are accelerated enough to where they're always able to kind of turn these plays around, make it work out in their favor.
Doesn't help that there's so much survivability on the side of Gravity. I mean, even without the Zillion ulti, you have Bard healing and Tempered Fate. You have Scion being Scion. You have the Sundered Sky available on your Xin Zhao. Sivir is just so far away, very slippery right now with the Flash, the Spell Shield, and the Barrier available. It's just so hard to lock down these targets without someone surviving on a sliver of HP, it seems.
4 minutes now on the first potential for Chemtech Soul for Gravity Nebula. And they are hitting some nice breakpoints here. It is interestingly a little bit of a pit stop for Krasia going for the Executioners there. Does that build with Last Whisper? Aren't they?
Yes, that built into Immortal.
Oh, it does. Okay, fair enough. Don't play AD carry very much. Oh, there it is. Yeah, okay, so 3 items done for the Sivir. Actually, we do already see the 3 items done for Bondi as well, with the lethality items, a little bit cheaper, right? So the Varus able to get up there as well.
Big news is that Eddie is a giant gold lead, apparently. Eddie's a big gold lead.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't know how, but he's ahead.
Full item. Well, I guess Ward is pretty close to his 3rd item as well.
Hey, he's got a shutdown, so that does mean he has some kind of gold lead. I hope.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Surely the shutdown system isn't broken.
But yeah, I mean, level 16 now, almost across the board for the side of Gravity. You can see Archer still in level 14 on that Jarvan, level 14 for Bondi, down about 1 level in the AD carry position. Less than a minute now on the Dragon spawn. We can see actually currently Gravity playing heavily towards the top side. That's mostly where Larry is putting down his wards. They're playing around this Baron. Maybe they just don't have a high value on Chemtech Soul, and they're going to look to trade the Chemtech Dragon for the Baron. Could be the play here.
Could also be, I guess, no, actually it does look like, I was going to say they could just be preparing for a potential Baron attempt by the side of lane 0, maybe thinking they give over the soul for the Baron to try and get that push advantage, get some gold back into their pocket, but
risky.
Honestly, you're up 3-1 on Dragons. You could just say, we're not even going to bother and just go Baron.
Oh, my stream is frozen, but I think something's happening. Oh, okay, there's Gandhi dashing forward. Archer does get the flag and drag, buffers through the Scion Q. That is teleport down for Eddie. Nothing too much. There's the heal for the Karma as well. Griffin just about getting out of the way there with the Justice Punch. Dragon going to be started up by Gandhi. Pulled out of the pit. There we go. And now that control ward is not really going to get a good amount of information for Archer. I don't think they can actually see that.
Ooh, they're going to full friend on him.
Gandhi going to go in on the Xin Zhao. This one's going to be tough to follow up on this one, but the Xin Zhao was so strong against Archer, going to force that Jarvan to flag and drag away. And now the Blast Cone back into the pit, going to be Chemtech Soul secured. And the fight engaged by Eddie over here on the side. Archer isn't going to be able to get away. Living like Larry Journeys over the wall.
No.
The Tempered Fate does come out. Gandhi in there as well, finds the knockup onto Archer. The Galio ultimate interrupted. Double kill for Krasia. Eclipse going to get jumped on here as well. One more W, looking for it onto the Varus. Gandhi not quite able to find that one, but does manage to chase down the Karma, and Eddie is just going to close the door on him. Look at that Scion, still full HP. Gonna be a double kill for Gandhi and a complete wipe, 5-0. Gravity Nebula gonna be able to tie up this series.
Yeah, there's just no chance you come back at this point. We just saw what a full 5v5 kind of looks like for these two teams, and it's not even
not close. Yep.
Varus can't cut through Eddie in the first place if they wanted to. No one can really, actually, no Black Cleaver here for Ord. Kind of tough. Or for the Jarvan either, kind of tough. I think that's Archer going for it. I think Pickaxe double Ruiz is indicating Black Cleaver. But it's just such a deficit. Just XP, like ignoring everything else, just XP-wise, it's been such a deficit for most of the bottom half of this map for the entire game. I mean, Archer down 3 levels still. Only level 14. Yeah. It is
Remember, they picked the Jarvan into the Xin Zhao. It was a really interesting choice. And not working out for him. You know, clearly the idea was to go for this Wombo combo with the Galio, but yeah, just The combo is not enough. It's not enough. It's not doing enough. And now that's going to be Baron secured as well. Gold lead up to about 10k.
Oh,
Griffin
no.
trying to get a bounty over here in the bot lane, but the Galio is not exactly a premier turret taker.
Like, look at the damn. It's just nothing. They need a...
So here comes Gravity. 5 men strong, going to be sieging up in the mid lane. There is that tier 1 eventually going to go down for Griffin. He's now going to channel the recall, try to join up with the team. Chain of Corruption only onto a Scion. Eddie's going to be like, cool story, bro. Nice ult.
He tells you to suffer, though. Why isn't Eddie suffering?
Maybe Bonnie just needed to ask a little bit more nicely. Please
True.
suffer.
Maybe instead of yelling, instead of yelling suffer, you should say please suffer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, they're going to be able to keep this inhibitor turret alive for now. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. They're going to be able to take it down. Now we're in trouble, going to get jumped on. Redemption keeping him alive for a little while, but eventually the Aatrox is going to get taken down. There's the last ditch engage going to come out. There's the combo going to come out one more time, but Eddie doing a great job of just standing on top of the Varus, not allowing Bondi to do anything. That is going to be another double kill over to Krasia. And that is going to be the end of the game. 34 minutes on the clock, about 6 minutes faster than game number 1. And Gravity Nebula convincingly tie up the series. We're 1-1.
It just never felt like there was a chance for Lane Zero to really do anything. I mean, from minute 1, literally from minute 1, they were in a deficit. And then from that point on, it was just too much for them to overcome. They didn't really have any consistent damage besides the Aatrox more often than not, and Ord never really got an opportunity to be involved in these team fights. The lethality Varus wasn't doing much of anything, and the AP Galio was not able to survive. It was outputting okay damage, but it did seem like they really wanted this Jarvan Galio combo to pay off. But Archer never got busy in the early game. He never really was able to throw down any ganks. He was thoroughly out-tempoed by Gandhi this game.
I mean, again, I think in large part, it really just comes back to some really intelligent level 1 planning for Gravity Nebula. Able to split the map early on and to get Krasia and Larry into a nice, comfortable spot, as well as Gandhi, of course, able to find that early lead over the Jarvan. And yeah, Gravity just felt like they never took their foot off the gas pedal for this entire game. You know, we could see that Bondi did actually end up doing a good amount of damage. It just, none of it felt like it was very consequential.
It's kind of how it is for ADCs, yeah.
I guess poke ADCs especially, right? But Krasia having a phenomenal game on the Sivir, 10-0 and 6. But my POG vote, I think, would have to go to Discipline for that Zilean performance, 0-0-15. I mean, it didn't show in the damage charts, but I felt like the Zilean mid was very impactful.
Yeah, it didn't really get a chance to show build the survivability and mana item, and then build Cosmic Drive. That one's kind of interesting to me. And the Magi's, of course. We've seen these guys. They build Magi's. They like their Dark Seals. Fair enough. And it's not going to pop up on damage charts, but a lot of value. They felt a lot of pressure, actually. Like, Lane Zero clearly were feeling the pressure of the Chrono Shift, given how many times they try to full send onto Discipline. I think it was 2 or 3 times they did the like, they sent Griffin or Archer onto Discipline and then tried to boom him. And it just never worked out, unfortunately, which is just sometimes how it be. I will give them that. Like, just sometimes it's just not your day, or your game in this case. Hopefully it is their day. They would like it to be their day.
And imagine how easy those plays actually would have been to pull off if it was like a Syndra, right? Syndra, like, without any movement speed buffs, without any dashes, so susceptible to like a Jarvan Galio combo. And so I feel like the Zilean pick actually did work out for them really nicely here. But, you know, Gandhi obviously having a great game there as well as Krasia. Who's your POG?
I was going to say Gandhi. I feel like the Xin Zhao just was really impactful. Again, another game where the jungle, who was more impactful, just like really puts the team on the back, gets them in these plays, finds most of the angles for them. I think Discipline was incredible, yes. Like, if Gandhi didn't really gank as aggressively as they were after getting that early, because they could have just gotten that level 1, got the gank, and then just went back to jungling and normal, you know, playing the game like a normal jungler would, and let Discipline really shine through in these team fights. But no, Gandhi was everywhere. You could not find a play where Gandhi was not doing something.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it was a great performance, a great team effort from Gravity in this one. Started with some level one planning, and then they were able to play around one another really well with the two supports, with the Xin Zhao and Sivir as the damage dealers, able to make it work really, really nicely. And so now we are left, Kimchi, with the best of three to determine who is going to be going into those semifinals. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be right back with the third game. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are about to get underway with our Game 3 draft. Our teams are going to be swapping sides once again, so it seems like red side is the side to select here in the Masters League, Kimchi. Making sense to you, Lane Zero going back to red side?
I don't actually know. I guess this will determine it, because if it's one time is like a blip on the radar, two times is a coincidence, three times is a trend. So we will see if red side is truly the better side.
Yeah, we'll find out soon. It looks like Gravity are going to go back to the same bands that they had on blue side in game number one. So expecting the Gwen band to come through here as well, most likely. And on the other side for lane zero, they were taking the Ambessa away. Oh, it's going to be actually the Poppy band instead for Gravity. But the Ambessa band is still going to be coming through on that red side.
Oh, Mel Medarda. I don't like first picking Mel. She feels
I
more
feel
like a
like she is
counter.
pretty OP. Loki agrees with
Really?
me. Yeah,
I'm
just kind
not.
of OP.
I don't like her, but I don't think she's that strong. She's annoying, 100% annoying. I guess we did learn that annoying your opponent does count as winning games, but I don't. Maybe I could be wrong on this, but I just feel like she hasn't been the end all be all mid laner. Okay, if you draft this into
Nico.
her, then
That's pretty exciting. I mean, surely you can't reflect an entire bullet time, right? Do you reflect like waves of the bullet time? Is that how it
you're
works?
not
Or do you
wide
just
unless
not
you're at
take
the very.
damage?
You reflect it, but if unless you're at the front of it, you will not block the entire ultimate. You're not that
Mhm.
wide, unfortunately.
Not wide Mel.
No, not yet. They haven't buffed
Uh,
her. Not until she gets Goliath in the base game.
okay, Braum gonna come through as well. That feels like a great answer into the
Oh.
misfortune specifically.
Yeah, definitely the one of the iconic answers into Misfortune specifically. I mean, not even Misfortune specifically. Various ADCs. You want Jinx ulti gone? You want Caitlyn ulti gone? Get a Braum. He blocks literally everything and doesn't take damage from it.
I could go for the Lucian here as well if they do want to play for lane on the side of Gravity. But they are going to forgo the AD carry pick for now and
Ooh.
take the Ornn blind in the top lane. So definitely one of the stronger tanks that is still available.
Okay, okay. I see. I like this. Actual tanks. I like actual tanks in my
Camille
game.
is
And
going to come out in response.
one of the more notable counters, one of the more famous, I guess, iconic counters to the Ornn. Who cares how much armor you have if I have true damage Qs?
Mhm. We did see a Camille come out in Emerald last
It could be
week.
jungle. Oh wait, it could be jungle.
What could be jungle? The Ornn or the Camille?
Ornn. Ornn.
Oh, the Ornn. Yeah.
That's why they're
Yeah, I
banning
believe.
Renekton still. They want to be safe.
Uh, interesting. But
Either
yeah,
that
as
or
I was
jungle.
yeah, yeah. But I was about to say about the Camille that we saw last week. You know, it was picked in a good matchup, but the Camille player in Emerald just really was not able to take advantage of that matchup and just didn't really have the necessary priority that you need when you lock in a pick like that, and it didn't really end up doing too much. So here in the Masters League, I'm hoping to see the Camille be a little bit more impactful and have a little bit more threat over there in the side lane, even if it does end up being the Ornn jungle. I mean, that's really the main value of Camille, right? Is having that pressure in sides. Silas could be pretty exciting to watch
Hmm.
here. Some nice ults to steal. If I think it looks pretty good, and they're gonna lock it in.
Nice ultis to steal. Nice ultis for Mel to reflect. We'll see how that
Sure.
goes.
Yeah, yeah. And now we're gonna find out where this Ornn is going. Yeah, I mean, now that you guys have mentioned it, the Orange Jungle does feel like it's
It's
pretty likely here,
broken.
honestly. Gonna be able to
It,
dodge the matchup into the Camille as well
so
would
broken.
probably make a lot of sense here. Then what do you take into the Camille in the top lane?
Aatrox, of course. Or Shen.
It's a Fearless Band.
Shen set. No, I know, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh,
Aatrox is also, I don't think Aatrox is a good matchup into Camille.
fair enough. They are gonna go for the boss himself. Set locked in.
Interesting.
Who I believe, didn't he also get some jungle buffs or no?
He might.
I'm
I
not
know he
sure.
has. He's always been a jungle, kind of. You can play him jungle.
The Fringe jungle.
Fringe jungle pick. Only
Most
for
likely
people
going
who
top
really
this
like
game
him.
though.
Yes, this
Yeah.
would be a crazy jungle pick when you have one of the best junglers on patch available and already on your team. Is
Ooh,
oh boy.
Smolder.
Oh, Loki doesn't like
Well,
this one.
Gravity, I mean, hey, they won with scaling last game, right? So maybe they're just thinking like scaling is working for us. They're just gonna
Scaling
draft it
jungle,
again.
scaling ADC. Why not? As
Yeah.
scaling mid. There you go. We're
Kind of
scaling
like the
everywhere today.
reverse of the scaling rules that they had before, where it was like jungle and oh, I guess yeah, they had
It
80s.
was still
Fair
ADC,
enough.
but
Yeah, yeah. True, true. Victor now going to come in on R5 for lane 0. So that is going to be the answer into the Mel. They waited to lock in that mid counter pick until the very end of the draft. How do we feel about that Victor into the Mel?
it's another matchup I don't get to see because no one plays Mel. Not that I've seen. I haven't seen any. She's very annoying still. But Victor is kind of your insurance policy here. Like Silas is going to be more of a bruiser and engaged champion. Camille could fail, as you've mentioned earlier. Camille can have a bad game and not be able to really do anything. Misfortune could be entirely countered by Braum and is also your AD threat, of course. Of course, unless this is the legendary MFAP, which only I play because it's not that good. And Victor just scales forever. I guess not forever. He does have a theoretical limit, 400 stacks or 300, one of those two. But big AP damage. They gave him the stupid ultimate that grows for some reason because Arcane Season 2 came out and they needed to buff him to make sure that they reworked his entire character model because they don't like good design or something, but
Well, I did appreciate that they eventually released the old Victor as a separate skin,
That's a
and they gave it
legendary.
away for free to everybody who had a significant amount of mastery on Victor. So that I felt like was a nice save on their part. But yeah, as far as the matchup is concerned, I mean, it's definitely nice in the sense that Mel cannot reflect the Chaos Storm, right? So,
Not yet.
um, don't
Just
say
you
that.
wait.
But she can reflect the Death Ray,
She
so.
can? That counts as a
Oh
I guess it
yeah,
is.
oh
It's a
yeah.
projectile. It gets blocked by Yasuo Wind Wall. Fair enough. That looks really weird, I assume.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. But yeah, really interesting draft here for lane zero. It does feel like they're in a position again here where they're gonna need to win out the early game this time. It's like if we go late game, the team fights I think are gonna be really difficult to play out with this draft. So they have basically no front line at all this time around, right?
They have
Like just
Silas.
actually not. Yeah, okay.
Camille.
He's
Camille's
gonna
kind of
die very
tanky
quickly.
sometimes.
Yeah, if you say so.
Silas has or has Kingslayer.
Yeah, yeah.
Big healing
He does
ratio.
have he could steal like Braum ultimate to maybe set up for bullet times and go for some zone control that way. But
They're gonna need that. They have like Nico ulti, and that's all their CC. That's actually like all their good CC.
Hextech Ultimatum can CC one person.
That counts. It also violently ejects everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Which is technically CC. Just,
Counts.
is
Yasuo can ult
not.
off of it. It's CC.
um, but yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of Smolder in general.
Nope.
But I think Gravity are in a pretty good place with this. I actually like their draft this time around. I just think it's going to be easier to play.
Ease of execution, my favorite thing. Everyone's favorite thing in League of Legends, just being able to do the things that work. Like, why go for this weird wombo combo? Like, who needs Shuriken shuffles when you could just click on the enemy and they die? Big brain plays.
I'm a fan.
I'm a genius. Orange
As
jungle. Only
suspected, it
everyone
is
could
going to
see
be
it.
that orange jungle, yeah. So the early jungle tempo is going to be really interesting to track this game. I imagine Gandhi is not going to be going for too much here before level 6. As your ganks pre-6 as orange jungle are going to be pretty underwhelming. And there's not really that much setup in your lanes either. I mean, maybe Braum can like jump forward and proc the passive on somebody. He's kind of like your best bet. But
The good thing is you have really good Camille punish if you ever decide to walk up to top lane randomly. If she hook shots, you can punish that. And that's about it.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Niche and useless, but there.
But so do you agree that the side of lane zero kind of need to be proactive early
They
on
need to.
given these drafts? So then
They need
how
to.
should they go about it? What should they be looking for here in the early game to try to get an early lead?
I mean, they do definitely need to win the 1v1 up in top lane. That's kind of Camille's only job for their whole game.
Hmm.
Is to win this, get a gold advantage, and become an unkillable monster, hopefully later, or at least a one-shotting machine. We need to see Archer get busy, especially against a jungler who does not have efficient ganks. There's not really any lane that's super ungankable unless you somehow find the worst rotation of Braum spells in the world and let Smolder get away. Like even if you get your chains reflected by Mel, she just flies to you. So you actually are in a really favorable ganking position overall. You just have to find time or lane states where you can do it. Because you can't just
You're
go willy-nilly.
particularly
Definitely don't run it down. Don't do that.
right. You're especially looking for the Silas to be impactful in the solo lanes to try to get the Camille and the Victor ahead, right?
Please. Because bot lane should be pretty fine. Smolder's going to take his time as he normally does, and Misfortune shouldn't be struggling too much into that. So it should be a pretty even, if not advantage lane for their bot side.
And Braum is pretty tough to gank as well, so it makes sense to not risk it down there because if you do like accidentally give over a kill to a Smolder early on, that would be pretty devastating. So you definitely want that Smolder to be weak for as long as possible. So we'll see. We'll see. It definitely, I feel like a pretty aggressive, a pretty unorthodox draft coming out from lane 0 this time around. We'll see how it goes for them. Do you have a prediction? Do you think they're going to be able to make it work, Kimchi?
I kind of want to see them make it work because I want to see Smolder lose, But I just think Gravity are a really good comp, actually. Like, they have good CC, good peel, even self-peel with the Mel. Also good punish into things like the Misfortune, potentially, with that Mel Reflect. So it looks like Gravity have set themselves up for a nice lead in this series, not even just this game.
Yeah, definitely. Silas and Camille can both be very oppressive from ahead. So we'll see if they can get themselves that early advantage or if Gravity Nebula are just going to grind them out here in game number 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back onto the Rift for our third game of the night. One of these teams about to go up to match point. All right, everybody, here we go back onto the Rift for game number 3. One of these teams going to be taking the lead after this game, going up to match point. We are kind of favoring Gravity's position on the blue side with this draft, and they do have the momentum after picking up that victory in game number 2 as well.
I wonder if Ord's going to step out of the bush. Come on, emote with your friends. It's holiday. It's Christmas times.
Minions have spawned.
You can emote with your friends without dying. It's top lane tradition, even.
And there's the playoffs.
Well,
They're just
emote.
feeling extra serious tonight.
We saw players at Worlds just doing a little dance before lane starts.
Sure. Well,
ooh, first strike. I know first strike. I don't like third strike Misfortune. I just feel like you don't get a ton of value out of it. Personally.
Yeah.
I'm a PTA believer as a Misfortune player.
That's fair. I do feel like Bondi is likely going to be able to proc the first strike quite a bit in this lane. It's obviously going to be less combat power directly. It does kind of, play into our thoughts about, you know, the side of lane 0 needing to get an early advantage, right? You know, the first strike is potentially going to allow you to snowball really aggressively, as Orn's taking a lot of damage from this set, but look at the passive shield back, and that's going to allow the Camille to survive the face breaker. Pretty close call there in the top lane.
We're cutting it, yeah, we're cutting it close up there. As it is Grasp versus Conquer, so we will see if this long sustain will outlast the increased combat power of the Conqueror. It's been nerfed after it was literally the best keystone in the known universe for years. Not even just a little bit, just years of Conqueror versus Conqueror.
Yeah.
That's everyone's favorite.
We do see both of our junglers started on the top side this time around. Nice unbreakable there for Larry. Blocks the double up. Yeah, both junglers going to be moving towards this bot lane. We do see that the Ornn is a little bit faster on the clear.
A little bit faster. Oh no. Well, if they unnerfed Silas, if they just brought back his when they really buffed his jungle up and just brought back all the bugs, then yeah, I think that would really help him.
We see a ward down from Bondi and Eclipse in that tri-brush, so they're going to see Gandhi coming. And shouldn't be falling prey to a level 4 Ornn gank, which, you know, probably wasn't going to happen anyway, to be totally honest.
Oh, he's going to look for the Scuttlecraft. Actually, with them pushed up, he could actually go for a wraparound. Can't anymore, obviously.
Oh, Larry is going to walk up here, but it's not going to find the Winter's Bite. But obviously, Gandhi does not have priority in that bot lane, and so he's going to cede control of the Southern Crab. That will go over to Archer's Silas, in fact. It looks like Gandhi is going to be able to get up towards that topside river to secure the Northern Shellfish.
Northern Shellfish. Oh boy. Sounds like you're talking about recipes.
Am I making you hungry?
A little bit. I haven't had some crab in a little bit. I can go for some crab. It's just so... I don't know. I've never heard them referred to as normal shellfish, or northern and southern shellfish. That one's new to me.
Yeah, I like to mix things up. You know, keeps things interesting.
Mix, swirl. Sorry, my friends are singed psychopaths. It's bad habits.
Although we see here that the power of the Ornn, right? Gandhi able to build that Bomby Cinder without going back to base.
Jungle.
Immediately gets back into his second clear. Not too far ahead, though, of Archer, who did go back to base to pick up an Amp Tome and a Dark Seal on the jungle Silas. Pretty interesting.
I mean, how many times are you fighting as a jungler realistically this early into the game? So
it's not even just about fighting. It's about actually getting, you know, kills, right? So
it is about getting takedowns, but I'm like, how many times are you risking death, more or less, like, in the jungle position this early into the game? Because obviously later you're going to be involved in a lot more 5v5s, but here it's mostly if you can find a gank, which is maybe...
Very. The Unbreakable keeps him alive. The Tangle Barbs, I think it's called. The turret shot, though, coming through onto the Nico. A lot of damage coming out in response to the heal, barely keeping Eclipse alive there, actually.
Larry didn't even burn it. Larry has no fear. Larry has heal still.
Dang, yeah. Good shout. Nerves of steel for Larry.
I would have healed so fast in that position. Holy cow.
With all that priority in the bot lane, they are going to be able to start up this early dragon for lane 0. Looks like they're probably going to be able to get it no contest with Frasia channeling the recall.
They're going to need this to be a really low kill early game. Because there's no chance they're contesting objectives. You are Ornn. This is like Ivern. You just surrender early objectives, knowing that you lose any 1v1 and any 2v2 and so on and so on.
Yeah, but it's absolutely fine. You know, I don't think Gravity are really all that worried about giving over the first dragon. You know, maybe if all 3 of the early neutrals end up going over to lane 0, then we start to get maybe a little bit worried. But even then, I mean, their scaling is so good with this draft that they're probably fine with that, even.
The other advantage, I mean, there's not really a ton of advantage to be grabbed here. It's mostly farming, and it's mostly Ord just getting kind of destroyed in top lane, unfortunately. Matchups and all that.
Yeah. You know, was trying to counterpick the Ornn, but ended up getting counterpicked himself. Gandhi in a little bit of trouble here. The Bell's Breath doesn't get him off the gravity well. Forced a flashback over the wall, but will be able to charge away. So just the Summoner expended for Gandhi. And still 0 kills on the board.
Sucks for Archer because you're not Okay, that looked weird. Sorry, I thought that was a flash as a big haymaker. Not that big, honestly. And Ord's gonna win that trade, actually. I thought it was gonna be
haymaker.
average size haymaker.
Yeah.
You can kind of see the advantage for Archer, like the advantage and disadvantage there. Yes, it's really nice to be able to just take all the scuttle crabs you want and never have to worry about walking into your jungle because you have infinite prio at the moment. Does kind of suck that you're never going to be able to gank because you have infinite prio.
Right, yes, I see what you mean. Well, I mean, Eddie has been pushed up pretty regularly. And even Camille ahead, we were talking about, is potentially one of the main win conditions for this lane 0 composition.
This is your guy to cut through the Ornn, who will be like the Scion of last game. Is he in the bush? No. I don't know what the plan was.
Yeah, this wave, honestly, in a pretty good spot right now for Eddie. I'm not sure why Ord is so interested in going for the recall, right? Oh, because they're lane swapping. Bonzi and Eclipse moving into this top lane just in time for the grub spawn.
Yep,
Quite like this from lane 0.
Good punish, good macro, always.
Oh, and they're going to catch out
nice
Eddie, unsuspecting. Bullet time available. Forced to flash is the set. And likely going to have to give up this entire minion wave as well as the grubs. And
Look at
now
how
we
far
see
he's
lane
walking.
0. They're still not able to get a kill, but they're building up an early lead here. What were you saying, Kimchi?
He is I was just saying, Eddie is mega respecting
Oh, yeah.
the aggressive play.
I mean, we even saw Eclipse like moving back past the turret, looking to see if he could maybe catch Eddie on the lazy recall. So good on Eddie to pay that respect. That is almost 2 plates immediately taken off this top tier 1. 1 grub secured so far by Archer, just on those by himself, as, you know, great knowledge that nobody on the side of gravity is going to be able to interfere. And so there is the 3rd grub now secured. 2 early neutrals going over. 2 minutes on the 2nd dragon.
But Griffin's
wanting to maybe get some counter jungling done, but Griffin's gonna spot that
It's
out and actually catches the Ornn with the gravity wall once again. No flash for Gandhi's the stolen ultimate, finds the knock-up, and there is the first blood for lane 0.
And that is, this is just punishing the Ornn jungle. The one downside, you kind of just have to farm forever, especially with the lane states right now. You have no push in mid, you lost push in bot, you just lost push in top lane. You kind of just have to permafarm to get your items and never look for any play. Tried to go for the punish with the big commit to the top side for those grubs, and Griffin uses the little prio had at the moment. I think it was a resetting, if not slowly pushing wave for him. It just goes to check the blue buff. It's like, I think you're going to be here, Gandhi. And he was. And they get first blood out of it. Goes to the Nico, so a little bit of an oopsies, but gold is gold at this phase of the game.
Absolutely. Gets them 1 kill closer to feats as well, of course. Overall, sitting at about a 1.5k gold lead for lane 0 at the moment. 45 seconds now on the dragon. Both junglers on the other side of the map right now, so not, you know, prioritizing it that highly, but still enough time to get down there.
Forward. We'll fight with Eddie up in the top lane. Nothing crazy, sadly. Whoa,
Bondi is standing and fighting in the 1v2 as Eclipse was on a little bit of an adventure.
A little bold.
So right now, 55 stacks on the Smolder at 10 minutes. So, seems reasonable enough, I guess. I think we definitely want to see closing in on 200 by 20 minutes, right? So, it's going to need to start accelerating a little bit here.
Also, is this Hubris Misfortune? See a
It
brutalizer.
very well could be. Yeah, another lethality game for Bondi, it looks like.
I mean, it's definitely lethality Misfortune. You took first strike. It's lethality, but
yeah,
we like to see them opt into collector usually. That early advantage is Ord is again getting punched in the face.
So it looks like we have an intentional decision for. Oh, there's the bomb coming down. There was a lot of damage there onto Krasia, and Bondi and Eclipse still holding on to their ultimates. Now you can see Krasia not feeling confident. There is going to be the flash away from the Call of the Forge God for Griffin. Gets away from the mid lane. Archer is taking down that 2nd dragon. Was given over by Gravity. They realized they couldn't fight for it. So that is going to be the feat of monster slaying will be secured by lane 0.
Right, okay. 2 kills away from the feats of strength overall, and I don't think they're going to boom a turret quite yet. Just doesn't seem like the kind of game that this is going to be.
Pretty far off from that still. They do have those 3 grubs to work with, so, you know, they just need a little bit of time to free hit on one of these towers, and that story could change very quickly. There's a nice max range E for Eddie in the top lane. There's going to be a recall stop. They were recalling on a ward, and the bullet time is going to get interrupted by Larry, who is going down extremely low. But in the end, it's just an interruption on the recall for Bonnie and Eclipse, who are pretty low on resources, but Archer dashing forward, finds the chains onto Gandhi, who does charge back towards the bot lane, try to stay safe. Victor
nice
here on
vision.
the roam as well. That's going to be the flash away for Frazier. Larry in trouble, flashes the chains. And the Victor not there quite in time to finish off those kills. So a lot of flashes burned by Gravity, but they do get everybody out alive.
Okay, this is getting tense as just slowly you can see these teams are hitting these points where they're like, we can take them. We can get a fight, we can do something. Especially if you're on the side of Gravity, you kind of need this at this point to start picking up these kills, because that's the only way you're getting the feats of strength. You definitely don't want to hand those over. And you kind of don't want to, you could do it in team fight actually. It's just like Discipline has just been farming. Like, it's gonna be a 4v3 until Discipline wants to.
There's the reflect. There's Larry jumping forward. Gravity well down. Gets the stun, actually, onto the Mel.
That looked kind of
and
weird.
Griffin casually shrugs off the one. It did look a little bit funny, didn't it?
Griffin is just falling out. The jukes are so clean as Eddie is just throwing hands.
Yeah. Eddie, fresh off the recall, is teleported back to lane. Gonna push back Urg, who could go for his own teleport if he would like to.
Ooh, with the Stride Breaker, too.
Yeah.
Very good position for this set.
We got, we're halfway to our next dragon. It's an Infernal Soul escape. You can see Larry in a very awkward spot here. Wasn't expecting that clap. Nico, and he flashes forward. Eclipse finds Krasia as well. The Smolder is going to be able to flap out of the bullet time. But a nice catch onto Larry. At least Krasia is going to be able to clear out that minion wave. But here comes Archer as well. On the Silas, Gandhi trying to get into position to defend his AD carry. The Ornn is going to get it here in time as the minion wave is coming in, and now it could be Archer in trouble. Steals away the call to forward shot. Give me the Silas activating it first. Krasia trying to flap away, but still gets hit by the second activation of the ultimate. As Archer dashing forward, flashes on top of the Smolder, takes him down, and now it's Ornn all alone. Double kill for Archie. The turret aggro juggling is beautiful, and it's going to be a clean dive for lane 0. They pick up 2. Discipline on the roam, just here to pick up the minion wave.
Just here to pick up minions. Everyone's favorite thing to do when a fight ends, as far as I'm aware. Not get kills. But fine. Okay, it's less fine now, actually. Things have gotten significantly less fine. You've handed over the feats of strength for real this time. And you fed the Silas a little bit.
Yes, and the fed Silas is basically a war crime. War crime waiting to happen.
I agree.
See that there, that Dark Seal? It's got some stacks on it now. Look at that. The investment is paying off. The stonks going up.
We call that value.
Absolutely.
This all starts with a great ulti from Eclipse, and it ends with somehow Gandhi missing his ulti because he jumped in onto Eclipse, I think, with the Searing Charge. Oddly enough.
Yeah.
I think he saw an angle to pick up that kill. And also was kind of pressured back by the Silas. Interesting.
Speaking of getting pressured back by the Silas, it is happening right now in his own jungle.
Oh,
so
no.
that is going to be a flash away, actually, in the top lane. Eddie is forced to get away from the Camille.
I mean, no Haymaker, there's nowhere to run, unfortunately. You have to... Every option you have to get out of that fight keeps Camille on top of you at that point.
So with those kills picked up in the bot lane, that is feats of strength for lane 0. They now have a little over 3k Goldie as well. Chaos Storm down in mid lane as Discipline's going to be completely pushed out here. And
Hold on.
this is looking like an Infernal Soul point. We do see the bot lane is alongside Gandhi trying to move into this river now. As Eclipse standing guard with the Pop Blossom, dragging down to half. And now the teleport coming in for Griffin. See if he can close the door on him. Gravity Well is down. Call of the Forge God coming out. Bondi forced to flash away. Eclipse on the front lines. Finds the Haymaker.
Oh, no.
It's going to be the shutdown. On to the Nico and Eddie having a massive impact. Like Glacial Fisher. Not about to do Archer dashing forward, but cannot get the job done. And it is a massive team fight win for Gravity Nebula as they turn this game entirely on its head.
Oh no, the chase down continues. I don't see how they're going to pick up this kill, unfortunately. Griffin should be more
back
than
underneath
okay.
the tower, tagged by the Winter's Bite. Discipline, still with the Golden Eclipse, and there it is. 3 kills picked up by the Mel in a single fight. And Gravity Nebula immediately retake control.
So, I'm just going to point out the fact that Archer just blew up his own ADC. He stole the showstopper and ulted the MF into the Haymaker sweet spot.
Oh, you like brought the set closer to the MF, you're saying?
Bondi was not in the sweet spot, and then Eddie was thrown on top of him.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate.
That was actually also really good from them to split the fight. Eddie coming in, even without getting showstoppered in, had 3 members just on his own. And
yeah,
it kind of looked like Lane were trying to get a collapse going, but Gravity just kind of with the perfect response actually to split the fight in their favor instead of turning the collapse into a weird 3v2 or a 4v1 or 3v1, sorry, and I think it was a 4v2 on the bottom half of the fight. Very interesting strategy to get. I mean, it clearly worked. It was actually really good because the set was the one to be isolated, and it paid off very well. Getting 4 kills and the dragon on top of it to stall the Drake stacking.
Gonna drop the Chaos Storm here in the top lane, trying to push Eddie out of the lane. We do see Archer on the Rift Arrow, so lane 0 trying to get back on the horse here. Looking like they will be able to get themselves another neutral, but Rift Heralds, not really the prize that it used to be. They are wrapping around on Horde right now in the bot lane. Camille does manage to hook shot away. Skandi charging forward in frustration. Camille just a little bit too slippery. And that is going to be the first turret taken in the top lane by Griffin.
Oh, we really just didn't say first turret destroyed. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I literally saw a blue turret destroyed. I'm like, clearly it's not the first turret. And I look at the turret count. No, it's the first turret.
Yeah.
Spectator client.
It just wasn't necessary for the feats of strength, and maybe that's why, I don't know.
It always should say. It gives more gold.
Well, not currently.
Oh wait, no, they
the
removed
feats
that.
credit.
It
is going to give gold again next season. So,
and First Blood's going to give 100 extra gold finally, even though First Blood hasn't been the feat of strength for over half the year. Don't know why they didn't just add the gold back. Whatever. I'm not a developer. I wouldn't know.
It's fine, yeah. You don't have to worry about it too much right now. We do have Otacon. Speaking of, next season changes. Otacon sticking around for a little while longer. He is now on the Rift. And towards the bottom side here. And we got a couple of minutes on that next dragon. Still, Soul Point going to be a possibility for lane 0, but we can see... oh, that's going to... an Otacon start immediately for
No, that was not intentional.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Sunfire
Gandhi just has
rocking the
Sunfire.
Otacon. Yeah.
It's like, what do you call it? When you're equally just like Ornn trying to clear wards in the Baron pit and you accidentally piss off the Baron and get shredded with the stun. Same situation.
Well, they're going to be able to escape Otacon's wrath for now. But yes, that is 2 items done for the Ornn, including the Sunfire. And we did just see that second item completion for Discipline on the Mel also. It's got that Shadow Flame done. Pretty big spike for the Mel, who also has a Dark Seal, by the way.
Question is, are we going to see them try and stack this? Because historically, we've seen teams, when they're not rushing the Otacon, try and layer it with whatever objective is in the top side, or whatever side it spawns on, to see if they can try and maybe fish for a double angle after winning a team fight. Especially with Dragon. It's a lot harder with Baron, because Baron is just way tankier, but with the Dragon, you can boom the Dragon solo. I'm pretty sure Ornn can solo Dragon at this point, even with no damage.
Probably take him a little while, but I'm sure he could.
Well, I mean,
As
we're
it's
not
coming
gonna
up pretty
see it.
soon now. 45
It's gonna happen.
seconds.
Ooh, Riftmaker on the table for Archer. I like. I'm a big fan.
Okay, yeah, that is a big spike for the Sylas as well. So they're trying to set up a trap here around the bot side river. It's both top laners with the teleport available at the moment.
What's our stackage on Freja?
Oh, good question.
Because this is where it should be
Getting pretty
much
close. 182. No, not
Ooh,
there
that is
quite
very
yet,
behind.
but I
Usually
mean, it's
want
not
this done.
great, but it's better than my solo queue smolders for sure.
Well, that's not saying much.
That's true.
But this
As
lane
we
is
are
almost
getting
exclusively
Eclipse,
just
getting
farm.
on board the Herald. Not too much health left on that mid tier 1, but they're just gonna make no doubt about it. And Shelly is just gonna get that job done. You can see Eddie once again on the move, looking for the off angle once again. Currently, river control is. You can see Eclipse there, disguised as the minion, looking for the Pop Blossom angle. You see Bondi is a little bit far away. The bullet time not really getting a lot done here. It's only on to Larry, who flashed away. Gandhi gonna find the call of the forge got onto 2. We're trying to make the difference. They are on top of Gandhi with the bell. Is just gonna blow him away. Eddie now is trying to get on top of these carries, and I think he has the movement speed. Doesn't actually find the face breaker, but Bondi is still in trouble. Forced to flash away from the side. Eddie gonna flash on top of him and dunks that misfortune straight into the ground. Griffin running to the wrong side of the rift. Another decisive team fight win for Gravity. They're gonna be able to go up to 2 dragons here. Their jungler is in the death chamber at the moment, but I don't think they need him.
Not for the dragon, definitely. Eclipse. I like the angle, but you're just... Eclipse got way too excited for that play. I think they saw that Gandhi was
Far ahead, yeah.
gonna start ulti. You needed to wait for the team to push it. You needed to wait for Gravity to push into you, unfortunately, because Bondi was hitting nothing. Besides the fact it got immediately canceled, which is just like the cherry on top of the cake, I guess. Just Bondi was hitting no one with that ulti, unfortunately, because the 2 carries were way too far back to even be affected by it. So
when you're playing Lethality Misfortune, it is all about the ultimate, right? The ultimate is everything. And you're absolutely right, just wasn't really set up for success in that fight.
I mean, they kind of got some good clapback afterwards, but it was just they burned too much. They already lost their supporter. Eclipse got deleted promptly after that ulti wore off of the end. Once the stuns wore off, Eclipse was boomed. It's just like, you can't really 4v5 now without the MF ulti.
In the bush,
Especially
with multiple members moving in for Gravity.
They have the combo available again. And they only launched Dragon on it. It is slow. It's going to be a 4 Drake or 4 Infernal Drake Soul if it does come to that for Gravity.
Yeah.
So far, only 2.
And Smolder is definitely going to have his stacks for that next dragon fight as well. One other important thing to note here is that Ward used the teleport to join up for that last fight, while Eddie still has his. So teleport advantage in the top lane, although Griffin does have the teleport as well. So that's why the Victor is up in the top lane right now, picking up that minion wave.
Good lane assignments. Can't believe it. You cast gold for long enough, you get used to it. Yeah, you just cast gold for long enough, you get used to weird lane assignments. We've got to be pretty... Actually, no, that was only... It was only 182 last time we had a check-in, so it should not be finished yet, unless...
213 now. Very, very close now.
Absolute pop-off from Kreja in that team fight.
Pretty far from his 3rd item, though. He's sitting on the Cloak of Agility right now. I assume it is going to be an Infinity Edge 3rd for the Smolder. Most likely.
I mean, it should be. Unless maybe you want the Flicker Blades, but I think you can't really delay the IE anymore at this point, given how slow the gold has been coming in. No kills, unfortunately. 7 assists will support ADC, of course. And the farm still behind the MF in terms of CS, so kind of have to go for the IE at this point.
Also worth noting that Discipline did upgrade his ring into a book.
He's gone from wearing it to reading it. I don't know how ring turns into book, but know what, Riot? I believe you.
You know, it's magic. You know, we can
It is
suspend
literally
disbelief with that. You know, there's a lot of magic in Runeterra. It's a thing.
Ooh, they've bought enough time that LDR is on the table. Good.
Yeah, for Bondi there.
It's not future LDR where they re-add Giant Slayer, but still very useful. 40% armor penetration. Thank God they buffed it back up. I don't know why they reduced it.
It does feel to me right now like Lane Zero are running out of runway in this game. The scaling is starting to come online for Gravity, and they have won out pretty heavily in the last couple of team fights. So starting up the Otacon, this makes sense to me. Lane Zero are feeling the pressure right now. But Gandhi is ready to move in. They're looking for the turn immediately off the objective. The Pop Awesome. Well, they've only found the Ornn, but it looks like they're going to be able to burst him down. But Larry jumps in front, blocks the Misfortunes, but eventually the Camille gets in there and takes down the Ornn. Larry will fall as well. Krasia finally making his way over on the Smolder. Discipline is still alive as well, but those are a big couple of picks to secure, and now they're looking back towards the Otacon once again. Archer has been chunked out pretty low. They do still have Eddie as a frontliner to try to get these carries in position, but it's going to be difficult. You can see Eclipse running interference right now. The Pop Awesome is still on cooldown. The Reflect, though, catches the Nico, and Discipline pops her immediately. That's going to be the Otacon secured, though, as Archer flashes over the wall. The Haymaker is going to take down the jungler as Mel cleaning up on the other side of the team fight. Griffin going to find double stuns with the Gravity Well. The hookshot flash for Ord for extra style points. And right when they needed it most, Lane Zero come roaring back.
I saw the angle. I think Discipline over-chased on that play, unfortunately. I think if they fought as 3, they still have their Bell alive, and they can really try and at least ace them. Because you can't get rid of the Atacon buff, sadly. You couldn't steal the Atacon either, which is just another, oops, sad moment. But maybe if they stuck together as a pack, they could have tried to abuse the range advantage they have. Because it wouldn't have just been Eddie running into the enemy team alone. He would have had some pretty good damage from Discipline, who has just been deleting everyone this game. Like, that is kind of where all the damage is coming from. Sorry, Krasia. You are just here for executes at this point.
Look at this. This is going to be Infernal Soul point now secured for Lane Zero as well. It's only Gandhi in the area right now. Can't really push in by himself. That is big news for Lane Zero. Now Gandhi might be... This would be massive if the Ornn goes down again, but now the team is able to join back up. Gandhi does get away. Doesn't even have to flash or anything like that. It's all right.
I mean, that's just a teaser, though. That's 2 items for Griffin. That's a teaser of what's going to be happening later in this game.
Yeah, both mid laners actually closing in on Deathcap and actually just now completed for the victor.
Oh, no. That's scary.
Very scary indeed. And now they are looking to set up around the Nash. Gandhi's still only level 14 on the Ornn. Eddie taking the bot tier 1 has TP. Lane Zero aren't going to force the objective just yet.
Holy cow, that's a big health shield. That's a lot of shielding.
For the Camille?
Yes.
The passive does obviously scale with levels. So that shield getting bigger and bigger.
Okay, we can't see a face check again from Gravity because that's kind of that was the big issue. Is that they had 2 members just kind of walk into Archer, and then eventually that turned into Bondi, Eclipse, and Ord. They can't afford to have that.
Yeah, it was even the right members face checking, right? As the Ornn and the Braum are the people you want going in first, but Lane Zero just have so much damage.
Krasia was nowhere to be found. Like, Krasia and Discipline weren't there yet. They were still rotating into the play, so...
Good point.
I know that they thought the Atacon was... Well, they also thought that the Atacon was still being taken, I guess, but that's... You gotta use your wards. You can face check as Ornn and Braum, but not into 5. 5 is a little much.
Well, now the side of Lane Zero, they're trying to bait another face check here, it seems like. So they're threatening the Baron, but it looks like there is a ward down right now for Gravity in the pit that hasn't been spotted. Yeah, so it is full information for Gravity. They're not too pressed at the moment.
They actually just take back river control, too, so...
Yeah.
Meant nothing.
Lane Zero weren't really liking what they were seeing there. They just call off that play for now. They are going to have first crack at this Infernal Soul in 2.5 minutes.
Ooh, IE finish. That's going to hurt. Even just 75% crit, that's going to be doing a lot of damage. What do you cap this build off with? Because You kind of
GA
started
probably.
lethality. You could go GA, definitely. Oh, you can't sell your boots, unfortunately. And it's not season. It's not season 20. Holy cow, season 26. Season 16 of League.
Yeah.
And you get your boots turned into a different item slot entirely, so you get your 6th item. So it is going to be, do you value the survivability or the full crit, as Eddie's getting blown up. Nice buffer on the hook shot from Ord. And
Very
finally
nice.
we get to see it. I feel like we've been seeing no hook shot buffers this entire game.
That ward in the Baron Pit for Gravity has now expired. Larry is going to get caught by the Pop Blossom, and the Braum immediately dies. Gandhi very well could be next, tries to flash away. The slow comes out from the Make It Rain. Archer gets on top of his opposite number, but the Smolder is stacked up, and Archer burning down to the Smolder damage, and that is going to be the double kill, but Krasia dies to the bullet time. And now in comes Ward, stunned up by the Facebreaker, flashes on top of Eddie. Hextech Ultimatum gets the job done. And Bondi with the double up gets the kill on Misfortune as well. Discipline with the Reflect, is it enough? No, the triple for the lane 0 AD carry. Bondi getting it done. And it's gonna be a 5 for 2 lane 0 looking for the Baron.
Oh my goodness, what a great team fight. What an incredible team fight. Eclipse just, again, finds engages that I don't even know how they're getting away with it at this point. And the best thing is, they don't even, because they actually did so much damage just up front, they didn't actually need to burn the bullet time, and they could save it to ulti later, which picks up Krasia, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, just got caught by the very edge of that bullet time.
Very dangerous.
And now with the Baron buff, that should put lane 0 in prime position to take complete control over the map just in time for the dragon spawn. Let's see what the formation is going to look like. It's like all 5 opening up into the mid lane right now.
Should be some good deep vision coming through. Oh, they can't. Larry's right there, and I don't think Eclipse wants to be on the wrong end of a concussive blow.
So at least Gravity are going to be able to get pretty close here without too much of a contest. Forcing their way into the river, though, could be a different question. Skandi does not have Flash to try to get into this pit, so Gravity are going to have to win the fight. How are they going to be able to set this up? They do have ultimates on everybody. Both sides. Eddie looking for the Facebreaker, not going to be able to find Eclipse with that one. Bullet time over the wall. Not really going to find too much value without an Ward on the flank angle. Looking to potentially get off the Smolder. Hextech Ultimatum does come down, but the concussive blows are there, and Krasia going to be able to turn it around on him. Eddie with a massive haymaker, not enough to get the kill as Archer flashes in there to finish off Eddie. One death on each side. Both the top laners have been taken down. Golden Eclipse, though, is going to finish off Griffin as Discipline puts Gravity into an advantage position. The Dragon started up, though. Where is the Orn? Gandhi charges forward, but it's too late. The Infernal Soul secured for lane 0, despite losing out in the fight.
Those Tangle Barbs were perfect. Wait, they could turn on Gandhi here if they want. They're not going to take it. They're just going to take their resets. We don't need to fight more. We can just give turret and go. Okay. But what? Those Tangle Barbs were crucial because it kept Gandhi out of range.
I didn't even notice that. Good call out.
That smite, barely not enough. Gandhi, if he had the range for it, if he had the flash, would have gotten in there to steal it. Because I think it was exactly a misfortune auto away, clearly, because that's what got it for them. Yeah. But oh geez, that was tense. But I knew that kind of lane 0 win the 4v4 there. They just have so much of a health. They just ended up with a health bar advantage at such a crucial time as Gandhi's caught.
The Orange charges back over to the Blast Cone, is going to be able to use it to get away. Bullet time blocked by Larry, who even through the Unbreakable almost just dies. But now the flank angle they found. Bondi, who did get that GA completed, but I don't know. Oh, the Pop Blossom not enough to save the AD carry. In comes Orb, but the bot lane's already been taken down. Archer turns it around onto Eddie. Larry forced to back away from the Chaos Storm. It's 2 for 1. Gravity narrowly on top, but I don't know if it's a big enough win. They still have the Smolder, but it's so tough against the Infernal Soul.
Oh my goodness, this is getting real tense. Both of these teams are simultaneously feeling themselves and also playing somewhat cautiously. It's the weird mix of cautious aggression. What are the ornament? Okay, so we have 3 Ornn items up.
Yeah,
Should
giving it to
soon
both
have.
carries.
I guess he hasn't had a chance to give the third one over yet, considering I think he wants to give it to Eddie, and Eddie's busy being a corpse at the moment.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because
We'll
you get them
see.
all.
I mean, there's...
Right, bring back the second Ornn ulti for yourself. Or item, sorry.
Oh, just gonna give it to Larry, actually. So there we go.
I guess he's pretty close to level 17 at this point. It's not that hard to get another level.
Fair enough.
Should be the... No, it's going to be the Locket upgraded. Okay, so more sustain. I don't think Redemption gives better active anymore, unfortunately, since they removed the unique items.
Yeah, that's been very confusing to track over the years, how the Ornn upgrades work. They have changed it several times. You know, with the item system reworks and everything.
Now it just
Yeah,
gives
I
you
believe you're
stats,
right.
sadly.
Yeah, less exciting than some past iterations.
More
of
useful,
passive.
but...
Yeah,
No.
fair enough.
I liked my stupid... Oh, imagine upgraded Redemption in this... Oh, in the Redemption meta? Board would be permapick.
Well, we have seen, you know, these teams slow down quite a bit. They're just waiting for these next big objectives to spawn once again. The Baron in a minute, and Elder in 2.5. And, you know, Gravity, they are pretty much online now. I mean, it's 4 items for Smolder, 4 items for Mel. You know, Ornn is level 16. You know, it's only Larry who's a little bit behind, 3 levels down on Eclipse right now.
Holy
But
cow, Eclipse has been busy, I guess.
yeah,
How did you get
I mean,
this much
that's-
XP? You're a support.
there's like the Baron, and I don't know.
I actually don't even know.
Larry, I feel like, does like to follow Gandhi around quite a bit, and so doesn't
could
spend
help.
very much time hanging out in lanes. But is doing so right now, as we can see, is all of Gravity are trying to get some priority here in mid in anticipation of the Baron spawn, but a line brush controlled by lane 0. As they keep Gravity out of the river for now. We're gonna find Eddie off on the side with the hook shot. Bondi moving over as well. Hextech ultimatum to keep the set in place. The showstopper does come out, but the set is gonna get taken down. Mom comes out and it's gonna be Eclipse, who finds everybody with a pop awesome. The unbreakable is not enough. Larry will go down, but Archer has to flash away. Just was not quite able to get that passive stacked up enough for the kill. It is going to be a 2-for-1 there. Lane 0 on top. Is that going to be enough for the Baron? I think it should be. They're pinging on towards it now.
These catch-outs are... They're gonna get costly, like with these major objectives, these game-ending objectives nonetheless, lying around on the Rift. They can't afford to get caught out like that. I know Eddie probably felt safe in his own jungle, but you have to respect the ability of this team to fly in from anywhere. Eclipse is on Eco. Eclipse could literally be anything on the map. Besides, like, the Baron, I think, anymore, because, oh boy, when that change happened, that was great. Like, Camille obviously is going to fly in from nowhere. That's kind of her thing. Same with Archer on the Silas. It's just, you gotta be in a group, because it's just, unless you get an insane flank angle, it's just really not worth it to try and be a solo hunter.
I do kind of get the thought process for Eddie, though, right? I feel like the fights that have looked good for Gravity have been when Eddie is able to find those off angles, come in on the flank, but just felt like Word had the perfect read on him that time, able to catch out that set, and you were just able to take him out very quickly.
Gravity
now
were
using
kind of
this
dropping
Baron
back.
buff to push down in the bot lane. What were you saying?
Sorry, I was going to say, Gravity were kind of dropping back at that time because of, what do you call it, Archer was pushing forwards pretty heavily, so I think...
Trying to change onto Eddie again here. The set is isolated and
That's
immediately destroyed. Oh, it is just like you were talking about there, Kimchi. Now 4 members left to try to stop this Elder Dragon from going over, and they're in such a precarious position in the enemy jungle right here. Archer dashing over, not going to find the abduct. Gandhi letting it rip with the ultimate, not really able to find too much with it. The Elder is going to reset. Honestly, lane 0, they could just send somebody to push right now. I mean, there's nobody. They know that everybody from Gravity is trapped on the wrong side of the rip. The bullet time is going to come out. Gandhi charges away. Mom coming out in response. And Gray's going to find the execute onto Griffin. Ward getting in there, though, trying to get on top of Gracia, and the Camille execution onto the Smolder is going to be there. It is going to be a Discipline getting one back onto the Camille. Gandhi's flashing away back over the wall. Archer looking for the change. The blast cone going to get the Ornn out to safety for now. As the solo laners for Gravity, they're still trying to stay alive. Never mind, it's an Ornn jungle, I forgot. But he is going to get taken down eventually, and out is just the Mel, who is going to get chained up and taken down. Double kill for Bondi. Eddie teleporting back in immediately into his own demise. Does manage to take down the Nico with him. But that should be this game number 3 all wrapped up. Lane 0 looking to go up to match point.
Does it count as a Hashinshin if it's not in lane?
I don't know. Chat can be the judge of that one.
13,000 Goldie. I mean, the Goldie doesn't really matter at this phase of the game. Everyone has maxed out items. Who cares? It's just these team fights from lane 0. They keep finding some crazy. I don't know how Eddie got caught out there. That was actually kind of a tough one for Eddie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm defending him more for that one because he was just covering his bot lane. He was thinking about covering his bot lane and then started pathing to his team and got boomed for it. So sorry, Eddie. That was a tough one.
We talked a lot about how Gravity Nebula have such great scaling with this composition, right? But I guess, we kind of forgot that Lane 0's champions scaled pretty well, too. And, they just have so much damage. This draft, they've been able to pop these Gravity members so quickly.
You have to remember, Smolder doesn't increase his execute threshold anymore with his stack. So his stacks do have a realistic, useful limit.
And what do the extra stacks give you after
damage?
225?
They give you bonus damage on your sneeze, your sneeze and the fire and the thing behind. They do more damage.
Gracia, not gonna get caught out that time.
Yeah, they realized it giving extra execute was broken, as people would just stall games to an hour and then just pentakill every time. So they did fix it.
The change. The Force God gonna be called out now. Bondi in trouble. Is gonna get taken down. Shut down over to the Mel.
Overextension.
So,
okay.
Bondi popped his pants down a little bit there in the mid lane.
Yeah, your misfortune, no flash with a Nico covering you. You should probably not be pushing that aggressively.
Well, that is going to do quite a lot to stall out this game. I mean, lane 0 had double buffs, and then they just kind of lost a member. So it was a nice pickup for Gravity. And lane 0 kind of going to have to reset, regroup. The Baron has worn off. The Elder, I think they don't have for too much longer either. Maybe 30 more seconds or so.
Question really is now, can they survive this until they're... how much are they going to lose before Misfortune comes up? Because they currently don't really have anything
15 seconds. They can't defend the inhibitor tower. It's going to be Gravity taking the mid inhibitor.
See Eclipse
now
setting
they're going
up.
to look to back away. Yeah, Eclipse on a very interesting position here on the side, but nobody is going to be walking into the Nico. And now Baron is spawning once again in less than a minute.
Ooh, walking into Mel, I do not envy you.
So what does the setup need to look like for both sides here?
I mean, both of them obviously want to establish control. If maybe... Did they drop a ward behind? No, they did not drop a ward that they can use behind, because they could go for another Eddie flank. We've seen how well those have generally worked out. Because I don't think they can just... They can't run into the enemy. They can't run into lane 0 at this point. And for lane 0, it's just establish full control of the river, because you win every 5v5 in a straightforward, front to back 5v5, you win.
Okay. Well, we can see lane 0 in position right now. That was just a Scryer ward over by the Raptor camp. That's going to get discovered and cleared out by Eclipse. So no vision on that half of the map at all for Gravity right now. They're hovering towards this bottom side, worried about getting engaged on. Eddie on the flank angle once again. Archer, though, looking to possibly preempt things, just stealing away the Ornn ultimate for now.
Wait, where the heck is it? Okay, there's Eclipse. Sorry. The Nico does disappear when disguised.
Yeah.
So
makes things pretty tough for us casters, for sure.
Thanks, Riot. It's cool, but this is the one time I'm going to be angry about it.
Yeah, and we won't have any Nico after this, obviously. And this game likely going to be ending very soon.
surely.
This is, we're 46 and a half minutes in now. This is easily the longest game of the series so far.
And I thought 40 minutes was going to be the peak. Nope.
I think as soon as we saw Smolder locked in, we kind of knew. It's called the
Ooh.
Forge God. Gonna come out
No
now
flash
for
forward.
Gandhi.
Goodness.
Finds the knock up there. No, it doesn't. Does the bullet time coming out in response. Eclipse finding the knock up onto one. As Eddie on the flank angle here does find a haymaker on Archer, but it doesn't connect onto the Misfortune. The set is going to get taken down. Gandhi trying to flash away, but the chains will find him. That is going to be the end of the Ornn as well, and the end of everybody on Gravity in this fight. It is going to be another decisive win for Lane Zero. They pick up the 5-0, and they will push themselves up to 2 wins, going up to match point in this quarterfinal best of 5.
Oh boy, that's how it ends. It's not even like a big triumphant go all out 5v5. It is a clean ace. It didn't even look like they were breaking a sweat on it. Lane Zero with the clean closing fight of all things. Like, that's how it ends. Bit of an anticlimax, but know what? If your last fight's your cleanest, I think you're happy about that.
Yeah, I feel like honestly a number of our expectations were usurped in that game. I really felt like if we were going to go that late, then Gravity were going to be pretty heavily favored with their composition, but that's not really how this played out at all. Discipline did have a really nice game on the Mel, and Krasia did end up doing a lot of damage on the Smolder, but it was Bondi topping out the charts overall, and it was his mid laner Griffin right behind him, literally just did 20 less damage, 22
Wait,
to be
22?
exact.
Wow.
Less damage than the Misfortune. So yeah. Very nicely played.
Krasia never got online.
Yeah, the Smolder, it didn't really work out in the end. It got like a double kill in that one fight, but yeah, overall, really felt like the Smolder didn't do too much.
It was a lot of discipline. Honestly, it was a lot of the Mel doing like heavy lifting this game. It felt like.
Yeah, but not enough. Not enough to get Gravity over the line. Who's our POG for the side of Lane Zero? I think it could be. Ooh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one.
I want to say Bondi.
You think Bondi?
I want to say
Yeah,
Bondi. I think Griffin would be the other one because those were like our 2 crucial team fight members. Archer did obviously very well. I think the whole team did very well. Obviously, they won the game. That's just a given. But I think Bondi was a lot of the protect the puppy stuff came through. But Bondi, I feel like, also made the least mistakes when it came down to team fight execution and or pick execution and objective fights. And I think that kind of matters a lot to me personally, given how long this game went and how much the objectives eventually made the game revolve around them.
Yeah, I mean, Bondi definitely had some really nice positioning for those big fights. Kind of had that one pretty big oopsie where they like had the Uber buffs and he was like kind of alone in mid lane and got caught out.
That was pretty
but
bad.
For the most part, yeah, Bondi did have a really solid game. Honorable mention to Eclipse, I think, on the Nico. Did find a lot of really great, really creative engages. It's exactly what you want to see with the Nico pick, right? So I think Eclipse played really well also, but happy to give it to Bondi here. A pretty solid performance here in game number 3. And now Lane Zero feeling pretty comfortable, but I imagine that Gravity are going to be going back over to the red side now, which is undefeated so far tonight. All 3 games, red side has won. So we may just end up going to game 5 here, Kimchi.
Long haul. We're in for the long haul tonight, aren't we?
I think we could be. Well, we're going to go into the break and get into that game 4 draft ASAP. Don't go too far away. All right, I didn't tell a lie, did I? Here we go, Game 4 draft, getting right into it. It's gonna be Gravity as expected, back over to the red side. And let's see how much of those Game 2 bans are going to be mirrored now. It was Ivern, Poppy, and Ashe taken away by Lane 0 on blue. And it was the Wukong and Bessa and Mel, both of the Medardas, taken away by Gravity on red.
It's Caitlyn Karaman, the other character in that scene, of course.
Yep. So maybe it's just arcane bans to round us. Or no, the Mel is Fearless banned now, of course. So I guess she's no longer needing to be banned.
Jinx. We can get more arcane bans.
Singed.
Warwick.
Warwick.
Warwick
could be an option. Yeah.
He's there.
Yeah, he made it in, but by the end of the series. Yeah.
Oh, that's not arcane.
Okay, they've left the Wukong open. That is quite the gambit for Gravity here. What are they going to be able to get in response? Do they have an AP jungler in mind to answer the Wukong?
There's no Xin, there's no Trundle. Like, the two big things you pick into the Wukong are gone.
So well, I mean, AP junglers are really good into him as well, because he only gets the armor from the passive, right?
Could get, like, Lilia, everyone's favorite champion.
Yeah.
That's a Malphite. I don't think that's jungling, nor is it going AP.
Yeah, no, it could be jungling. It could. Malphite jungle is actually really strong. They gave him the jungle buffs as well. I'm not even kidding.
Why do they give everyone jungle buffs? What is wrong with you, Ryan? Why do you give this guy jungle buffs?
It's
scariest jungler in the world. Holy cow. Yeah, give the guy with the super ultimate a jungle buff.
I'm expecting, with a Malphite picked this early, it almost has to be jungle. I mean, you wouldn't pick Malphite top blind on R1. Like, that would make no sense at all. It has to be
that
jungle.
just goes to show you're nothing but a whiskey delta. Loki didn't appreciate that one.
No, she did. Oh, with the Gatling gun noises? Or is... Oh, dear.
I haven't played Corki in a while. I don't know what they're talking about.
I thought that was only a problem with, like, replays. Is that more ubiquitous than that? Oh, dear.
Loki's telling us there's bugs. That's great.
Well...
We have an Ashe.
Only all the time when Corki is in the game. That's very reassuring. Anyways, yes, Ashe locked in to answer the Corki, and now probably a support pick going to come through here as well. Common Ashe, but maybe like Emilio could be kind of fun. Seraphine is another pretty common pairing that I think we probably wouldn't like quite as much.
No, we wouldn't. Ooh, this is a weird one. This is not one you see normally with the Ashe. Okay.
It is very good with Wukong, though.
Oh, it is. Yeah, absolutely. Any engage with Wukong is great, but just odd to see it paired with the Ashe. Usually, I guess you don't want Xayah in this situation, but you kind of want Xayah in this situation, actually. No, you do. Malphite, Corki.
Malphite, yeah.
Yeah, Malphite.
Well, I think she's not very good into Corki, right? Because she just kind of gets poked out by the rockets. Maybe it's not as bad of a matchup as it used to be because Corki,
isn't
like
the
ultimate got like reworked a little bit, right?
Ooh, and Nebula. We're going places. Okay, we're only in game... I guess we are kind of deep in the Fearless, and we're going places.
Interesting.
Blind and Nivea is usually not what you want to see, though.
It does kind of feel like Gravity are sticking with the scaling strategy, doesn't it? I mean, it's not like hard scaling, but... I mean, a Nivea in particular I'm looking at. Yeah, right. Well, it doesn't... Aurelion Sol was still available. There's things like Azir as well, or like, I'm sure we could.
I'm impressed we haven't even seen him contested. Like, we haven't even seen Azir contested this series. That's kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Masters players, right? You'd think that they'd have the pocket Azir ready to go, but
he's a beast. Yeah. Leona, these are good bans. I like these bans.
Yeah, really good bans to cover the Rakan there, and the Nautilus and the Leona, and it'd be a couple of mid laners banned away by Gravity once again in that second phase. The Syndra and the Talia.
This should just be a support lock-in, right?
Yeah, should be.
Could be the Maokai. Okay, now we're throwing all the confusion out there now, because this could also be a jungle flex. I don't think it should be, but it could be.
Yeah, I'm quite convinced it is going to be the Maokai support and the Malphite jungle, but you're right that they could still flex around a little bit if they really wanted to. But they have a lot of zone control now with both the Anivia and the Maokai, so...
Oh, there he is.
We'll see. Okay, hello. Yeah, we just kind of spoke it into existence there. Kind of like we did with Game 5, right?
Yeah, true.
So it's too early to tell for that, I suppose. But
No, we said
Azir
it. It's
gonna get
already. It's
locked
too late.
in.
We've said it. It's too late. We've invoked it.
So the team fighting power is definitely there for lane 0.
It's the
And what are
top
they
lane
gonna
wrap
round
up.
things out? Yeah, blind top pick here, presumably.
Well, that's a good
Cassante
top lane
makes
roundup.
sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Some great front line, great blind pick. Kind of surprised, honestly, that Cassante made it all the way to game 4.
Kind of surprised they got this draft in game 4. Like, this feels kind of gross.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it does feel like a game 1 draft, honestly.
looking at these two comps, you see a very, like, pretty heavy meta comp. And then Gravity's
Whoa.
bag of trick
Okay.
has... Is this a Nivea
Okay.
top? Wait, is this a Nivea top lane?
Um. Uh. Uh. Oh. Do you really want to play Yasuo into Cassante though?
Because that's kind of my question. Like, Yasuo gets smoked by Cassante eventually.
I think the Anivia top would make more sense. I
'Cause the
think you
Nivea
might be
just
right,
stalls him.
Kimchi.
Like, Anivia just stalls him forever.
Yeah, you just kind of scale for free as the Anivia.
I mean, you do give Cassante free scaling. That is kind of the downside, but...
Sure. But I mean, Cassante is going to scale for free no matter what. He's Cassante.
He's Cassante.
It doesn't matter.
He is Cassante.
The Yasuo into the Azir is also very interesting. I mean,
We know it's
Azir is
Maokai
not.
and Corki. We know those two. That's great.
Yeah, yeah. I think that is locked. Well, what if it's Anivia support,
That'd be
Maokai
terrible.
top?
That'd
No,
be so bad.
no way, no way.
I was like, Anivia support? Anivia is one of the... Okay, it is Yasuo. Wait, no, I'm waiting for you to tell me what it is, because you have the draft. We don't have that.
We haven't started in the client yet. We don't know for sure.
I had a Nivea, oh boy, the Nivea APC, not even full credit Nivea shenanigans that my friend has put onto me.
Wait, the what? Say that. What? What?
He
shenanigans?
played 2 games of full credit Nivea because it was funny. Because he wanted to see the backflip. In his words,
Is
I
that
wanna
in
see
like
the
Earth
backflip.
or something or?
No, just norms, just random.
Okay,
norm
okay,
game.
okay. That's fine.
I did Skarner and we balled out. And I trundled, and he was mad at me for trundling because he's like, he has no synergy. I'm like, I went and did other stuff on the map. Come on, I'm Trundle. I don't need you.
Doing your troll king thing.
Yes.
Yeah, live your life, king.
Do not play full crit Anivia, please. It's really bad. It's terrible.
Well, you can in normals, I guess, if you really want to. But
Yeah, no, but you really should. It's not even fun. It's really bad.
I'm with you. I'm with you. We're about to find out now. We're into the client draft. I'm very excited to see
boy.
what gets locked in the top lane.
Come on.
I really think it's gonna be the Anivia.
I kind of
really,
like it in Anivia. I think it's a good matchup.
Yeah.
But
What
if
do we
it's Yasuo,
think
it's not
about
awful.
the bot lane matchup? Ashe Rakan versus Corki Maokai. The Maokai does feel like a decent answer into the Rakan. Honestly, you
but-
do have that point and click CC to try to lock down the Rakan, and Corki has a lot of burst damage.
It could work out, but I think early. Oh, it's Yasuo. Okay.
It
Look, he
is
went-
the Yasuo top.
Okay, we knew Malphite jungle. That one's kind of obvious. Really? That's crazy.
Just hearing from our producer that Yasuo apparently has a 53% win rate against the Cassante.
No, it's the Anivia
So
one. For all those losers playing Anivia top lane. I mean, wonderful people playing Anivia top lane. You're not up there with Vayne players. You're not on the list of awful League of Legends people. I promise.
yeah, I mean it's all ranged tops, right? They kind of go in a bucket. Although I
Yes.
guess Gnar maybe gets to live outside the
Gnar has
bucket.
350 range, okay? I don't think
Yeah,
he's really
he's
a range.
fine. That's
He's a range
acceptable.
champ in name only.
Yeah. This is interesting. So
This is a draft
oof,
that I'm seeing.
oof. So the only, I mean, technically you have like Maokai Q can also set you up, but mostly it's just the Malphite ultimate.
You're waiting for your Malphite
for the
ulti or
Yasuo.
your own Q. Like, that's it.
So it does feel like a lot of this draft for Gravity is kind of riding on the Malphite pick, don't you think? I mean, he's the main front line as well. They do also have the Maokai again,
Not gonna
but
get that tanky.
yeah, it's a support economy Maokai, right? So exactly, he's not going to get that tanky.
You
Very
are running a lot
interesting.
of eggs into your Malphite basket.
Oh, because they have Anivia. I see what you did there. Very nice.
No, I
Kimchi.
didn't, but no, it worked. I'll pretend that it was intentional now, from this moment on. But like they're putting a lot on this Malphite, and that's kind of a bad thing. I don't like when teams put a lot onto like the alternative is they put it all onto the Yasuo. Like when teams draft like 3 airborns and are like, Yasuo get fed please, and he doesn't, and then it's like, yeah, it's the same situation. You don't want to rely especially into a champion that reduces his armor, into Cassante who does true damage, and Azir who is an AP champion. Like you're putting a lot onto Malphite to frontline for you, and we'll see if it pays off. Like it's a risky gambit to throw everything onto one tank and say eat all the damage and be our engage. Ooh.
Yeah. I am really hoping, given all of these points that you just made, I am really hoping that we see the full tank Malphite this game.
Better.
A lot of people in solo queue still just go AP.
It's fun.
The tank
but
really is, I think, just better. Yeah. So, especially with a composition like this, I think you need to be tanky as the Malphite because you need to look for the perfect ult angle, right? You need to be able to find multiple members with that Malphite ultimate. So, being able to stick around in the fight for a little bit longer, I think, is going to be critically important. It's a very standard draft versus a very unusual draft, but arguably a meta one. A Malphite jungle is legitimately very strong right now.
Full sentences for 500, Alex.
Yeah, pretty much. But
all right, why do you do this to me?
Who's your prediction for this game number 4, Kimchi? It's a tough one to call. I think it's what we know versus what we don't know.
I'm gonna go for Gravity to make Loki really happy. To make Loki happy, I'm gonna go
predicting
for Gravity.
the 5 gamer.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's again, red side 3-0 so far tonight.
Oh wait,
it's
that's
feeling
even
pretty
worse.
likely. I mean they've got the Malphite here. It's feeling pretty strong. I don't know. I think you could be right, but we'll have to see. Definitely some strong meta picks on the side of lane 0 as well. Get into the break, guys, and then we'll be right back for maybe, hopefully, if you're Loki, the last game of the night. See you there.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls.
All right, everybody, here we go. Game number 4, lane 0, back on the blue side, looking to close things out. Gravity Nebula on red. A little bit of some interesting choices here in the draft. That is going to be the press the attack on the Malphite. I do believe that is actually the standard choice for the Malphite jungle, if I recall correctly. So it's going to be very exciting to see if they can make this work.
these are honestly pretty normal keystones. Besides, I guess if it is, I'm researching this now. I don't even know at this point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you would like to go green tree on Maokai, but like you can't really take grass because you're jungle, and you can't really take aftershock because you can only proc it on your ultimate. And
Wow,
you,
PTA
I mean, I've
holy
seen
cow,
some Malphite
10,000
jungles.
matches?
Yeah, man, it's good. It's really strong right now.
D tier jungle right now. That's probably because it hasn't updated. I don't know. I mean, 49% win rate's actually not that bad, especially for Malphite of all champions.
Oh, it's lower than I would have thought. Interesting.
The PTA build's
I
at
guess-
50.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen some of the Malphite jungles go Spellbook. Actually, I think I saw that in Emerald. But that, you know, is suboptimal for different reasons. And Larry gonna go for an early Twisted Advance down here and is going to suffer a little bit for it.
Severely pay the price. I don't know why he did
Yeah.
that. I mean,
seems
is Corki
not
trying to get
ideal.
waved? No, Corki doesn't even
But
get waved.
it's okay. Thumbs up, says Larry. All good.
Oh, gee.
Both junglers starting on the top side. Once again, gonna be passing down. Level 2 for both sides. And nobody's gonna do anything about it.
Corki's level 2 is about as good as his level 1, but he has a Q now.
Huh. Yes, that is how leveling up works, Kimchi. Thank you.
I mean, Rakan's level 2 is completely different from his level 1, depending on what
Fair
spell
enough.
you take.
I'm just busting your balls.
Well, Ashe level 1's pretty similar to level 2.
Yeah, fair.
Near identical. Spellbook. I just realized we have a spellbook. I love spellbook.
Where's the spellbook? I haven't noticed. it yet.
Rakan.
Oh,
I don't like
I
Rakan
see.
spellbook. That's pretty bad, actually.
No.
I've seen some funky spellbook shenanigans.
Oh,
of
it's
Rakan
gonna be
Ooh,
Eclipse.
Gabe.
Gonna find the knock-up. Counter-engage onto Larry. Both supports now chunked out pretty heavily. Both supports gonna burn the heals. It looks like the push is going to go over to Bondi and Eclipse. And level 4 Malphite, not too threatening on those early ganks. Similar to the Ornn that we saw last game.
Okay. Okay. Oh god, if Ornn's early level ganks are terrible, I don't want to know what Malphite's early level ganks look like.
He has a slow.
Technically better than Ornn.
Technically. Although Ornn
Oh,
has a
and he's
conditional
playing
knockup,
green.
so maybe it is, you know, pretty even actually.
I didn't realize he wins. He's playing the best
The
skin
fight
in
over the
game.
crab, who got it? I think it was
Archer.
Bondi, actually. No, it was Archer, you're right. And now the flash
Right,
away
but-
for Bondi. Ashe in trouble. Krasia gonna flash it in there for the last couple
You
of
didn't need a
auto
flash,
attacks,
dude.
and that's gonna be the first blood for the Gravity Jungler. Red side off to a great start here.
I think it was a bit over aggressive from Krasia with the flash, but got a kill, so maybe it's worth it. But I think that was a bit much. There was literally no chance Bondi gets out of there.
That's fair. And Bondi did burn both summoners as well, so they're gonna be able to time that pretty easily. And Eclipse trying to hold this minion, but it's a very large minion wave. Is Eclipse... Okay, no, we're all right.
It was not that far of a distance, thankfully. Bondi was right there, apparently, the whole time. Just waiting.
And so now this Cassante Yasuo matchup.
It's
You
Yasuo
see
Bondi.
Eddie is getting the push early on, has the early advantage, gonna find the tornado there as well. Where it does tick over to level 5. And Cassante, you know, he doesn't, you know, ultimately he doesn't really care too much about losing out in the early laning phase. Because he's just going to become very tanky, and you know, he's probably not gonna die
Unkillable.
like ever. Yeah, so
Cassante.
yay.
Everyone loves it.
Oh, Chemtech Dragon to start us out this game, as we did go for the full clear. It looks like Archer got actually both Scuttles and the re-clear on his Gromp and Wolves before the first recall. So gonna be able to
Malphite
find
for you.
the Phage there on the first reset. Bommy's in inventory for Gandhi. That does indicate it is probably going to be full tank Malphite, just like we were hoping to see.
Okay, that's good. Good, responsible esportsing. But how funny
And
would
now
it have
Gandhi
been?
moving in. There's going to be the Twisted Advance onto Eclipse. No flash on Bondi. But it looks like the Ashe is playing far enough back where she's not going to be vulnerable to the level 5
What is a level 5
Malphite.
Malphite gonna do?
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even sure why Gandhi went for that.
I don't. And they engaged onto a Rakan. Twisted advances in an instant route, so he's still able to just get away with his W. I don't know. No,
Maybe they're just trying to like brute force some priority so that they could look for an early dragon, but it's not going to work out as we can see. Gandhi immediately walks back up forwards, and yeah, they're gonna retake that control in the bot lane. Or does find the flip back onto the Windy Boy.
Windy Boy.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't call him what I actually wanted to call him.
He has a more demeaning
it's a family-friendly stream, so. Wind Stinker, can we go with that?
Wind Stinky.
Wind Poopy Boy? I don't know. I think we're thinking too much about this now.
Let's see.
So since it is a Chemtech Dragon to start us out, and then I'm assuming that we're not going to see very much priority on that.
It's Chemtech Drake, who cares?
And so we are going to be looking towards those grubs in about a minute. Gandhi does now have the ultimate available.
But now he's a little bit of a threat.
And actually a little bit of an XP lead over Archer. Look at that. The Wukong's still only level 5. Not quite sure what was keeping Archer so busy, but behind now in the jungle. Actually, ahead one camp, but down on XP. I guess Gandhi just soaked some XP from that little wander into the bottom lane.
That play, I don't know what to call it really, but
the
yeah,
meandering Malphite.
That was a play that I got to witness today. That is true.
Sure. Yeah. We've seen a lot of them.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Let's see some nice early priority for Discipline there, and that mid lane gonna flap on over towards this top side. And Eddie is gonna find the knock up there onto Ward, and Discipline just wanted a little bit of vision. That banana brush is now going to return to the mid lane. Archer does now have level 6 as well. Grubs have spawned.
What is the angle for these two teams? Because I feel we're getting a classic objective trade.
Could be. Archer is continuing the full clear down towards that bottom side. Gandhi moving towards the bottom side actually as well.
Oh,
so could it be a fight, in fact? We shall see.
Warden's... Yeah, you just buy bombies for clear. I completely forget how tank jungle works.
So interesting. I wonder if it's going to be an early Frozen Heart for the Malphite.
The other one is
guess the mana... Yeah, it could be Randuin's as well.
That would be terrible.
Literally nobody is building crit.
He's building it for his Yasuo. He's prepared for the Renata to show up in this game.
Right, of course. The dragon started up now by Gravity. They're going to look for this early Chemtech Dragon, as finally the bot lane was able to get some priority. So they're going to be able to lock that away. Lane 0 have the information, nothing they're going to be able to do about it. You see Archer starting to move up towards those grubs, but very delayed on looking for those. There, Nature's Grass going to come out in the bottom lane. Eclipse not going to be able to take that for Bonnie. That is going to be the cleanse forced out for the Ashe. The Rakan is going to be able to dash away. And so Maokai ultimate for cleanse is pretty fine for Larry, honestly.
I don't know why Bondi didn't just stand behind Eclipse there.
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to press his cleanse button.
I mean, there has been a severe lack of anything happening compared to, I mean, not even compared to last game, dear God. Probably compared to the entire series, like the lack of nothing. Yeah, it would drive me mad too, but still gotta play, I mean, not even just play win, just gotta make those optimal plays, always. And delayed grubs didn't matter, no one rotated.
Very true. We are gonna see that neutral trade come through after all, as you predicted.
Didn't look like it was going to, but apparently I'm just psychic like that.
It's almost like you're a color caster who's trying to analyze what's happening in the game.
Honestly, they probably could have got away with the contest, but they just didn't want to go for it. Gandhi wanted to take his reset for... Did he even reset? He's the same items we just saw.
No, he just went into clearing his topside camps.
I guess he... No, he couldn't have even based. How did he take this? No, he cleared up. Yeah, okay. Just cleared up.
Yeah, maybe he was, thinking that maybe he was going to be able to be in time to contest some of the grubs, or at least one of the grubs, but didn't end up being the case. just took a couple of extra camps, and it is going to be the Frozen Heart, because we do now see the Glacial
Okay.
Shroud in inventory.
It's not
Blade
a
of the
bad,
Ruined
definitely not a bad
King.
pickup. Not what I normally see.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit, it feels a little bit bad to go Frozen Heart first sight. Okay, Larry is going to find Eclipse. It's still Rakan. I kind of got baited a little bit there. Nice wind wall. Immune
It's only a
I
level
didn't even
5
know that interaction works that way.
It does. It's a projectile.
You can wind wall Q3, yeah, fair enough.
I think you can wind wall. You can wind wall many things that you should not be able to wind wall. Death Ray being one of them, clearly.
Silly wind stinker. Anyways, it feels a little bit bad to go Frozen Heart first item in the jungle because you get the mana regen from the pet, right? So that the mana generally doesn't really provide you with that much value. But the passive is really nice, and you do get a lot of armor from the item as well, and you are Malphite, so it does kind of make sense.
It's a lot. You need so much mana as Malphite. Holy cow.
All right, Larry looking for it once again down here. Archer is in position for the counter gank, though. And now the quickness gonna connect onto Larry, who's in so much trouble. The Cyclone is there. The Maokai, he flashes away. He stays alive, Archer. He flashes on top, does manage to get the kill, has to burn everything for it, and will go down in trade 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Okay, and I was gonna say, Gandhi, why are you not ulting? And I was like, just prepared. Especially because it's a long CD. It's a really long CD. You have objective in under 2 minutes. I think Malphite ulti is actually longer than that at this rank.
Yeah, not sure. I could check for us, though, actually.
I'm going...
It is a 104-second cooldown right now.
So it would have been back
Unstoppable
up.
Force.
But also, I guess he didn't want to burn his flash and or die if things went south. Because that was one flash away from just being the worst Malphite ulti of all time.
Well, you wouldn't want that. Certainly not from our first Malphite ultimate of the game.
Or you do. Start low. Literally
I
only
guess
up
if
from
you're a
there.
lane 0 fan, yeah. Or if you're just, you know, ramping up with the Malphite, yeah, that's fair, yeah.
If you're a firm believer that it can't get worse than that, then literally the worst ulti of all time.
He's scaling. Yeah.
His ulti's scaling.
As, Bondi is going to get advanced on in a twisted manner.
Ooh.
And now a
Never
teleport is
mind.
going to come out from Eclipse. That is the Rakan joining up here in the bot lane. But Bondi did take a whole bunch of damage, and so they're not going to be able to continue that fight. I think the Ashe should be all right to stick around underneath the tower, though. Pick up
I got
the minion
excited.
wave.
And I was like,
That is
oh
gonna
yeah, it's
be all right.
Rakan.
Yeah, Spellbook Rakan.
Turret plating will fall
All
soon.
good.
I just like, oh, sick. Someone's gonna come down here. We're gonna have a fight now. It's the one champ that does 0 damage. Can't believe I was baited like that. Evil
That's the
behavior.
best of us. We do have another dragon coming up in 20 seconds now. First dragon was, of course, secured by Gravity. They would love a double dragon. They've got some great vision control in the area right now, courtesy of Larry. Let's see if they can set themselves up for it.
There was no contest last time on the Drake, as Ord is suffering against these wins.
Yeah, it, you know, top lane. Oh, there's actually an all-out. from
Ooh,
Mixante,
buffered?
But and the Yasuo's gonna be all right. There's a nice sweep in the mid lane. Is Discipline gonna get scooped backwards? Ultimate gonna be flashed by
That's
Griffin.
big.
Cyclone can come out now from the Wukong. Archer is finding Gandhi with that with an Malphite, not tanking it up just yet. So that armor shred is going to be there. The max long range arrow from across the map gonna connect onto Discipline as well.
Oh
Just gets
my
shot
God.
out of the sky. And that is going to be the feat of warfare over to lane 0. They can now be the ones to look for their first dragon.
That's actually a crazy sequence of events. I went from Griffin, why are you making this play, to okay, fine, I guess. It looked really bad at first because it's a
It
single
looks like
shuffle,
Discipline
not
was
even
just
a
going to be
turret.
able to like right click away from it, right?
Yeah, he was just gonna walk away. Gandhi was gonna ulti in, and they were probably gonna boom him or something. And then the follow-up is so good. The flash away too. Holy cow!
Yeah,
the
perfect
gun
splash
snare
from the
is
Azir. Archer does not have Cyclone right now, but going back in is Larry. Find the Bramble Smash, but now I think, oh, there's Frazier gonna Valk actually on top of Bondi, who's forced to back away. Corki is now out of mana, but it's gonna be the side of lane 0 low on resources as well. Both sides gonna back away from that one.
This is getting dicey. These Arab ones have been like perfectly in sync, by the way. I swear.
They have been knocking one another up. That sounds kind of wrong, doesn't it?
No. You didn't. If you didn't say anything about it, no one would have.
Sorry, I just
Only chat would have
My
cared.
brain Sorry, I'll try to get my mind out of the gutter. My apologies. Rift Herald is going to be taken by Gravity. They're going to secure Shelly. See what they can get with her. It is going to be 2 neutrals apiece now. So a feat of monster slaying still up in the air.
Feat of first turret, I think that's actually what it might just be turret destruction.
Something like that. But we can go with whatever you want.
It doesn't have a coded name because it's a lame and lumpy.
I like feat of first turret. I think that seems fine.
Oh, yep, totally works. And it's gonna be gone next season, so who cares? As wrap around.
As here comes Eclipse though. Does find 2 with the charm, and in comes the Wukong as well. Gracia gonna get exploded, and now the R2 gonna come out from Archer, and Larry is going to be gifted over to Bondi as well. Very nice. A double kill for the Ashe, and that is gonna be lane 0 now, pulling ahead early.
No, that was just to look cool.
Griffin threatening the Emperor's Divide, but not actually going to go for it. And that's the first turret, looking like it is going to go over to Bondi down here in the bot lane.
Okay. I mean, it should. If they don't get it, I would be very impressed. Mildly concerned.
Oh, they got it.
There it is, and they took all the local gold. Can't do that next season. Oh boy. Bulwark is going to be kind of nutty.
Oh yeah, that is going to be really interesting change with the extra resists on the turrets. Yeah, a lot of pretty crazy. It feels like it's going to be a lot of changes for next season.
A lot of crazy things happening in League of Legends.
I think I'm most worried about like the role quests. It's like, do we really need to make top laners more relevant? Like, is that really necessary? I don't know.
No, we need more active items. Why do we have none? We lost all our active items, Riot. Give me them back. Especially as a support man, I miss having 6 buttons to press. I miss having to press 6 buttons a game. Simultaneously, like every team fight.
If you say so.
It was funny.
It's the what is it? Actions per second. APS? Is that what the acronym?
APM.
APM. Yeah. APM enjoyers rejoice.
Eclipse, run for your life.
He's Rakan. He's fine. 90 seconds on our next dragon. Gonna be a Hex Soul this game. Very exciting.
Ooh, very useful, even. Both of these teams would love just more attack speed.
Yeah.
That's what they need.
Oh, Griffin looking for the angle. Finds the sweep onto Eddie. Yasuo in a really tough spot here and is gonna get taken down.
There's no way he
really a nice play there from the Azir.
He waited for him to dash. That's mean.
Yeah.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Oh no, bullying a Yasuo player. I'm so upset.
Yeah, no, actually I don't care that much. It was just mostly funny.
Right, Shelly gonna get summoned up in the mid lane. And not quite able to take down that tier 1. Larry, barely knocked up by the Grand Entrance. Bondi trying to kite forward here. In goes Archer. Holding on to the Cyclone for now. Ooh. In goes the Malphite. Does find the knockup and they take down Ashe. But Archer is able to trade it back onto the Maokai. But Gracia is going to be unmatched here in terms of the DPS. A shutdown over to the Malphite jungle. Word has made his way into the play, but it feels like it might already be over for lane 0. The Cassante forced to flash out as Eddie teleports in. That is going to be a 2-for-1 fight in favor of Gravity. They're going to be able to take this mid-tier 1. They are going to be able to look for the dragon afterwards. Consolation prize for Griffin of that top tier 1. Honestly, would have liked to see the Azir go for a proactive teleport in there as well, but
has no shuffle.
Griffin just, yeah, I suppose
there's just been damage. And I mean, it could have worked out definitely. Griffin has a pretty solid amount of damage, if I do say so myself, but kind of want to hold it as in this situation for an actual engage potentially.
I mean, perhaps as well, the Azir needed the gold from that turret to complete his second item. So that's obviously a really big spike, and so, you know, maybe that's just kind of what he was playing for in that moment.
Honestly, Bondi just kind of has to respect the engage more because...
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, yeah, Bondi gonna be forced to flash now.
Oh.
Will survive.
No, don't stop, Bondi. Stop it. Have we learned nothing?
Yeah, the Ash, I agree. You know, was playing really aggressively there in the face of the Malphite, who still had ultimate. I mean, maybe he was just counting on his reaction to flash the Malphite ult, but it didn't happen. Ended up being a very nice play for Gravity when they were looking like they were starting to fall behind in this game, but now able to get up to their second dragon, still behind a little bit in gold, but there's a nice interrupt for Ward on the Anivia Storm, and it's going to go for the all-out as well. Discipline does put down a very nice wall to buy some time for himself, and Ward is going to be stymied on that attempt.
I just want to point out this is Knight's Vow Malphite.
Oh, interesting. I guess it's probably given to the Corgi, or would he give it to Yasuo, maybe?
I cannot tell. He gave it to Eddie in this situation.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, they definitely do want to fight together when possible.
It's an interesting strategy. I actually have not seen many jungle Knights. I guess I've seen a few more recently because jungle income has been a bit sadder than usual, especially on tanks. But still odd. Usually, especially in situations like solo queue where no one builds for their teammates besides supports.
Right. Well, I do think, yeah, it's as you say, it's feels pretty good in this situation. Now we'll see if Gravity are gonna be able to keep this momentum going. They do have 2 items done now on Eddie's Yasuo as well. Has that shield bow done for the extra survivability. And obviously the 2 items done for Discipline, who has that Rod of Ages fully stacked.
The cringe bow. Evil.
Cringe bow.
It's a Yasuo item. It's evil.
Fair enough. Yeah, obviously 2 item spikes on the other side as well. You see that Leandre's done for the Azir, as we were talking about earlier. And Sundered Sky now done for Archer's Wukong as well. We'll see. Next big fight probably going to be around that next dragon in a couple of minutes. Feels like that is going to be a necessary secure for lane 0. You do not want to be allowing Gravity to go up to Hextech Soul Point. Going to put them in put the side of lane 0 in a really dangerous position if that does end up going over.
We're just kind of... These are 2 champions who like to exist next to each other because they both let each other scale forever. That's a good amount of damage. Unfortunately, it's Cassante, so he's 2,000 HP left.
Both teams on the other side of the map kind of posturing around this Otacon right now. Eclipse making sure that they maintain control over their own Tri-Brush. As Archer waiting in the lane, Griffin trying to bait this. Dashes away. Archer dashing forward, but it's only onto Gandhi. Malphite is not going to be the target here. They need to get on top of the Yasuo if they're going to make this play work.
Gandhi's
it's actually Gravity with more members in the area at the moment. Gandhi moving over now.
If they wanted to go for an angle, this is kind of it when the Malphite's actually just going to get like a quarter of his HP back because jungle healing is insane.
Okay, they're looking for Larry potentially. There's the arrow, the flash, and it still connects. Find a Larry. The Maokai does manage to throw out the Nature's Grasp, and they get on top of Bondi, who's immediately exploded by the Malphite Yasuo combo. Archer tries to flash away. Eddie flash follow back over the wall, but it's right into the Azir turret. And that was a Yasuo moment if I've ever seen one. Now it's Griffin's turn to try to flash away. Gandhi without the ultimate. We're going to turn around, flashing in on the Malphite. Is immediately turned around and by the Cassante. A beautiful sweep from Griffin. Larry, still alive somehow, is going to be able to walk away. But most of Gravity do find themselves in the Death Chamber. And this is looking like an Otacon for lane 0.
Oh, no. It started out so well, and then Gandhi just wants to recommit. You accept your 1-for-1 at that point, and you cut your losses. I don't love the re-engage there. Why is its aggro resetting?
No idea, but definitely agree that maybe Gandhi was just overestimating his damage with the press the attack. Maybe he just like doesn't have that many reps on the Malphite jungle. I don't really know. But it definitely did look very weird. Okay, though this is really big. Ooh. I honestly would have liked to see lane 0 just go for the dragon here instead of the Otacons. They've used all of their tempo now to take the... Oh, they're going to go towards the Baron. Look at these pings.
Oh.
They're pinging towards the... Do they have... I don't think they have time.
No,
so the
they
Hextech
don't.
Soul Point is going to be secured by Gravity. That is massive for them. I mean, I know Otacon is really big as well, but, I mean, Hextech...
Maybe. There's no vision right now. Well, now they definitely know something's up.
There's a good read
mean, if
from
they win the
Gravity.
fight-
They realize, oh, Larry's going to go in onto Eclipse. Quickness popped. Cyclone available for Archer. There's going to be an arrow onto Larry. Add Maokai, it's a dead tree walking. Archer going to find two with the Cyclone. Eddie, though, is doing so much damage in response. The Wukong and there's the Unstoppable Force onto two. Bondi, he does have the flash to try to get away, but Eddie gets right on top of him and cuts the Ashe to pieces. Griffin, the last survivor. The Zonya's not going to save him. Double kill for Eddie. And a massive team fight for Gravity Nebula.
Full commit onto a Maokai again. It's like the fourth one this game, and it's just gonna be a free Baron.
Whoa, Discipline gonna get scrambled here in the egg.
Oh no.
As Ord gonna cut down the Anivia. That is one kill back for lane 0, but a very thin silver lining. Looking like red side going up to 4-0 here, Kimchi.
Loki, get excited.
Game 5. It's
Loki.
happening.
Oh, she's not responding.
Taking a nap,
She's just,
maybe.
she's
Getting ready
stewing.
for the long haul.
She's stewing at us instead of yelling at us.
Okay.
Sorry, Loki.
It's not our fault, Loki. It's blame the teams. They're the ones that are so evenly matched. Anyways, we do have 3 minutes out on a potential Hextech Soul for Gravity, so they should be able to, you know, take control over the map with this Baron buff and parlay that into a Hextech Soul is kind of what I'm envisioning right
Why
now.
does the client say it's a Cloud Soul? It just this game, this video game. The API works. It says it's a Cloud Soul on my end.
Yeah, classic. They never did manage to figure out how to, you know, fix that bug
Fix
with
a timer.
Hextech and
Fix
Hextech Dragons, where it's just like it isn't able to show those for some
I
reason.
don't even know. This game is.
It's quite silly.
It is very silly.
So this is interesting. We're seeing a heavy commitment from lane 0 towards this top side right now. They're pretty much sacking mid and bot lane to try to get some bounty gold off these top lane turrets. They are going to be able to take down the top inner. That is some
That's
nice
what's stealing
extra
gold,
gold for the
crazy.
Azir. I think that is going to be Zonya's done for Griffin in base. Very nice for the Azir. And it does kind of feel like it's going to have to be Griffin if lane 0 are going to find a way back into this one.
This Ashe build, I mean, it's a standard Ashe build. It's just like, there's no damage on it yet. We're gonna be here a while before there's any actual damage. Especially because it's crit. I'm not a big fan of crit Ashe personally.
Yeah,
It doesn't
I mean,
actually do any damage.
Yeah, it just increases like the slow, I think,
Slow.
doesn't
It
it?
increases your slow
As,
by 66%.
Okay, Gandhi is slowly getting burned down here. Ord is going to take up the nation. Oh, actually, somehow Archer did get rooted there as well. There's his double force on a 2! And Eddie going in once again, but Bondi is safe this time, and Griffin able to hit as well in the choke point. And Gravity have used their combo on the front line, and it's coming back to fight them in a massive way. Larry locked up in the Glacial Storm, now doing so much damage in the choke point. Griffin just trying to stand and hit. Archer desperately diving forward. The Anivia is eventually going to burn down, and now it's only Krasia. Bondi walking forward. The Corki has run out of mana. It's going to be another kill for the Ashe, and it's going to be lane 0 who complete the ace. They turn the Baron buff power play around, and now they will be the ones with the setup for the Dragon.
That's actually so huge. Getting a big amount of gold right before an objective fight, too. Is that going to be the IE for Bond? And they get the turret, which kind of matters. Nice to get that standing gold off of the Rift. It's not really going to get you much pressure at this point, given that everyone's dead. Loki. There is a chance, Loki. Yes, there is a chance. There's a chance we go to bed before 1 in the morning.
35 seconds on the Dragon spawn.
This is a
Gravity
4-item Azir.
making their way back out onto the map.
4-item Azir. Very
Oh,
fast.
he's big. Very, very large Azir. Big old
Denied
pigeon man.
Penta. He's gonna get it.
Oh, did he pick up the quadrant that last
He
fight?
picked up a quad. He killed with the burn.
Shit. Yeah, that's, he's big. I called it out, right? Griffin has to be the hero for lane 0 if they're gonna close this series out. The hero
Making
for
a
lane
case.
0. Rhyme unintentional there, actually.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Right,
Body
Banana
on
Brush
rotating.
control for Gravity. It's going to be lane 0 trying to force their way in. See Ord trying to create some space here on the upper flank. Dragon getting burned down immediately. Archer is going to have a tough way trying to get in here. They do manage to start off the team fight. Can Archer get in towards the Dragon? The Anivia is already in egg form, and actually they peeled off on the side of Gravity into their own demise. But the Dragon does get secured. It's Hextech Soul for Gravity Nebula, but they have lost 2 members in the fight already. Flashing forward as Bondi cleanses off the Flash Frost. Krasia now with the Valk away, staying alive for now. Archer on such a low health bar. Griffin sending the soldiers forward, but I don't think they can chase down anybody else. I mean, the Rakan is trying to close out
flank now.
the
They gave
door
him a
on him,
flank.
trying to prevent the escape, but the Hextech Soul is so much damage, it's so scary. Griffin, a nice Zonias to immune the stun from the Anivia, and a nice Warrior Trickster from Archer as well. But no, the Hextech Soul is too strong. Gravity Nebula pick up a couple of kills in addition to their permanent buff, and they have retaken control.
Oh no, that was such a good flash from Gandhi. If you're wondering why he doesn't have it, he actually flashed back into the play after getting beaten up by Griffin for a little bit with the Emperor's Divide to secure the Dragon. So they sacrificed a lot of the fight there in the name of getting this permanent buff. And I mean, now they got to make it pay out. Like, they have to make it pay out because you're getting really close to full build Azir, who is going to have a death cap very soon. And we'll just probably run you down and stab you to death with all of his soldiers.
Yeah, but I just feel like there's more threats on the side of Gravity. The Hextech Soul it's so strong, man.
It is really
I think it's
strong.
so hard to play out for Lane Zero from this position now.
They do have some. They've had some pretty good engages. That is their.
They have, yeah.
That's
they've
their
been
win con.
team
They
fighting
keep finding
valiantly. They have a strong team fighting composition, but there's just too many buffs at this point on the side of Gravity. They have the Otacon, the Hextech Soul, or no, the Otacon actually went over to Lane Zero, didn't it?
Yes, they have only the Hextech Soul. Both perma buffs are on the side of Lane Zero. So they do
Well-
have the better stats from it.
Well, the Hextech Soul buff obviously is,
Or well,
red.
the other perma buff. Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
2-to-1 perma buff. And only one of those will be valuable. Will lose value once all these turrets are gone. The little Kevins will despawn soon.
Baron started up, and Lane Zero not confident enough to push into the river here. Looks like this is just going to be taken for free by Gravity Nebula. Gandhi not in the pit right now, but can wander back on over there for the smite.
Oh, big wall.
So,
Archer?
and now Archer caught out, engaged on by the
Forward on
Maokai.
the
It
flank.
popped to the quickness. They're going to find Larry here. It's only the Maokai. They're not willing to fully commit onto him, which is probably the correct choice. It's Horde on the flank angle, and it's a four-man knockup from the Wukong, but it's so much damage coming out in response. Eddie flying into the back line. They take down Bondi, the Malphite, and everybody on Gravity Nebula is too big to fail. Griffin will be the last to fall, and with him, any hope for Lane Zero of winning this game. Kimchi, we are going to Silver Scrapes.
It's not Silver Scrapes, we don't have the music, but we are going to Game 5. Loki, get excited. Get excited, Loki, because we're in for the longest of hauls. Even longer haul than we thought, because these games have actually gone kind of long.
They have.
They had such a good flank, but they just keep letting they kept letting the combo go. This combo of Gandhi and Eddie, they just let it fly, and there was not much they could do about it as Gandhi, holy cow, maybe wanted to die to the turrets, given the emote he wanted, he just threw out there.
34.5 minutes for that one.
Oof.
Gravity Nebula picking up their second game. Eddie typing the Silver Scrapes in the chat. That's right, Eddie. Even if we can't play the music, it's still Silver Scrapes in our hearts. I can hear it now.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh boy.
But yeah, for the side of Gravity Nebula, who's our POG for this one? Krasia did the most damage.
Krasia did the most
45.5k in a 34.5 minute game. That is a lot of damage.
I don't feel like it was Larry. Larry, I'm not giving you a credit for like
No, it's not Larry. It's definitely not Larry.
had some
Sorry,
plays.
Larry.
No, it Gandhi.
Yeah.
I think
For the draft
Gandhi or
creativity as
Krasia?
well, right?
It's Gandhi or Krasia.
I think
And
so. I think it's one
I
of
don't
them,
think-
yeah.
I don't know if Krasia did anything. I guess Gandhi didn't really do anything particularly special either. Just kind of played Malphite.
He found good ultimates. He set up Eddie
find good
to
ultimates.
find. It was most of those unstoppable forces were multi-man.
That is true.
Which was huge. which was huge. Eddie was
But I'll
able
give
to
it to
find so
Gandhi.
much value
Sorry, Kaiser.
because of what Gandhi was able to find with the Malphite. So, yeah, I like it. I like the Gandhi POG vote for the Malphite jungle here in Game 4. Backs against the wall, right? And definitely took some cojones to bust out the Malphite this game and made it work very, very nicely. So props to Gravity Nebula. Let's get into one more break, guys. Queue up some Silver Scrapes. Sorry we can't play it for you. But we'll be right back for the decider, the game number 5.
Hold nothing back. Seize the day. We must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? 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 We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Long have we sought to ascend this place, a life of servitude to omens. The elders have promises long before, with evil banished to the wastelands. Hands of the chosen will extend to us above the roof of this world.
Here we go, guys. Game 5, champion
wasn't ready for
select.
this.
Caitlyn, first ban on blue side for Gravity. Lane 0 on the red side. The winning side tonight. Seeing if
really
they can
is.
close out this series the same way they started it.
Oh. It's midnight. Sorry, it's midnight.
All right, so we've got Ivern and Ambessa banned away on the red side. The Wukong ban is no longer necessary, as it has been picked in that previous game. On the blue side, we have the Nocturne is going to be banned. Is the Kindred now going to get taken away as well? That has been consistently banned by Gravity on the blue side all night, and they're going to leave it open this time around. Are we going to see a Kindred B1 Game 5? Surely not.
Kindred's been open a couple times this series, and they just never took it.
That is true.
So
What
maybe
else is
tonight,
open
maybe
here?
this is it. Maybe this is the time. They take the Kindred.
There's like Jinx, I feel like, usually comes out when a lot of these AD carries are banned. Other priority AD
Never doubt
Kaisa,
the power
yeah,
of Game
still
5 Jinx.
available.
Game 5 Jinx is a beast.
Mid laners, there's still the Syndra. You know, Syndra's been getting banned pretty consistently in the second phase. Maybe one of these teams is going to decide to prioritize it a little bit higher this time around.
Ooh.
Sejuani first pick. Okay. I mean, it's a pretty safe first pick, but not necessarily a high prio one.
Yeah, you definitely could have picked that up a bit later in the draft as... How did we use none? Sorry, I'm looking at Drafter, and we've used the none slot.
What are you talking about?
The literal none option is marked as used because they picked it over Zillion by accident.
Oh, that's funny.
Ooh, Jinx is going to be
Grim.
taken.
I
There
thought
it is.
Heck Grim is bad right now. Jinx, I called the Jinx.
Leona.
All right.
Hmm.
Okay, so the makings of a pretty strong team fight composition already for lane 0. But of course, Gravity have that nice front line already picked up in the Sejuani. If they want to match hyper carry with the Jinx, there is the Zeri that Loki here did mention. There's also like the Twitch. Tristana's still open.
Wow.
Kog'Maw is open. Shout out to Storm, my
All these
co-caster in
picks.
Emerald. Big Kog'Maw fan. Aphelios is... Storm!
He's
Storm,
here.
are
He
you
heard you.
watching?
Storm!
Oh, he's locked in.
It's you!
All right, Cog time.
I can't believe they subbed in Storm for this one game. I can't
I don't
believe
think
it.
he
They
actually
signed...
plays Kog'Maw. He just thinks the champion is strong. He's a top laner, so it's, you know.
You could play Cog top lane. People will hate you, but you could do it.
Oh, don't give them ideas, Kimchi. But yeah, the Lulu could probably just be a great pick here alongside the Kog'Maw. Lulu is still open. There's also like Yumi if you want to be really cringe. Melio is still open as well. Melio could be really good into the Leona. Seraphine. Okay, I guess. I mean, it's technically an enchanter. Not a huge fan. Probably a jungle pick here for lane 0. I'm presuming.
Why do you do this to me? Loki,
What,
why do
me?
you do...
Oh, wait. What did Loki do?
Loki manifested this. She manifested this in game 1.
Oh, right. Neferi. Oh,
wait, this
spicy.
is more fun. Can we just get rid of the Seraphine? Can we just remove the... Trade the Seraphine out, please.
Just do a quick redo on the draft.
Yeah, no,
That's true. It could be worse. It could be worse.
It's Seraphine in general. She is the bane of my existence. I am a Sona enjoyer. I hate Seraphine.
Just for context, Loki said, at least it's not Seraphine Sona.
Yeah, that's what started this joke.
Yes. Which I think we can be thankful for.
She keeps trying to summon it on me. It's crazy.
We're safe. We're safe. It's game 5. Both bot lanes have been locked in. It's okay. We don't have to worry about it, Kimchi.
This is Kog'Maw mid.
Oh, God.
AP Cog mid.
It could be, couldn't it?
No, it can't. Please don't. That'd be really bad.
Well, the Mordekaiser is going to get banned away in the second phase once again. That's been another pretty common second phase ban. Mid laner is probably going to be the target, or seems like they're going to be the target here for Gravity. Yorick, pretty interesting ban there.
There's the Syndra gone again. They really don't like it. They really don't like Syndra.
Yeah, makes sense. That's gonna get taken away once again. The Neferi is such an interesting pick here. I mean, it doesn't really go with the Leona. It's almost indexing more into pick at that point.
It can work with the Leona.
Now.
Neferi just kind of does her own thing.
It's not bad, yeah.
Ooh.
Just not what I was expecting.
Everyone's
Renekton can come through. Yeah,
Renekton.
Seems fine. Game 5, blind Renekton. Some things never change.
As much as we wish they would.
And now, what are we taking into the Renekton? We need some nice Sejuani pairings here, I think, as well. We need at least one other melee champion.
That's not really what I was thinking,
Side
but
of
that's
Gravity.
it's not really a good Sejuani pairing.
Hey, not especially, but you can combo, the stuns with like the barrels and this sort of thing, and
You
that
can beat
could be
Renekton.
pretty
That's
good.
why they drafted it. It
You
beats
definitely
Renekton. That's
can,
good.
He has 1 CC
That's a
and
nice
Gangplank
pickup.
says I don't want to be CC'd one time, and then that's kind of all right. And yeah, the Casio, we did see banned once earlier on tonight. That is now going to come through. Feels amazing into the Nefiri especially.
Ooh, I like this. I like this.
And now, I mean, we're assuming it's Nefiri jungle, but
Yes.
it is going to be the Nefiri jungle. Okay, Talia looks like it's going to be the consideration now for mid
gonna be
lane
Teemo.
for
It's Teemo
Griffin
time.
there.
Oh, it's not Teemo time. Can always dream.
It's definitely not Teemo time.
No, it's always.
It is
Teemo
Talia time. No,
It is Talia
that's
time.
incorrect.
I do like
Kimchi.
this pick.
You're
I like this pick.
yes. So yeah, the Talia. Honestly, it doesn't feel amazing here. It is very strong with the Renekton and the Leona, but the only dash you're really countering is the Sejuani, which we don't really care about too much. But certainly there is going to be some pick potential here with this lane 0 draft. I do think that is kind of where they ended up with everything that's been locked in here. The Talia, should, I think, be able to get priority against the Casio, and I think we're looking for plays on sides. That's my thought process right now.
I just like how big this engage comp can be, because the Leona Renekton can go in from not super far away, but they can go in, and then Nefiri and Talia can just fly in from off screen. Like, they have pretty sizable engage ranges with the Weaver's Wall, and I don't know what it's called, but her new ultimate, I guess, because they changed it to be her
Hound's
ultimate.
Pursuit, I think.
I literally have.
Yeah, I think it's Hound's Pursuit, and I think the W is Call of the Pack. But I'll double check for us once we get into game.
Hound's Pursuit and ult is Call of the Pack. Okay, they did change.
Oh, is the R Call of the Pack?
Yeah, they flipped them. I just remember they flipped them because the long cooldown. I don't even know. It's a really weird change they made, or they might have flipped them and I never changed it myself.
Yeah, that's what happened. They changed the W and the ultimate. They swapped them.
I think I might have it out of date though on my little list here, and forgot to switch.
Well, I'll check.
I like the engage range. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Pick potential. You mentioned it. Oh my goodness. Pick potential should be really good even through the annoying Seraphine healing and shielding and move speed for herself only because she's greedy.
What do we think about this bot lane? Because, obviously for Gravity, they are going to have the range advantage with double ranged versus the Leona, who, could potentially get poked out a little bit. As his Seraphine does have the decent base damages, where she can, poke you out eventually. There's no sustain for Jinx Leona, right? So, but obviously the all-in is going to be very threatening. There's you can chain the Leona CC with the Flame Chompers, and, somebody's probably just dead at that point if all that CC is going to land. So, what do you think about this bot lane matchup?
I can see why Gravity went with it. It's very strong, obviously. Cog Enchanter is one of the iconic bot lane pairings, like, ever. Leona, or Lulu, not Leona. Oh boy, Enchanter Leona. Yeah, that's great. But like Lulu, Milio more recently. I think I would have liked a Milio more, but I think they wanted that CC that the Seraphine brings with the ulti. So fair enough. I just hate Seraphine enough that I will say that actually they probably win this. Unless they get like super hard engaged on and blown up, they should be able to play at a pretty safe enough range to get the Kog'Maw at least somewhat scaled up.
Yeah, they're just going to have to be careful about when they're pushing out, right? Because again, both Nefiri and Talia can be really threatening on those roams down into the bottom lanes. So definitely something we're going to have to keep tabs on. Do we feel like, are we expecting any early action in this game for either side? Any early aggression, do you think?
It's Renekton. We can always see early aggression. And Sedge is pretty decent 3 or 2 camp ganker.
Mm-hmm.
Probably 3 camp because actually it has to be 3 camp. She can't stack the passive fast enough without her W because she has 1 melee champion. So
And you definitely need the Q as well for those
yes,
games.
will need to be a 3 camp, sadly, for anyone hoping to see Sejuani do cheeky 2 camp into bot gank.
Yeah, we had the Jarvan earlier, but that early
Didn't
game
do
was
anything.
quite weird, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the
I don't
Zin took
remember
over the
exactly.
early game there.
That's
so.
right. That was where the Zin went for the level 1 invade, and yeah, Jarvan was kind of, the game plan got thrown out the window very very early on, I think, in that game for the Jarvan. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I do think that is a good mention that the Sejuani could potentially go for some earlier ganks as opposed to the Nefiri, who, well, you don't need the ultimate per se, and you do have pretty decent setup, honestly, in all of your lanes. The ultimate does make it a lot easier for the Nefiri to get involved. So we could see just like more of a power farming style for the lane 0 jungler there. We'll have to wait and see. One more prediction from you, Kimchi. Who do you think is taking it? Is it 5-0 for red side?
It has to be lane 0. It's 5-0. The red side
Hard to bet
is
against the red side,
today.
isn't it? Yeah, it just keeps winning. That makes sense to me, and I do quite like their composition as well. It's not necessarily standard team fighting, but I think they have some really powerful tools to work with. We'll see if they're going to be able to close things out, or if it's going to be Gravity Nebula with the Seraphine Kog'Maw bot lane that are going to be able to get it done in the end. Don't go anywhere, guys. You've made it this far. You might as well stick around for this last game of the night. We will see you on the Rift. Alrighty, folks, here we go. Game number 5. It all comes down to this. The entire season for both of these teams coming down to one more Nexus tonight. It's going to be lane 0 back on the red side. Gravity Nebula on the blue. See who ends up coming out on top.
Eddie's
very
juggling,
nice.
and it's very fun.
Showing off the dexterity there on the gangplank.
Impressive considering
gonna
one
need
of his
to-
arms is a fake arm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they both look pretty real with that skin.
With this skin, yeah, but like canonically, it's impressive because
Minions have
I
spawned.
don't know if it's his whole arm, but one of his hands is definitely replaced by a wooden hand.
Right. It's very pirate of him.
Very dead pirate, formerly dead pirate of him. Yes, he's canonically
Looks like we're gonna have.
stronger than Alawi. Remember that.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. We are seeing both of our junglers, looks like, starting out on the top side of the map once again this last game. Another defensive ward, a couple of defensive wards coming out on those raptor camps.
They know how these guys are at this point. We've seen enough raptor steals.
Yeah.
Oh, Eddie won.
See the
Eddie wins.
lands the first barrel. Second barrel as well. Gets the
Oh.
passive on there as well. And Ord is having a rough time here at level 1.
Ord losing the skill matchup right now, which seems like a bit of a skill issue.
You see a Conqueror for Archer on the Nefiri. You know, the other common option for Nefiri would be the Electrocute, of course. But I think Conqueror, the more stable choice, the more reliable choice.
Not going the grasp on GP. We're actually seeing the fleet here.
Yeah, a little bit of extra sustain for the laning phase. Worried about the laning power of the Renekton, perhaps?
I would be too. It's Renekton. It's like the only thing he
Yeah.
does.
We did see Ord actually going for the Doran's shield, though, there to start out. Which is
Yeah, I wonder
nerfed,
why.
I believe, a few patches ago. But
All of the starter
yeah,
items
I
were
mean-
nerfed, if I'm not mistaken, but also I don't know why. I haven't seen any reasons why he should have started Dorn's shield. in
yeah,
the
I feel like
start of the
usually
thing.
Renekton goes Doran's Blade, right? Especially, I feel like Gangplank is a matchup that you should be able to win early. But,
you see how many barrels this guy's landing? I would have taken shield too.
I guess it's working out for Ord in that sense, yeah. Fair enough. Looks like
This guy's
here
a
in the bot
faker,
lane,
faker.
we are getting the earlier push for Krasia and Larry. What were you saying?
Sorry, I was gonna say it's like if Faker played top lane. That's what it feels like right now with Eddie on this Gangplank. All these barrels.
Well,
all
I
the
don't know
barrel
if we
chains.
really want to glaze him that much. I mean,
He's hit all the ghost barrels so far.
all right. We are looking like we're going to see actually Gandhi first into the river, and Archer not wanting to fight for that bot crab because, again, he does not have the bot priority. And so we are going to get an exchange of the crabs once again. Crabs for everyone. As there's a nice
Wait.
route onto Bondi, who is going to be going down very low here. Does not have to flash. Will be okay. Dangerous, though, as this
Oh,
Bonnie
we'll
is
have to flash in a
here.
second.
Oh boy, there's not too much of a minion wave to work with, though. And the Jinx is going to be able to survive.
Only 2 CS down, not bad. We'll be more in a second, actually. This wave is crashing.
Yeah, Bonti actually is going to complete the recall, so going to miss a full wave here. And, yeah, that is going to make you look a little bit silly.
Me? What?
Word trying to slice and dice his way back into this lane, but Eddie having none of it. Gonna shoot him in the back of the head with a pistol on his way out.
It's usually lethal.
It's like, well, not for, you know, enhanced, you know, ascended crocodiles. It's not.
That is true.
Yeah.
I have not seen someone in real life shoot an ascended crocodile yet, so
Same. That would
To
be
be
interesting, though. Both top laners now going to be teleporting back into the lane, and both junglers going to be getting on with their second clears. Again, Gandhi a little bit faster on that second clear, even with the shenanigans towards the bot lane. And it's going to be a Mountain Dragon to start us out here in Game 5.
I just like that both of these guys teleported back, and it's just back to business.
Yeah,
Immediately
Flash
back to
top lane.
shredding their health bars. Yep.
that's how it goes. Ward may want another recall here as he is continuing to suffer at the hands of the pirate, who does have, you know, 2 fully functional arms, as we can see, which does feel maybe a little bit unfair in a canonical sense.
Well, no, his other arm functions. It's just it's wooden. I thought you were gonna say Renekton doesn't have 2 arms. I'm like, what? Does Renekton secretly
are
miss?
Or any... Oh, Clip's gonna go in with the Zenith Blade, but Gandhi is here for the counter engagement. Leona's very tanky. In comes the cannon barrage. There is gonna be the root as well. Flashing in is the Sejuani, and there is the first blood for Gracia's Kog'Maw.
I think Eclipse should just bit the bullet and flashed at that point.
Probably. Wasn't expecting all that damage to come out. And then once the Sejuani flashes on you and procs the E, then it's probably too late at that point. I don't know.
Should have just flashed out of the cannon barrage. We were right there.
Probably. But hindsight, you know what they say.
Hindsight.
It's 2020.
I don't like 2020, though. That was a bad year.
It was a very bad year, now that you mention it. Although that was actually the year that I started casting, so it wasn't all bad for me.
Slightly better year, but doesn't make it a good year, unfortunately. I think there's larger things at play. Unfortunately.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, you're quite right. We do have, as previously mentioned, the Mountain Dragon to start us off, but nobody making any moves towards it just yet. Looks like it may be some grub priority coming through again here. So we do see the Sejuani moving in a northerly direction toward dicing away, though, wisely.
Sorry, it's 12 o'clock. I am brain fry.
Hang in there, Kimchi. We're almost done.
We're almost there. We're so close to salvation.
It's a nice early move from Eclipse up towards that top side of the map in anticipation of the grub spawn.
They're not
So
going to
get
land.
off
I
that
guess they
reset.
don't
Looks like
wanna-
it's we've gone bombies into Kindle Gem. Oh, looking for discipline here. Zenith Blade not quite long enough.
Just like last game, you kind of just build bombies to make your clear faster as a tank. You don't actually...
And then are we going into the Heartsteel, do you think, for the Sejuani, or...?
That's usually what Sedge goes. I don't know how much I like Heartsteel in actual League of Legends, honestly.
Just like in general?
I love it in Air.
There's some very good Heartsteel users on Summoner's Rift as well, like Mundo and Skarner, I think, still uses it pretty well.
Can. It depends. I don't like it in jungle that much. I think it just takes too long to get online. Jungle income is just not consistent enough, unless you're getting a ton of kills, of course, which you're probably not playing Sejuani if you're doing that.
All right, we are going to see those early neutrals traded off. Going to be the grubs for Gandhi and to Gravity, and it's going to be the first dragon for lane 0, as Archer is going to be able to pick that one up. So we did see, the early rotation up from Eclipse, but then Gravity kind of one-upping that, sending the entire bot into this.
I was going to say, they didn't rotate, or I thought they were going to lane swap. Like, it's usually what we see for the grubs is...
Oh dear, Word, nice dash, dodges away. The Encore going to miss as well. Word just kind of playing with him up there, just dodges everything. Now Discipline going to be able to petrify the Leona, and Eclipse is going to take a lot of damage here, now trying to walk it off. Discipline, threatening, does try to go for the flash in. Flash away for Eclipse, going to keep the Leona alive. Seismic Shove not going to land for Griffin. And just some summoners blown there in the mid lane. Larry moving in now on the Seraphine. Lines is slow, but Discipline's out of mana.
I kind of see the angle Eclipse was going for after flashing out pretty late. Like, wanted that late flash out to make sure Discipline had to flash. And then maybe could have found a re-engage. I don't know. I think you die before you even get to land the stun on Discipline, but you might as well go for something if you were playing to reset anyways. Nothing to lose.
Nice shove for Griffin there. We're only sitting on Lost Chapter at the moment. Just doesn't really have the oomph behind it.
Oh, the Catalyst of Aeons has really nothing behind it.
It's a pretty even game so far, all things considered. Not really any major advantages just yet. Chemtech Dragon second, so this game might be stalling out even further, although I think lane 0 would still be feeling pretty nice about a double dragon situation, even if one of them is a Chemtech.
That is true. It will be a very low Archangel's Rush, actually. 93 stacks is probably the lowest I've ever seen it finished with, because Griffin obviously didn't start it. And in actual League of Legends, it's in like Summoner's Rift, not ARAM, it's actually just better to tank it and build the full item. on certain champions without the stacks done. It's like, might as well.
We haven't really seen Griffin go for any roams yet. Just been kind of pushing the waves and just hanging out in mid lane there. I feel like there have been some windows, but another barrel for Eddie. It's continuing to abuse the Renekton up there.
Found the Sejuani. Good job. Good job, Bondi.
Okay.
Oh.
Gandhi is going to arctically assault in their general direction and then wander away. That is, I think, unequivocally the best Sejuani skin, the Poro Rider.
Poro Rider's pretty good.
It is adorable. Little butt wiggle as the Poro wanders away. Very cute.
The Lunar one where she's on the pig is pretty good.
Yeah, that's fair. Kind of the old school option. As that Glacial Prison was used. And now Gandhi is going to have to flash over the Weavers while the Theory ultimate is going to come out there. I forgot to check what it was called. Cannon Barrage used as well. Mega Rocket is going to chunk them out even lower, but Archer does not have the reset on the R. So Discipline and Gandhi will be all right. Now the rotation up from the bot lane. Archer is going to be able to dash away. The Encore once again not going to find the mark. Frasia is getting some good damage out onto Griffin here, but the rocks coming out in response, and Talia just takes down the Kog'Maw. That is, you know, not an item done for Krasia yet. He just didn't have the damage. And Griffin just kind of punishes that hubris. 80 carry walking right up to the Talia like that, and Griffin says, not today.
It is Hound's Call, or Hound's Pursuit. There you go, Hound's Pursuit. You had it right. I had it mixed up. And this teleport is
okay. There's
really
the petrifying gaze onto Bondi, who gets absolutely destroyed by Discipline there. That was just.
Chose the worst time to turn around too.
Yeah.
You don't survive if you don't, but just like, dang. Just a little more insult on top of dying. I can't call dying an injury. It's a little beyond it. It's a little stronger than an injury, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, injury definitely is underselling it a little bit, but you know, injuries do cause death. It's you know part of the process.
Sometimes
of dying.
Occasionally, I don't know if I would call disease injury, but no, that's fair.
Yeah, I guess it depends. It's Eddie is gonna get sliced a little bit and diced as well. As Ord really wanted to try to press the advantage. Oh, but takes a turret shot there.
Oh, never mind.
Still kind of wins out in the trade. Yeah. I mean, Trinity Force first on the gangplank is pretty standard, I think.
Yes, unless you're some crazy person who runs like Collector. Unless you're running
Zeke's first for the Sejuani. Look at that. That's pretty interesting.
Oh my god. I mean, you can't. Sedge has some weird first items. I have not seen a Sejuani in a while, if you could imagine.
Yeah, it has kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, Sedge is not that strong right now, so no one's really seen her exist. Zeke's is one of the items she rushes low econ. Pretty much just generally what she wants to do anyways. It benefits her going forwards.
Also, Profane Hydra for Archer's Nefiri. Pretty interesting as well, honestly.
Profane has just, I feel like, slowly become one of the best items in the entire game.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I've seen so many more champions take it now.
Gandhi going to arctically retreat away from the Nefiri. Dragon is alive. Sejuani now moving back into the river, but doesn't have Q back, and the CC is going to come out. The Encore is there, but the Sejuani is already dead. Or injured, if you prefer. And now they're really able to look very injured, yes.
Archer, dude, these Encores have been rough. Through no fault of Larry's own, like...
Yeah.
He's been getting absolutely juked this game. Archer literally engaged in front of him and still dodged out of it in time. That is BM, dude. Not nice.
Serves Larry right for picking the Seraphine, huh?
I mean, I agree, but also, dang, again, it's like the Yasuo situation. It's like, yeah, I agree with you that, like, it's not a crime to BM the hell out of, like, Yasuo and Seraphine players, but dang, you didn't need to do it to them.
Yeah, fair enough. That is going to be 2 dragons now for the side of lane 0. And we're 2-2 in terms of kills. So definitely anybody's game still in terms of those feats. Rift Herald currently alive. be moving towards that one just yet. That first turret in the top lane is about to be secured by Eddie. So there we go for the feat of first turret.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
The first feat to be claimed, actually, in this game. That's pretty unusual.
That's not normal. Unless you're in like a crazy split push Scion or Yorick game. Usually first turret is the last resort.
It's probably more common, I think, in higher elos like this, because teams and players are generally more intentional about when they fight. And so it's, less common if the teams don't want to fight, then you're not going to get up to 3 kills for either side very quickly.
That's fair, but usually also then the teams are covering their turrets pretty well. But
Also true.
Give and give. It depends on, obviously this is a game where teams are laning heavier, and it helps that this is a pretty favorable matchup for the GP. So it's not like it's a impossible situation.
We're going to see Archer start up the Rift Herald now. This does mean that Bondi is getting zoned off this bot lane turret at the moment. So this is very painful for the Jinx. Eventually he's going to be able to move back up as we get the rotation down from Griffin. And so the Jinx is going to be allowed to pick up at least the caster minions.
I like that they contemplated the engage if they could find a cutoff with the wall, but just never came to fruition, sadly.
There is the feat of monster slaying going over to lane 0, so it's all going to come down to this next kill. Whoever gets the next kill secures feats for their team.
It's going to be very, I mean, you can see how these teams are positioning. It's very,
Cannon barrage coming down. This bot lane tier 1 is going to go down. There's the Glacial Prison onto Eclipse, but they're not willing to fully commit for the fight with teleport in. Or Ward on the Renekton, as well as Griffin on the Leah. Both the solo laners teleporting in, as you say. With an overcommitment there, potentially.
I think they were hoping the Solar Flare connected. It just missed out, sadly, on the stun. So there was no potential follow-up.
Yeah.
Still a big commit when you're going to reset 2 of your members to go lane. I guess Griffin hasn't reset
yet. It does kind of feel like both teams are feeling the pressure right now, right? You can see some hesitance in certain situations.
No one wants to be the one to die next is the issue. Especially on the
definitely.
player. That would have been bad. It did follow Eclipse. Oh, it followed Eclipse. I forgot. It's very funny.
It sure does.
Such a silly interaction, but
90 seconds on our next Dragon. Hextech Soul once again here to close us out tonight. That is pretty spicy.
that is indeed pretty spicy, as the kids would say. I don't think they say that anymore. This is not
I don't think so, no. Yeah, they say that 6-7 now. That's what they
God
say.
damn it. That doesn't even make sense.
It's what they say. I know. It's
what they say.
It doesn't have to make sense. They say it.
They did say that humor in the 21st century will be randomly generated, so that makes sense.
Less than a minute now on the Dragon. Lane 0 moving into the Southern River to try to set up some vision in the area. A little trap being prepared right now in the line brush. See if anybody on Gravity is going to fall prey to this. Not looking likely at the moment.
What are they going to do otherwise? Because in a bit, they're going to give up on this bush play and just start exerting their control over the river, surely.
So mid control is going to be fought over, but the AoE from the Jinx actually doing a lot of work there. Bondi able to get the push. And a really nice position there actually for Ward as well, who is now going to give it up. And there's the engage from Eclipse. They've got the Flame Chompers down onto Gandhi, but the Sejuani not really the target you want to apply. A nice flick onto the Seraphine. And on the other side of the team fight, we got the Renekton is grounded, can't escape, stunned up by the Sejuani, and there is the third kill for Gravity Nebula. They get the feats of strength. The Glacial Burst is going to go completely wide, though. And now Gandhi has the flashpoint. Archer ended up going very deep with the Hound's Pursuit, is now also going to dash off to the side. Bondi also forced to flash. A lot of summoners blown there. The slow on to Griffin. The flash in for Display gets 3 with the Petrifying Gaze. Massive engage from the Cassio. Now Eddie looking to run down this Jinx. One more slice from the sword is gonna do it. And it's gonna be 3-0 in the fight. Gravity picking up their first Dragon, although Archer does have vision in the pit. They don't know where the Nefiri is. They are gonna clear out that control ward. And the dragon will be secured.
What could have been, I thought maybe we would see an insane steal, but ooh, the Atacon going over too.
Big.
Tough.
Yeah, I think it's theirs. The Herald is going to get summoned up, but Gravity, they do not care about that right now. The Otacon, the much bigger prize than defending that tier 1. And so that is a massive swing for Gravity Nebula in this game. Discipline even able to deny the second charge.
Oh, that is... This has slowly, very quickly become a disastrous situation. Still playable, but... Ooh, that's a big gold swing. A lot of money, and the Atacon, not what you want to give up at this point, if you could imagine.
And I feel like you have to give so much... Eddie, I think it's going to be fine here. Yeah, Renekton doesn't want the smoke, in fact. But I feel like you have to give so much credit to Discipline there. I mean, that is a big-time play. Game 5 in the playoffs, flashing in, engaging as Cassio. Speaking of engaging, they found Ord in the bot lane.
Why are you doing this?
And he is going to be sent to prison for the next 35 seconds or so.
I don't know what that play was.
That was a pick onto Renekton in the side lane.
Well, I know that, yeah. I don't know why that play happened, how that play even happened.
Fair enough. As Eclipse now is potentially going to get picked as well.
Oh,
Discipline is very strong. After picking up a couple of kills in that last fight, Eclipse is going to be able to get away with the flash.
Ooh.
Because that is a 7-level difference, 8-level difference. The Cassio is level 16, and
Wait,
Eclipse's
what?
Leona is level 8.
Holy cow, that was perfect. You got the perfectly timed throw to get the extra level.
Yeah.
Because it does just give you
Crazy
one.
value.
It doesn't. It just pushes you to the next level. It does not give you the XP, sadly.
So that's a 3-level difference in the mid lane now as well. So, okay, never mind. Griffin does at least take up now to 14, right as I say it.
It's only really a 2-level advantage.
Right.
Which was previously a 1-level advantage. Sorry, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, he could have built Rod of Ages as well.
Really
He was
shouldn't
worried
have.
about it.
That's not...
Gandhi is going to face check, but he's Sejuani. It's absolutely fine. And they're going to retake... Oh, another ward goes down from Eclipse there, and then immediately gets cleared. So Banana Brush secured for Gravity. And 2.5 minutes on the next dragon.
The waiting game. Everyone's favorite.
Gangplank pushed up pretty far here in the side lane. We do see Archer and Eclipse starting to move over. There is the Hound's Pursuit going to come out. Eddie puts down a barrel. Nice damage onto the Renekton. Solar Flare not quite going to get the stun. Eddie flashing away. He's going to be able to get away from that gank. Now here comes the Collapse Gandhi. Going to find Eclipse with the Glacial Prison. Leona is a goner. And Eddie's going to be given the last hit. 3 now on the Gangplank. And 7 overall for Gravity Nebula. They are really starting to pull ahead. The dash over the wall. Archer does manage to secure his drop and gets away from the angry Poro.
But it's still winnable.
It is, but
It takes one jinx. Just one jinx and
That's true,
anything. This game could be flipped on its head entirely.
You're right. You're right. There's very good scaling on the side of Gravity as well, though. Kog'Maw, Cassio, Gangplank. That is very scary to be going into the late game against that team with a lead.
I'm just saying there's a chance, not that it's likely.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
But we have seen crazier this series.
Overall, gold lead sitting at a little over 3K in favor of Gravity. And that is, we got a little bit of a fight breaking out here. A nice call of the pack to get away from that potential engage.
Why did they give her that tool? Just why? Like, the tower died.
40 seconds now on
Drama.
the Dragon. Nobody's prioritizing that bottom side of the map at the moment. With the Baron
wow.
alive as well. That's what the teams are more concerned about at the present time.
We're just 2 levels down
Now.
right now, which is pretty concerning for support.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a common theme we've seen with Eclipse tonight. Is it really does like to, well, I guess we've seen it from Larry as well in different games.
They like Roman.
They do like their Roman. And now 5 seconds on the dragon spawn. We do see a Gravity moving into the river, taking some control, and Lane Zero are just going to give it up. They are not willing to fight right now. They are pinging towards the Baron.
Oh,
This is quite
God.
the gambit. And immediately, Gravity are going to realize what's happening and start moving in that direction as well. Meanwhile, Griffin and Eclipse are taking the top inner. I really don't like this from Lane Zero. I felt like you needed to commit either to the turret or to the Baron.
They got a teleport.
They are going to get the turret, but they've lost out on the dragon, and now they have lost all tempo on the map. You can see this mid outer turret is going to get taken as well by the side of Gravity. They're going to be able to expand that gold lead a little bit more, although actually it has reduced slightly since last we checked in on it. Now this is the main concern. Baron started up by Gravity Nebula. We do see Archer moving in this direction, and the turn is always going to be the play here. They found Eclipse, who's forced to flash away. The cannon barrage comes down onto the carries. Archer is looking to get on top of Gracia, but immediately the Neferi gets popped, and Eclipse is going to get run down here by the Casio as well. Eddie potentially in trouble, but no, he blows up the Renekton in a fiery, barely explosion. And that is going to be a 3-0 in the fight. Gravity Nebula massively on top. Griffin just trying to survive over here. The rocket does connect onto Gracia, but the sustain coming out from the Seraphine. The Weaver's Wall does come out, forces the flash off of Larry. But now Discipline has returned to guard the team as they finish off the Baron. And now it is Gravity Nebula looking for a little bit more as Griffin flashed away, still on the wrong side of the rift, and Discipline just going to take him out. 4 kills now on the Casio. Bond, the only survivor of the skirmish, and that gold lead has exploded up to 6,000.
I don't like any of that play. Eclipse kind of dragging them off of the Baron is fine. I don't know why Archer full sent, though, into 4 members of the team. That was a decision that Archer made before that fight started.
Yeah, that it definitely looked pretty rough. You know, I guess he was probably thinking that Gravity were going to commit harder up towards Eclipse, and that maybe Crasher was going to be left a little bit exposed on the back line, but that's obviously not how it played out. And now Lane Zero going to be losing a lot more. Mid-inner going to get taken. See Eddie shepherding in that top wave as well. Inhibitor line even going to be under fire, it looks like. Kog'Maw is on 2 items. Gracia pretty strong at this point.
Ooh, this cannon putting in work? No, not enough work, sadly, for the cannon.
Well, they've got another one now.
This one can put in the work.
And so the inhibitor turret is going to fall. Will they stick around for the inhibitor as well? They may not want to. Looks like they will take it, though, as the top inner is going to be taken by Eddie in the meantime. Baron's still on for a minute. They might be able to get this bot inner as well.
Are you kidding? They're going to get everything on this push. This is
They're getting
insane,
a lot,
actually.
8K now. Gold lead growing. It is looking very dire for Lane Zero at this point.
I don't think there's I don't know if there's a potential for a Jinx moment anymore. Like,
Do you think it's gone? The chance?
it is just such a lead for Gravity in this game. It's just so hard to imagine a Jinx moment happening at this point.
I agree. Yeah, you could even see Gracia is going towards a tank item, probably a Jack Show is that 3rd item.
Yep,
So it's
third
even
on
going to
hit
be,
item.
and you know, Casio is going to be pretty tanky with all that health in the build. So yeah, it feels like it's going to be so difficult to get that first reset for the Jinx. And they find over the Glacial Prism. The Encore is going to connect the Cannon Barrage as well. So much CC as Griffin going down to half. The inhibitor turret in the bot lane is going to stand for now, though eventually it is going to get taken down. And Ornn stuck around a little bit too long. Going to get turned into a pair of boots. And it's going to be 2 inhibitors taken by Gravity. They could look for the end right now. The Weaver's Wall does come out. from Griffin as a last-ditch defense must be mounted. A nice shove onto Gandhi, gets the Sejuani underneath the next turret, has to flash away, but Archer going too deep once again, gonna get taken down, and only 3 members left now to try to defend. The Nexus turrets are falling, and Gravity Nebula gonna pick up the first blue side victory of the night to push themselves into the semifinals.
Oh, and just a series of bad fights, of bad options. And that's kind of what happens when this series runs long. Not only do you get exhausted champion-wise, like your champ will not, you get physically, like, either physically or mentally exhausted, because especially with how long these games are going, playing this game for 35 to 40 minutes at a time in a very serious capacity too. It's not like going into solo queue or norms where you're like, okay, I kind of know what to expect. Like, this is full intensity for 40, like 35, 40 minutes at a time, with how these teams have been pacing, like a 5-minute break in between. It's a lot to try and handle, and it kind of can't catch up to, and it seems like it eventually caught up to lane 0, and Gravity were able to take very good advantage of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It does feel like Lane Zero kind of ran out of steam here in Game 5. Just a couple of, awkward decisions that, like you said it, Gravity Nebula were able to punish so effectively. And yeah, everybody on this team played really well. Eddie's going to top out the damage charts at 33.5k in a 30-minute game on the Gangplank, 6-0 and 5. But 6-0 and 4 for Discipline as well on the Casio. Krasia was just very reliable on the Kog'Maw also. Good positioning. Able to get out a good amount of damage also. And Gandhi, taking that Sejuani B1 pick. Just building those support items, kind of being the dog jungle, right, in this game. Even though the dog was actually on the other team, the Nefiri. But the Sejuani was top dog in this last game, no doubt about it.
Oh, it's finally, the marathon's over.
Who's your POG for Game 5?
For Game 5, I would love to give it to Eddie. I think Eddie did very well in lane, but Discipline, I mean, it started with that first ulti in, I think it was second Drake fight. Might have been third.
Yeah, I think so.
Third? It was
maybe
second.
Third. Yeah, no, I think it was third because they were trying to deny Soul Point. I'm pretty sure.
That's right. They were denying Soul Point.
Maybe it was.
And that 3-man ulti to really throw the game completely into Gravity Nebula's favor was so good. And then the level advantage, finished 2 levels up on Griffin, but even in the game was, I think, at one point was 3 levels up famous, obviously, as you pointed out, and it was just like, holy cow. Full item ahead of Griffin for pretty much the entire mid game. It was just, again, even though the damage didn't really come through, it was just a lot of positioning and pressure. Those miasmas were very good to keep catching out Archer or Ord when they went too far forwards, and they were really nice. Like, I think just a really nice rock to have in the mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Eddie had a great game on the Gangplank. I love how proactive he was with the cannon barrages, right? Immediately on hitting 6 was constantly looking for those cross-map plays with the Gangplank ultimate. But really did come down to that dragon fight that we were referencing where Discipline Flash, and felt like it was really the turning point in this game that got Gravity into position to close things out. So that would be my vote as well. And Discipline, I feel like overall had a relatively quiet series tonight, right? We saw Krasia and Gandhi carrying some games earlier. But this last game, I feel like, Discipline really did kind of take over. Really nice to see. It's a very strong team, I think, moving into those semifinals. They are going to be playing against Final Boss Shorkies. And I believe that is going to be happening tomorrow. Not 100% sure, but yeah, they're going to have to get a good night's sleep here. And we'll see if they can keep it going against the Shorkies. That definitely will be interesting. I'm going to have to check in. I'm not usually around for Masters, obviously, but I'm very curious to see who's going to end up winning out in that match. If any other final thoughts, Kimchi, anything else, any other words for the stream, anything like that?
Tired.
My man's tired. It's time for us to go. Yeah, we were in for the long haul tonight, no doubt about it. For anybody who stuck with us the entire time, big kudos to you. Thank you for staying with us. From myself and Kimchi, the lovely Loki, and everybody here at Blue Otter, thank you, everybody, very much for watching. Be sure to tune in for those Masters semifinals tomorrow. I will be back with the Emerald League on Tuesday. Thank you again, and have a fantastic night.